Opheli's figure also recovered quickly and returned to its normal size. The sensual dragon tail trembled slightly, and Ophelie slowly opened her blue eyes. As soon as she opened her eyes, a group of people surrounded her and looked at her. "You're awake, you're already a girl." Field walked forward slowly with a smile on his lips. "Nice to see you again, let's get to know each other again, my name is Field." Ophelie was trapped by several chains after being stunned subconsciously. Ophelie's expression first changed from confusion to shock, and finally to deep anger. "Paw, disgusting maggots, disgusting sewer rats. It turns out to be you." Ophelie saw Field. Her face was full of disgust, and she wanted to kick Field with her slender and plump legs, but found that she was completely controlled. Helplessly squirming her body, she still couldn't break free. Although he had protected himself with the artifact before, he was still in a weak state just after leaving the protection. Everyone also saw this, and Ophelie was now completely unable to resist. "Well, it's so tight. Rosaria, you pathetic traitor, you betrayed the corrupted creatures. Untouchable, keep scolding. I will cut off your tongue and feed it to the dogs later." Rosaria was very unhappy, picked up the gluttony sword, and was about to chop her to explode the gold coins. "Leave it to me, you guys intervene first." Field signaled his chosen god to calm down, turned to Ophelie and advised, "I don't want to say more nonsense, either surrender or be tortured, you choose." "I choose to die." Ophelie spitted unceremoniously. "I will never live in humiliation." "Damn, do you have any manners, spitting everywhere?" Field quickly dodged and was almost hit, so disgusting. Ophelie said proudly, "This is Zyingen. Against the sky, God, you are not a fairy." Sure enough, the corrupted gods seemed to have a lot of personality. Speechless, Field rubbed his chin and looked up and down at Ophelie. This woman was a slave before she died, and her right ankle was still shackled. But her figure is mature and plump, and her temperament is also very good. Therefore, her true identity has yet to be confirmed. The white feet stepped on the cold floor, and the crescent plate of the toes was bent, which looked particularly pitiful. But with this look of looking at garbage, it was very contrasting. "Have you seen enough? It's really disgusting to be scrutinized by your eyes." Ophelie turned her head, and the rabbit kept rising and falling because of anger. "Damn," she kept cursing. "This must go directly to the defeat animation. Otherwise, she can't tell the big and small kings." "Don't swear in front of me, you will regret it." Field was furious. He was only particularly patient with his own family, but it didn't mean that anyone could disgust him. He smiled horribly. "What are you laughing at? I, Field, hate wasting food the most. I have to lick every crumb in the bowl clean." Field stepped back slowly and took out a bag of happy beans from his pocket. "You can control the corpse, right? What does it have to do with you? Can you still control a crazy corpse? If you can't, then you are in luck." Field caught a corpse from outside and poured a handful of happy beans into the corpse's mouth. The corpse's eyes suddenly lit up, with disgusting blood foam hanging from the corners of its mouth. It looked at Ophelie with burning eyes, full of weird thoughts. You are despicable. I haven't recovered yet." Ophelie was anxious. "Keep on cursing. If you curse me with one word, I'll add a rotten corpse." Field snorted coldly, caught two more, and said ruthlessly, "I am your enemy, not a charity. If you don't cooperate, there is only one outcome, either immediate death or death after the defeat animation is played. You." Ophelie wanted to curse again, but when he saw Field's cold expression, he immediately wilted. "By the way, don't you treat the corpses as companions? Why do you have this expression? Who told you that I treat ordinary corpses as companions, just like you would treat gorillas as fellow creatures?" Ophelie immediately refuted, looking at the gradually approaching corpses, gritted his teeth. "If you are not afraid of death, come to contract. The goddess of corruption will kill you in seconds." The goddess of corruption is her own family. Field was least afraid of this, shrugged indifferently. "She would like me to contract all the corruption, of course, I guess." Don't talk too much too early. I am looking forward to your painful struggle after being backfired." Ophelie stopped talking nonsense, and a goddess mark flashed across her forehead. Unlike Rosaria, her goddess mark did not have a sense of cruelty and blood, but more magnificent spirit. Feeling the contract link thrown, Field chose to accept it directly, and Ophelie's panel immediately appeared in his mind. Name: Ophelie White Pearl level. Second level, Corrupted Gods Chosen. Occupation: Commander Artifact. Gixu Orb can project vision through controlled corpses. During battle, the orb will turn into a sapphire dragon claw, which has a good attack ability blessing. Magic skills: 1. Sapphire Dragon Transformation. quickly strengthen oneself within a certain period of time, gain the ability to fly, and strengthen all soldiers under his command too. Crazy Corpse Aura, passive magic skill, all soldiers under his command. Additionally gain 5% attack speed bonus, 15% speed bonus, 15% life bonus talent. Corrupted eternal life after death, the soul returns to the gray fog and waits for the next arrival. Talent, Puppet Corpse. Group, possess the ability to control corpses. The number of controlled and the number of soldiers that can be affected are the same. Territory gain, none army gain. The commander's army will receive the blessing of the Sapphire Dragon, increasing the body's defense strength and recovery ability by 10%, the current number of soldiers that can be affected. 1,110, of which the second level affects up to 10 people, the first level affects 100 people, and the 0 level affects 1,000 people, regardless of race. So complicated. Field was shocked. This was the most interesting chosen one he had ever seen. Although the combat power was not strong, it was a bit terrifying to be able to strengthen 1,110 soldiers. Actually, the contract was really successful. Awfully looked at his hands in disbelief. What did you do to me while I was defending? Field pushed with both hands. Don't get excited. If you attack us now, you will die immediately. The corruption contract has always been cruel. Damn it, this is all in your plan. Awfully hugged his hands in front of his chest, and his eyes no longer showed murderous intent, but he still had a bad face, with a goddess's coldness. Little guy, you are still stubborn. I will slowly train you in the future. Field was not in a hurry at all, and it was even more impossible for him to kneel down and lick her. After all, such things as having subordinates loyal to one another, with a wave of the hand, only happen in TV dramas. Awfully, can you control the corpses in the city? If you can, I'll leave it to you. Awfully raised his eyebrows. Give me freedom so soon. Aren't you afraid that I will control the zombies to drown you? No, I'm not afraid. Field shrugged indifferently. Just kidding, there are so many gods chosen here, and you can tear them apart in an instant. Humph, the ignorant are fearless. Okay, but I need some time to recover my divine power. Instinctively not wanting to resist, Awfully hesitated for a moment but still agreed. The sensual tail kept swinging, and after a short rest, she raised her hand and a gorgeous serve appeared, blooming with a strange gray-white light, and several unique spiritual links slowly extended out. The aimlessly wandering corpses was suddenly startled, and Awfully's god's chosen mark was engraved on their foreheads, and then the mark sank into their skin, and the corpses seemed to have souls and began to look around. At the same time, they were surrounded by a light red blood light, and under the influence of the halo of the crazy corpses, they let out a cheetah-like roar from their mouths, which was extremely fierce. Roar, roar, roar. The unaffected corpses around looked at their companions in confusion and surprise. Companion, you look so fragrant. Hearing the roar, the wild corpses immediately rushed up and tore into a ball with the corpses controlled by Awfully. The scene was bloody, and the dirty blood and minced meat was splashed everywhere. Sure enough, after being contracted by me, Awfully's pheromones changed. Looking at the chaotic corpse battle, Field slapped his fist. Damn idiot, you dare to disobey me. Awfully was also surprised. She was furious and directly controlled the corpses at hand to counterattack the wild corpses without any mercy. At the same time, she kept releasing new mental links to control more corpses. With the blessing of the crazy corpse aura, the night-leading corpse easily annihilated the wild corpses. Zombies assemble. Densely packed zombies came out from every corner and quickly came to the square outside the Lord's Palace, forming several messy square formations. After an hour, when the number reached 1,000, Awfully shook his head and said, I can only control so many. There are 1,000 zombies here, but they are all the lowest level. Control is not instantaneous. That's right, if the zombies can be controlled instantly, wouldn't it be the same as an infinite number? Organized zombies can definitely fight 10 with 1. The previous corrupt lords had no effective control. Field could see the prototype of the army from the zombie square formation in front of him. The gleam in his eyes, Field thought. 100 human soldiers can easily kill 100 masterless zombies because the zombies have no brains and no discipline. But what about the zombie army with heavy armor and axes? By the way, to what extent can you control the zombies? Can you make them work for me? It's difficult. With 10 zombies, I can make them do manual work like living people. With 100 zombies, they can do some auxiliary work. With 1,000 zombies, they can only execute macroscopic commands of attack and movement, at most move things, and are prone to mistakes. It's already very good. Field was very satisfied. He had a 1,000-man army of the dead for no reason, and his sense of security increased greatly. Scratching with hands, or simply biting, looks scary, but it is far less efficient than a spear. These days I will make a batch of wooden spears as soon as possible and equip the zombies. Field has made a plan. Now on, his shortcoming of not being cannon fodder has been made up. No matter who the enemy is, let the zombies rush first. Sir, where should these corpses be placed? After riding the giant wolf for a while, Asna said bluntly, if they stay in the territory, the people will be scared, and the smell of corpses is not good. Well, we have occupied Starry Night City. It's time to recapture the passes, facilities, and resource points in Night Territory. It's a waste of money to leave the resources in Night Territory alone. Field was heartbroken. He had to put the resources in the bowl as soon as possible before grabbing others' bowls. He took out a simple paper map and gave it to Ophir after planning for a while. These days, you let the corpse army help me move the garbage in Starry Night City and bury the bodies in the city as soon as possible. After this war, Starry Night City was full of collapsed buildings and rotting corpses like hills. If it is not cleaned up quickly, it is likely to cause a large-scale plague infection. I have gathered refugees from Kedu village before, and that village is relatively intact. If there is no mission, your corpse corps will temporarily station there, and I will also restrain my army to avoid conflicts. A remote small village. Offaly glanced at the map and said, interesting, you have ideas about the Bull territory, right, or you are on guard against the Bull territory. You can guess this? As expected, an expert can see the doorway, and Offaly is worthy of being a commander-type profession. Field was shocked and admitted, yes, the location of Kedu village can observe the route to and from Bull territory, and its location itself is for war logistics. However, I have no aggressive ideas for the time being. I am just worried that there are people from the Shadow World sect in Bull territory. It is not a good thing for those crazy people to discover their territory. Just defending is not enough. How about taking down Bull territory? In that case, I can change my name for you from maggot to rat. These two are not good words. Field wiped the cold sweat. This little fat dragon has a fierce mouth and is not gentle at all. She is the fiercest girl among all the chosen ones he has seen. Fortunately, she is not his leader. It is not a pleasant thing to be scolded by a beautiful boss every day. But as long as she obeys orders obediently, she can call herself a dead ghost. What do you think? Or do you just want to protect your own little piece of land? Offaly licked her nails evilly. She still adhered to the corrupt concept and was full of killing and attacking. I won't defend for a long time, but I need time to digest the Night territory. Field said meaningfully, you can't chew too much, and there will be a time for you to show your ability. Field did not pretend to hide his ambition and resentment. Simon has begun to push his limits, and the Bull territory has even blocked him. He doesn't want to be trapped in the Night territory. With a light snort, Offaly raised her eyebrows, then pinched the thin white skirt, lifted it up, and smiled seductively. You are more interesting than I thought. By the way, after arranging my corpse group, what do I need to do? For example, sleep with you or be a painting model for you without clothes or help you take a bath. Did I jump the channel, unlock the CG so quickly? Field was confused and subconsciously looked at Rosaria. This is how we are corrupt. Rosaria put her hands on her hips. Looking proud, your brains don't work, you are quite proud. Field was amused. Then do it all again, dream on. You maggot with a head full of perverted thoughts. Offaly immediately stopped smiling and rolled his eyes. You are trying to catch me in a trap. Right, you really deserve a beating. Field was speechless and waved his hand. Let's not talk about these useless things. Next, clean up all the remaining corpses in the city. Yes, sir. The God's choice immediately dispersed to eliminate the corpses, and the remaining enemies in the city were found and killed one by one. Only when there was no red skull mark in Starry Night City on the small map did Field put all the fog lights in the city, announcing that the city was finally recovered. The flag of the Night Leader was planted on the highest gate tower of Starry Night City. The wolf flags rang in the wind, and Field suddenly felt a surge of inexplicable excitement. The first city, this is just the beginning. This is a real city. Although there are only corpses and garbage in it, the towering city walls and the view from a high place make him feel the endless sense of power. The next days of cleaning up garbage are very boring. During the day, Allison and Ashna are responsible for burning the rotten corpses. The slaves clean up the garbage from the ruins and pile them on the roadside. At night, Awfully commanded the corpses to transport the garbage out and throw it into the large pit dug in advance. With an additional 1,000 laborers, the labor pressure in Night Territory was greatly relieved. Field was able to put the precious labor into farming, manufacturing, and salt production. On the 5th day after the capture of Starry Night City, the original study on the 2nd floor of Fengki Town had been transformed into Field's exclusive office. I'm not used to the lack of shackles on my feet. Awfully lifted the hem of the maid's skirt, stretched her toes straight, looked at her bony white ankles, and then said disdainfully, "You designed this maid outfit, right? It's really perverted like a cun girl in the army. Thank you for the compliment, little fat dragon." Tusk Awfully turned her head away in disdain. "Don't look at me directly and don't use such a disgusting name. So what are you doing? Planning trade goods. The next time I go to trade, I have to find a market for the refined salt of Night Territory." Field put down his feather pen, picked up the black tea beside him, and took a sip. "Happy beans have a high profit, but you can't rely on it." "You mean those sinful potions?" Awfully stamped her feet. Her plump figure trembled slightly, and her fleshy dragon tail swayed together. She said coldly, "I've seen the potions you made, and they fit my impression of you as a pervert, but I have to admit that those drugs will be popular among disgusting men. I declare in advance that you should not come to me after taking those potions. I will not give in." Awfully was as strict as the beautiful class teacher in junior high school. "If you really want to steal my clothes, as long as I don't find out, it doesn't happen. I seem to hear something extraordinary. Corruption is like this, corruption is like this." Field silently hypnotized himself so that he would not be pissed off by the corrupt gods. "Chosen, back to the point, the happy beans are definitely popular, but the biggest problem is that I am trapped in the northern province, and there is only one relatively reliable trade and exit, Maple Leaf Territory. My goods can only go through the trade route of Maple Leaf Territory. You don't have to sell them in Maple Leaf Territory. No, if the local lord finds out that you abandoned him, you won't be able to go through Maple Leaf City next time. If you want to go through the entrance and exit of Maple Leaf City, you must put the goods in Simon's place for sale. Otherwise, the Maple Leaf Fortress will refuse to open the door next time on the grounds of preventing the invasion of corpses." Field knows the ins and outs here very well. This is also the reason why he only sells happy beans to Simon. It's not that he can't make money, but power is greater than wealth and will bring wealth. Ophir realized the crux of the problem. She walked to the desk with an elegant neck, pointed to the 2 exits in the south of Night Territory, and said coldly, "Take down Bull Territory and Maple Leaf Territory, or one of them, and kill all the people who raised the question, and there will be no problem. Don't tell me that your head is only white, and there is no beauty of blood. In the long run, you are right." Field frowned slightly, looking at the signs of the 2 fortresses on the desktop map, feeling disgusted as if he had eaten expired rotten eggs. The only 2 entrances and exits from the north to the civilized world, one is occupied by a greedy pervert, and the other is occupied by a mysterious madman. Any man with blood will not allow such a disgusting dilemma. But eating the territory of the nobles is not as simple as sending troops to kill the local lords and then being done. The complex internal and foreign affairs game is the most deadly. The current strength is still too weak. Pointing at the Dawn Territory, Field said, "We need to prepare for both situations. The Dawn Territory is the biggest breakthrough point. The coastal port, to the northwest is the Holy Tide Inland Sea, to the south is the major coastal cities of the Empire, and you can also sail into the Endless Sea. To the west is the Blue Dragon and Magic Tower United Empire." Oh, I didn't expect that the barbaric and crude Griffin Empire people would also have the idea of forming a navy. Awfully was surprised, hugged the rabbit with both hands, looked at Field with scrutiny, and then stood on tiptoe and half sat and half leaned on Field's desk. The graceful lines just appeared, and Field didn't even have time to look at it, and hurried to catch the documents that fell on the table. "Little fat dragon, can your tail be more obedient? You are named the desktop cleaning master." Field was speechless. "I'm not fat, I'm very confident in my figure." Awfully disdainfully, "This is called plumpness, I deliberately keep it, guys who don't know how to appreciate it. By the way, who told me not to stare at it before?" Rubbing his eyebrows, Field told himself not to argue with her and asked, "Listening to your tone and accent, You don't look like a Griffin Empire person. Just now she used your empire. Yes, does your empire have such a noble surname as White Pearl? Awfully fiddled with her long golden hair. I am what you call the people of the Blue Dragon and Magic Tower United Empire, referred to as the Dragon Tower Empire. Field was shocked. I know, no wonder you are wearing shackles. You are not a slave, but a captive. Well, the Dragon Tower Empire and Franvia have been at war for 100 years because of the ownership of the coastal province. Offaly said this and immediately became serious with deep hatred in his eyes. Countless soldiers of the Dragon Tower Empire were killed by the despicable Franvia people with conspiracy. Is that so? Field was thoughtful. That's not how the empire was described. There was a crisp knock on the door. Tisifa brought a large wooden box filled with feathers and a plate of dessert on top. I heard that the infantry of the Dragon Tower Empire is notoriously cowardly. Those who flee at the sight of the enemy are warriors, and those who are defeated after meeting each other are the elite among the elite. 100 knights of Franvia are enough to defeat the 3,000-man Dragon Tower army. My dear, you'd better not have too high expectations for this big lizard. Tisifa had a harmless expression on her face, but she said something very hurtful. She put the wooden box next to Field's table, picked up the dessert inside and put it on the table without even looking at Awfully. This is an undisguised slap in the face. Field almost couldn't hold it. This is slander. Awfully was anxious, gesticulating with his hands and feet. One moment he said something like Flanavians only know how to plot, and the next moment he said Griffin Empire people only know how to use brute force, and the air was full of joy. Ah, yes, the Dragon Tower Empire won. Paid compensation and returned to the island country, but it won, haha. Tisifa's nonchalant attitude almost made Awfully suffer a cerebral hemorrhage. Okay. In fact, as a naval country, the Dragon Tower Empire has an army that can compete with Franvia, which is quite good. Field eased the embarrassment and said, in addition, I believe that a flock of sheep led by a lion can defeat a flock of lions led by a sheep. Am I right? Field winked at Ophir and appropriately offered a way out of offending both sides. Ophir nodded quickly. She was so angry that her tone was no longer casual, but she quickly said, yes, I will prove it to you. I'll go and command the corpses to move stones first. Field, call me when there is a war, and I will hit this big moth in the face. After that, she put on a black robe and slipped away quickly. You touched her sore spot. Tisifa covered her mouth and laughed. Who told her to talk to you without respect at all? But it's normal for the chosen one, who came from the army, to use some dirty words. As if he had met Tisifa again, Field looked up and down at this woman who looked extremely gentle and holy. Good cow, you are actually a pink cutter. Field was very surprised. He didn't expect Tisifa to be so ruthless. He directly broke the defense of a second-level god's choice. This is considered a cross-level battle. According to Field, the official belief of the Dragon Tower Empire is a variant religion of the Holy Light. To the Holy Light Church, it is a heresy that is more hateful than pagans. Therefore, it is normal for Tisifa to dislike her. The army of the Dragon Tower Empire is definitely not so bad. Otherwise, how could it be possible to fight with Franvia for 100 years? Patting Tisifa's head, Field smiled and said, I hope she can quickly integrate into the Night territory. One day when she behaves well to you, I won't scold her. Tisifa took a tart and took a bite. Delicious, I've never eaten this before. Is it unique to the Night territory? Yes, I'm a little busy these days. When I'm free, I'll teach the chef how to make cream cakes. Tisifa tilted her head and smiled. I'm already looking forward to it. By the way, I've collected the feathers you asked for. Tisifa bent down to sort out the feathers in the box, raised her head and saw the sight of Gentleman Field, immediately covered her chest and teased. Do you want to make a quilt? In fact, you can sleep with your sister as your pillow. It's also very soft. Puff Field almost choked to death on the black tea. Give me back my pure and lovely nun. I'm just kidding. Tisifa winked playfully. It's really fun to tease you. Okay, is this how we play? Family sauce. I met a low-class woman today. Field turned on the big blue book mode. Knock. Field hadn't finished his work when the door of the room was knocked. My lord, are you looking for me? The little fox Gaiglissy knocked on the door gently, and after getting Field's permission, she walked in carefully and saluted politely. My lord, what do you want? Come and sit down quickly. I'm looking for you to develop a batch of special arrows, holy light arrows for monsters. Of course, it's still a concept now, and I need you, the little fox, to help develop it. The chosen ones can not only generate high value with their abilities, but they can also produce a lot of byproducts. For example, Ashina's dragon wolf can breed new monsters. Oh, you mentioned it before. Tisifa thought thoughtfully. In addition, the territory's arrows are really running out. The previous war consumed too much. Yes. Field took out a feather and said in amazement. The hardness of this feather is just right for making arrows, it's perfect. Pinching the feather, it looks white and soft, but the edge is frighteningly sharp. It is much better than arrows made of eagle feathers or eagle feathers, not to mention that it has its own holy light enchantment, and it will definitely hit the target with one arrow. The little fox said weakly, "My lord, the wood in the territory is scarce, and the wood reserves in the lumberyard are almost used up." Yes, and it's planted. Planted saplings need time to grow. Tisifa added, "There are only poisonous decayed plants in the night territory. No one said to use normal wood." Field spread his hands. "Open your mind. Why don't we use decayed and contaminated wood? Arrows are not furniture and houses, they are weapons shot at the enemy. Isn't it just right to be poisonous?" Hiss, that's right. The two looked at each other with an expression of "why didn't I think of it?" Tisifa shrank his neck. Arrows made of decayed trees are too vicious. If you are shot by such arrows, you may be infected and become a rotten corpse. Even if you don't become a rotten corpse, it is still a poisonous arrow. This is the effect we want. Think about it. It is a good thing to let the enemy army explode into a biochemical crisis. Kindness to the enemy is cruelty to us. Field didn't care, but considering the reputation, he added, "We can make different kinds of arrows, one for dealing with corpses, one for dealing with living creatures, and even blunt arrows that can only knock people unconscious. The weapons are in our hands, and it's up to us to use them as we wish." Your Excellency's idea is good. Tisifa pondered for a long time and squeezed out two words, divergence. Gorgris nodded hurriedly. "I think so too. Your Excellency's knowledge is very profound. Whether it can be infected into corpses is still to be determined. Let's try it first. Try all the rotten wood in the night territory and record the results. As for making arrows, I have drawn the way to stick straight feathers, oblique feathers, and spiral feathers. Gaiglissy, you can take the carpenters and apprentices to try more. Practice makes perfect, don't worry about making mistakes." Field handed over a drawing. In order to save resources, all double-feathered arrows are used. "Yes, sir." Gorges looked at the arrow structure on the blueprint, her eyes lit up. There are so many details. Ophir was stunned. "It's just feathers, why are there so many details?" Of course, the number of feathers attached will affect the accuracy and stability, and the way of attaching will affect the shooting speed and lethality. Having learned about cold weapons before, Field has some understanding of bows and arrows. As for whether it is practical, it will be slowly proved in practice. Field tapped the table lightly with his fingers, thinking, can the bullets of guns be enchanted in the future? Rosaria is stationed in Xinghai City, and Ashna is usually stationed in Fenki Town and patrols in various control areas. The rest of the people have to work. In this way, the combat power available at hand is not enough. Field found awkwardly that although he had many chosen ones, as the territory expanded, the mobile forces that could be dispatched at will were reduced. Just like the population of the territory, when eating, there are too many people, but when working, there are too few people. Tisifa, you will be busy for the next period of time. Field gently outlined a smile, and then blew the ink on the paper dry. I will do my best to search for all resource points in the territory, especially building materials, and I need your escort. Leave it to me, sister. Tisifa smiled proudly. I'll go to the military camp first. I'll set June 1st as Victory Day to celebrate the recovery of Starry Night City. Although June 1st has passed for several days, I should give the soldiers a celebration. Coincidentally, the day of recovering Starry Night City was during the Children's Day in the previous life. After the celebration, we will farm, and farm again. The next day, Fenki Town military camp. There are tents, wooden walls, and wooden chevoks de fries everywhere. Unlike usual days, except for the patrolling soldiers, the rest of the soldiers are not training. There are still a lot of clothes hanging in the military camp, but there is no sense of mess at all. The clothes are hung neatly, and even the quilts on the beds are folded like tofu blocks. Although Newt doesn't understand why the adults ask for this sense of rules makes him particularly like it. Of course, the most important point is that, as long as they follow the adults' requirements, their treatment is the best in the night territory, which makes him feel very proud. Today's military camp was particularly noisy, with cheers everywhere. Soldiers came from all over the empire, and there were even alien wolf people. Anyway, they all came from all over the world, and there were no pure locals of Night territory, but there was no serious xenophobia. Some people danced weird dances, some sang messy songs, and some sat in a daze. They celebrated their victory in their own way. Field did not arrange any special activities, but took everyone to sweep the graves of the victims. All the beer and olive wine were opened, and sheep and pigs were slaughtered to reward the army. This was the best reward. Newt, this is a rare banquet. Don't be so serious and stern. Let's move. Iron Hammer twisted his waist like a bucket and sang an unpleasant folk song from the northern mountains. His fierce face looked particularly funny at the moment. We, the guards, have benefited from you, but next time we will stand in front of you. Why are you being polite? Newt raised the wooden wine glass on the table, tapped it on the table, and said in a deep voice, "We are a family. Don't forget that I used to be your guard." All officers at all levels of the First Army of Night were selected from the guards, and their loyalty was greatly guaranteed. This tradition has been passed down. If Field wants to promote a soldier, he will definitely transfer him to the guards for inspection. The two said together, "Die for the Baron, die for the Night Lord." Tun 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 huh. So exciting, this barley beer, my God, how can there be such a wonderful thing in this world? Wiped the foam from the corner of his mouth, Taichi laughed, grabbed a whole piece of black pork from the plate, and stuffed it directly into his mouth. The mouthful of meaty taste filled the whole mouth, without any bitter salty taste, making him almost cry with happiness. Newt's eating appearance was much more beautiful, but his mouth was also shiny after chewing. I never thought that pork would be so delicious, without the smell of pigs and not bitter. Meow, this is my paradise. Field knew that pork was unpalatable only because it was not castrated, and the pigs raised by the Night Lord, except for those used for breeding, were all eunuchs. Sprinkle with fine salt that ordinary people can't touch. For Taichi, it is already a top delicacy. Yes, I couldn't agree more. When I first came here, I thought it was hell and thought about escaping or committing suicide. Now I think I was too negative. Newt put down his glass and whispered, "I want to ask the adults to bring my family to Night territory. They are serfs in Wind territory. Aren't you afraid of dying in the mouth of a rotten corpse?" "Huh, I'd rather live in heaven for 2 days and then be bitten to death than die in the dark hell." Newt said meaningfully, "Anyway, I'm ready to die here at any time. It's worth it. At least the Lord will pull out the weeds on my tombstone. Is the money enough to redeem your family? If not, ask me to borrow." Iron Hammer patted his chest and sewed the coins into his clothes. "Enough. I asked the Lord to overdraw 3 months' salary. I just need to redeem my wife, daughter, and mother. The only thing I worry about is, oh, forget it, let's not talk about this today. What are you worried about?" Iron Hammer was confused and wanted to ask more questions, but he saw Field coming and immediately pulled Newt excitedly. "Hurry, let's go to pay our respects to the Lord." Field wore a decent black noble robe without any messy decoration and attended the military celebration. "My Lord, Iron Hammer pays his highest respects to you." "And wins." "My Lord, Newt pays his highest respects to you and wins." The two immediately stepped forward, put their hands on their chests, and were very excited. "Win, warriors." Field smiled and returned the courtesy. The soldiers and captains at all levels around him cast respectful or admiring glances and kept paying tribute. In almost every battle, Field stood with them and fought side by side and even took the initiative to cover the soldiers. For everyone, this was already incredible. It would never happen outside. Without any rehearsal, Field knew that they were sincere, and the eager salute came from the heart. "Baron, where should we attack next?" "Why don't our guards attack? I can't stand it anymore." Taichi scratched his head. "Please transfer me to the First Army. The brothers of the First Army have also been repaired and can be put into new battles at any time." The usually taciturn mountain cat couldn't help but volunteer. "I will make specific arrangements tomorrow. The first task is that I need you to occupy the surrounding resource points and protect the slaves to build a small fortress. The second task is to help me find ore." "Yes, sir, we are willing to sacrifice our lives." After celebrating with the soldiers, it was getting dark. After leaving the barracks, Field made a routine inspection of Fenki town. After returning to the castle, Field slapped his thigh and suddenly asked the maid beside him, "Did you throw away the pig pancreas or lard?" "No." The maid sisters responded immediately, "We have always obeyed your orders. Territory resources are scarce, and every resource will be used to the fullest. The lard is stored, and the pig offal will be used to feed the giant wolves and spiders. The pig offal just obtained last night has not been delivered to the ranch in time. That's good. Hearing that the lard was still there, Field breathed a sigh of relief. My lord, lard is unhealthy, not suitable for your status, just give it to the people and slaves. There are still a lot of radish seed oil and olive oil in the castle, which can be used for a long time. Scissors considered the tone. She actually wanted to say humble things. After all, nobles in this era generally would not touch even a little black pig. Scissors spared no effort to maintain the dignity of the nobility. She would never allow her master to lose face in front of other lords. I don't want to eat it. There are other important uses. Waving his hands, Field did not think lard was bad. At least lard was fragrant when cooking. Of course, lard or pig pancreas has a very useful use, which is to make soap. Scissors was confused. If lard is not used for eating, what else can it be used for? Lubrication. That counts as one anyway. You notify the kitchen and the ranch and carefully store the animal fats collected in the future. After giving the order, Field asked, You usually use soapberry to clean clothes, right? Yes, sir, this thing is very scarce now. Only a little is left in the castle. No one sells it in the market of Fenki town, and many housewives pray that the caravan can bring them some. When Field went out, the slaves or soldiers accompanying the army would bring some daily necessities for the people of night. This is no secret. As long as they don't affect the march and accept the inspection, Field won't blame them. It seems that soap will help them a lot. Soap, Scissors pronounced this unfamiliar word unfamiliarly. Yes, a thing that can be used for washing clothes or bathing better than soapberry, can deeply clean dirt and can also bring fragrance. Field snapped his fingers happily. Since this thing is scarce, it can be used. Before, I was busy improving my strength and actually forgot about this treasure. Is there really such a magical thing? Scissors covered his mouth in surprise. Then the housewives of Fenki town will love you to death. If they love me to death, I don't need it, I can't bear it. Field wiped the cold sweat and went to the old ladies in Yemuling, each of whom could run a horse on their shoulders. It just so happens that Wagwan's statistics are almost done. It's time for him to go to the industrial zone to hone his skills. Let him be in charge of this soap project. Wagwan is one of the first batch of people who came to Yemuling, and his loyalty is highly guaranteed. Early the next morning, Field brought the clay pot and 10 newly recruited workers to the newly opened area of the industrial zone. Unlike the lumberyard or brickyard, the wolf flag was hung here, and 4 soldiers took turns on duty. This technology needs to be kept secret. Absolutely confidential. Soap is easy to make, so it is easy to be cracked and leaked. Field glanced at the faces of everyone present and said in a low voice, I have paid enough, don't let me down. From now on, none of you are allowed to get drunk or gamble. Clay Pot, you will be the supervisor here temporarily and be responsible for supervision. Yes, sir. Everyone was sweating profusely, like quails. When Field selected workers, he also specifically selected honest people and those with good living style. Except for not leaking secrets, don't worry about anything else. Come here, I will teach you how to do it. Pour water into the ash, as long as it can cover the ash. Making soap only requires 2 things, oil and alkali. Would be much more convenient to have limestone, but Field has been searching for this most common material since he came to Night Territory, but he still hasn't found it, so the cement plan has stalled. You know, limestone is one of the most widely distributed minerals, and it would be a shame if you can't find it. After mixing, filter it. Pour the ash water into the bucket wrapped in linen, and Field introduced. This is low-concentration alkaline water, but it is far from the production requirements, and it needs to be heated to evaporate the water. Finally, pour the heated grease and alkaline water into this large vat and stir, cool and cut it. And it's done. After Field finished speaking, he asked, Isn't it simple? Everyone nodding. Yes, sir, but it's hard for ordinary people to connect the two together. The clay pot responded. In fact, Field also learned it from reading novels in his previous life. At first, he wondered why the guy in the book was thinking about making soap all the time. In fact, it's because it's simple. The ash from burning straw and pig offal, 2 worthless things, can make a huge profit. That's right, so keep it a secret. Field snapped his fingers happily. Don't worry about failure. Failure is inevitable at the beginning. Report to me after the finished product is made, and I will give you coins as a reward. It's our honor to serve you, sir. Everyone saluted immediately. For the next thing, Field just needs to wait patiently. Leaving the industrial area, Field came to the slave shed. Because of the slave rebellion before, the slave shed has set up a watchtower which looks like a prison. Slave fights are almost extinct now. Sister, Hai-Yu looked up timidly and glanced at his sister, who had her hands on her hips. I'm going to take care of the garden for the Baron. No wonder you suddenly got such a good job. You actually went to trade with the nobles behind my back. Hai-Yu wanted to cry. She worked hard these 2 days. The castle maid promised her that as long as she cleaned the garden, she would give her delicious white bread. She was also thinking about sharing it with her sister. Unexpectedly, her sister found out about her work. Bai-Yu gritted his teeth and said, "Do you know that this will kill you? What did he do to you? Take off your clothes, I want to check." Hai-Yu was stunned and subconsciously covered his tattered clothes. I really didn't do anything. The Baron is a good man. Hai-Yu didn't understand that his sister would react so strongly when he just reported the rebellion to the Lord. What do you know? It's all an illusion, idiot. Bai-Yu threw his sister to the ground, then punched her in the face. Our parents were killed by the nobles. I didn't dare to tell you, but you, idiot, dared to expose it to the nobles. After being punched twice by his sister, Hai-Yu felt dizzy. Enough, what are you doing? Just when Bai-Yu was about to throw a punch, he suddenly felt his raised arm being grabbed by someone. Turning his head, he saw Field frowning and looking angry. Why are you bullying me? I have issued an order not to allow fighting. After saying this, Bai-Yu's mind immediately became clear, and then a sense of fear filled his body and mind. Baron, we will teach her a lesson. Please don't dirty your hands. The guards came immediately and were all shocked. Although the adults usually look gentle and kind, they have also seen how Field kills, and he is merciless, and he even stabs dogs a few times. No, sir, she is my sister. You're just joking. Dizzy Hai-Yu held his head and sat up and saw his sister being picked up by the guards like a chicken. If a slave beats another slave, he will be punished with 5 lashes and her sister will be dead. She doesn't want her sister to play in the resurrection match because she will definitely lose. Stop. Raising his right hand and making a fist, Field signaled the soldiers to stop. Field looked back and forth at the 2 girls. Except for the swollen face, they are exactly the same. The guard beside him, Tai-Chui, scratched his head and came over to remind him. I know they are easy to identify, the sisters. There are only twins in the night territory. Of course, excluding the 2 twin sheep in the animal pen. He had already seen that they were sisters, but her sister beat people too hard and showed no mercy. Please, sir, please let my sister go, we are just playing. Hai-Yu pulled Field's trouser leg and said timidly. The little girl was dirty, but Field didn't dislike her. He squatted down to look at the bruises on her face, took out a handkerchief to wipe the blood from the corner of her mouth, and took out a bottle of medicine from his pocket and put them in the little girl's hand. This action almost made Hai-Yu cry. What is the reason? You can tell me later. I won't eat you. Turning his head to look at the frightened Bai-Yu, Field thought about it, exhaled a breath of turbid air, and chuckled. Put her down. It's difficult for a judge to judge family affairs. Since Miss Hai-Yu said so, I believe the 2 sisters can handle it well. If they really deal with it seriously, these 2 girls together are not enough for the guards to beat. In addition, there is no need for him to be a villain and let the 2 sisters turn against each other. I'm here to inform you 2 sisters that you will come to class together from now on. Field stood up and patted the 2 girls on the head. Let's go. I just need to take the students to learn how to hunt corpses. The little girl risked her life to report the rebellion, and Field had a good impression of her. At the beginning, he was busy quelling the civil strife and only asked his sister to come to class. Now that I think about it, such a decision will split the relationship between the 2 sisters. Let's talk about your work when you come back. Before you leave, find my maids and give them a bath. Iron Hammer, call all the looting cavalry to wait for me at the east gate of the manor. By the way, call Alexia, the daughter of Tate. If you can't find her, go to the winery to find Cow. Let's go to the night territory for a field survey. And let the students practice with corpses. After quickly issuing a series of orders, Field called Tisifa to the stable. It was Bai-Yu's turn to feel dizzy now. Could it be that the mighty knight in front of her was the Baron of Night that she had always feared? Shouldn't the Baron of Night be an ugly, perverted drunkard? What happened to him that he beat his sister like this? Bai-Yu looked at his hands in disbelief. Sister, let's go. Hai-Yu reminded in a low voice, holding his sister's hand without any grudge. On the other side, Field led the horse from the stable and turned his head to see two people, a man and a woman, walking over hesitantly with flattering smiles on their faces, just like two assassins. "Stop!" The guard immediately held the halberd, and the sharp tip of the blade swayed slightly. As long as the other party made any offensive move, they would attack immediately. The two were frightened by this posture and fell to the ground like gourds, stammering and unable to speak. "Don't be afraid. As long as you don't take out your knives, my guards won't hurt you." Seeing their cowardly look, Field didn't laugh at them but asked calmly and steadily, "I have seen the two of you, the latest batch of slaves who have returned to freedom. Do you have anything to report to this lord?" The two men then stood up humbly, without brushing off the dust on their bodies, and bent over to try. He asked tentatively, Sir, can we perform a comedy show in the town?" In this world, comedy shows are entertainment activities where people dressed as clowns perform some acrobatics and say some witty remarks. "Why not?" Field raised his eyebrows. "All the open space in Fengki town can be used. But don't use horns or gongs and drums. It will disturb the people if it's too loud." The couple was overjoyed to hear the Lord's permission. The man immediately praised, "Thank you for your kindness. Oh my God, I will definitely be called a fool and kicked into the cesspool." The woman immediately winked and responded, "That will only dirty your shoes." "Ha ha." The guards laughed. "I haven't seen the show yet. It is said that there will be clown performances or dogs jumping through a ring of fire." The guards exchanged a few words in a low voice. "Good guy, has the show started?" Field laughed. "I won't call you stupid for this. People should not be ashamed of pursuing a good life and relaxing for entertainment." "Thank you, sir." The two left with many thanks. Tisifa chose her words carefully and said, "Sir, do you really think so?" "What do you think?" Field didn't understand why, so she mounted her warhorse, stroked its mane, and checked the package beside her. "It's just, how should I put it? You allow the people to indulge in entertainment. This is incredible. Normally, it's best for the people to focus on labor. Entertainment and indulgence are two different things. Entertainment is a must. Even have a headache for the scarce entertainment methods in the territory." After thinking about it for a long time, Field understood Tisifa's troubles. The doctrine of the Holy Light Church classifies entertainment as a sin. Although she is no longer a member of the church, she still follows that set of rules in her bones. She was asking about her own affairs in a roundabout way. "Don't always think about it. The goddess of holy light entrusted you to me. Now I have the final say. No one else can do anything." "Yeah." Tisifa nodded sweetly. When Field arrived at the east gate of the manor, the team members were already ready. Barren. Alexia rode a petite morning breeze warm-blood horse with wormwood behind her. She waved her hands excitedly. "Is today the day I am crowned as a female knight?" "Of course not, at least not today." Field was happy. This girl was probably the most courageous child in the territory and the only one who dared to argue with him. After all, she was Tate's daughter. The girl looked sad. "It's a pity that you missed the best female knight in the territory. There will be opportunities in the future. Today, I will take you on an outing." Field glanced at the 11 children in front of him. After layers of screening and joining, except for Black and White Feather, everyone else has mastered a lot of knowledge and military skills. In this era, these children have the potential to apply for officials, caravan leaders, or manage a small camp. What they lack now is only experience. However, Field does not want the officials he trained to leave the territory and become flowers in a greenhouse, seeking comfort. Most of the boys and girls in front of him were terribly afraid of the world in the gray fog, and their shaking legs showed it. One day they said, "The Lord and the soldiers only need to go to the battlefield, but we, the officials in the rear, have more to consider." I would be so angry that I would die. There were also 30 guards, including Iron Hammer and the Wolf-like cavalry. The army led the way and everyone moved eastward. Since the strangulation of the corpse lord of Starry Night City, the corpses in Night territory have become weaker and weaker. Coupled with the back-and-forth slaughter of Ashina and the corrupt Violet, the number of corpses in Night territory has dropped sharply. Field explained the basic situation of Night territory to them along the way. "Tisifa, be careful of our northwest. There are a large group of rotten corpses coming." Looking at the small map, Field immediately gave orders to Tisifa and at the same time commanded the guards. "Guards use a circular formation for defense, and the naughty kids don't make any noise." "Yes, sir." Tisifa knew that his perception was not strong, so he had no doubts. "Cavalry, follow me and occupy the high ground." Field waved his hand and led the cavalry to quickly jump onto the earth slope on the side to support the infantry square. "Hey, you two are new here." Alexia jumped off the horse, looked back and forth for a moment, looked at the new twin girls, and took the initiative to reach out and hold their hands. "I'm here, don't be afraid." "Yeah." Yu nodded obediently. As the elder sister, Yu was still a little confused and looked at Alexia timidly with a gorgeous and pure white dress. "Are we going to fight the zombies?" Yu was almost scared to death. She had lived a safe life for many days and almost forgot that there were monsters all around her. I can't beat them." "No, don't do anything and don't shout. Leave the battle to the soldiers. The more you shout, the more excited the zombies will be. The more excited they are, the easier it is for you to get pregnant. No, the easier it is for you to be attacked." "They are coming." Alexia was not panicked at all and was even very excited. Roar, roar, roar. The zombies rushed out of a chaotic gray fog, as if they were teleported out of thin air, and let out a terrifying roar, rushing straight towards the circle where the guards were. Squeak before they even met the enemy. Smoke began to come out of the zombies, as if they were on fire. Holy light emitted by Tisifa is hundreds of times more effective than the fog lights. The zombies who step into it will slowly be hurt. With a flap of the wings, countless sharp holy feathers shot out like locusts. In an instant, screams continued in the wilderness. The corpses without armor protection had no way to defend against Tisifa's long-range means. Large number of corpses were shot to death by feathers. Some corpses that were lucky enough not to be shot were even more unlucky. The holy light feathers began to burn on their arms or shoulders, directly igniting the corpses into a fireball. Almost every meter the corpses advanced was filled with the corpses of their companions. The corpse group that was originally like a tide soon became sparse. "Now, cavalry, follow me to attack the flank of the corpses." Field raised his lance, squeezed his horse's belly, and launched a direct attack. The high ground was just right for the cavalry to charge all the way. Protect the adults. Seeing Field driving his horse to charge, the surrounding wolf cavalry immediately sped up, as if wearing armor, and cavalry approached from front, back, left, and right, keeping a distance that could keep an eye on each other. In a serious war, cavalry charges are not blindly charged, often with light cavalry or night escorts leading the way. Be careful of debris that may trip up the horses. Sharply seeing an overturned, rotten wooden cabinet on one side of the road. Light cavalry immediately rushed out, pulled out a rope from the left side of the saddle, threw it out, and accurately tied the wooden cabinet. He pulled hard and overturned the cabinet that was blocking the way. Swoosh! Then, the cavalrymen in the front took advantage of the gap and shot 2 waves of arrows, and immediately 7 or 8 fierce corpses fell down. Good guy, Ashina is good at training cavalry. Field couldn't help but marvel at the cooperation between these light cavalrymen. The strength of a single cavalryman is comparable to that of a green forest ranger. Without time to think about it, the cavalrymen rushed straight into the flank of the corpses without any obstacles. At this time, the corpses were still paying attention to the infantry phalanx in the distance and didn't notice the enemy coming to the right. Bang! Several blind corpses were directly knocked away by the horses, and the lances in their hands pierced 3 or 4 corpses like a string of candied haws. If it was an army composed of serfs, it would have collapsed at this moment. "My lord, be careful." 2 cavalrymen beside him, one holding a long sword and the other attacking with a long spear. Every time they attack, a corpse will fall. The cavalrymen cut through the corpses like waves, quickly cutting through the corpses and splitting them into 2 parts as easy as drinking water. The corpses behind wanted to chase the cavalry and messed up the corpse team. Lord Baron, is he okay?" Yu looked through the gap in the wall of people and was worried. "It's nothing." Alexia was so proud, as if she had led the army to launch an attack, and said with a surge of emotion, "No matter how many corpses there are, it's no problem. In fact, the great manor territory has suffered countless attacks, but my lord protected you very well, and you didn't even feel it." "Is that so?" Yu had a face full of admiration, while Bayu's face flushed with guilt. The cavalry quickly dispersed the zombies, and Tisifa simply collected the tail, and even before the zombies reached the infantry phalanx, they wiped out all the rotten zombies. "My lord, look at me, I want to chop one and try." Alexia kept jumping around. She took out the small dagger she carried with her and waved it in the air. "If you just watch, you can't grasp the essence. I am the captain of the Knights leading expedition team." "Oh, you're quite courageous, but it's not like bragging." Field was amused. That's right, I'll be an adult in a year or so, and I want to be a female knight. Alexia proudly puffed out her chest, and she didn't look like she was about to become an adult. She put her hands on her hips, so I have to practice now. You are energetic when you are young. Field suddenly realized that he had just become an adult. Perhaps because of teaching them, there is always an illusion that he is an old man. Put away your nail clippers, this thing can only tickle the rotten corpse. Handing over a crossbow, Field gave it to Alexia. Use this, it's powerful. My lord, I want to chop people, not shoot arrows. The girl pushed with both hands and refused bluntly. Field looked up and down in surprise and gestured his height and said, but it's a bit difficult for you with your physique. I have teammates to help, right, Wormwood? Turning her head to look at her best friend, Alexia's sky-blue eyes were full of hope. Dear Wormwood, help hold the corpse. Ha, man. Wormwood silently took 2 steps back and awkwardly quoted from the classics, it's unwise to use the crossbow, I won't help people who have lost their minds. Then, Lumi. Alexia looked at the cat girl Lumi. Meow, 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 I don't understand. Lumi looked at her feet with an expression that she didn't know what she was talking about. Wow. This earth is really too big, a bunch of traitors. Alexia covered her face helplessly. Bestie friendship is really plastic. Field was amused by them. Forget it, I'll help you. Field blew a whistle lightly, and the 2 remaining corpses in the distance immediately turned their heads and rushed over with bared teeth. With a sharp movement of his sword, Field chopped off the head of a corpse and kicked the abdomen of another corpse. The power of a second-level fighting knight can kick a corpse into paralysis even without fighting. Crack! The corpse half knelt on the ground, with a sound of bones cracking. Stepping forward, Field chopped off the palm of the corpse and smashed his teeth. Okay, I'll leave it to you next. Ah, this is not challenging. Alexia complained bitterly. Try it first, then talk big. Field didn't want any accidents. Handing the long sword to Alexia, she immediately made a sword flower in a chic manner. I have been training hard. A little corpse is no problem. The courses in the territory not only include literacy, but also learning combat skills from the army. After saying that, she held the sword tightly with both hands, and her throat, which kept swallowing, showed that she was not calm at the moment. Go to hell. Alexia held the sword horizontally, like holding a lance, and rushed forward fiercely with her own strength. She had the blood of the Griffin Empire in her bones, and she was brave and fierce. She felt an inexplicable excitement in her heart. However, the corpse was not a scarecrow in the training ground. Alexia's sword stabbed away and hit the corpse's chest firmly. Looking up, the little girl saw the corpse's pale eyes, the terrifying face with rotten meat, and the dirty blood flowing from the empty mouth. This scene almost scared Alexia to pee, and the cold rushed to her head. Bang! The corpse waved its arms wildly and hit Alexia on the head with an elbow. It hurt so much. The little girl was so shocked that her tears came out. She covered the swelling on her head with her left hand and cried out in surprise. Fortunately, Field cut off his palm, otherwise the blow would be a laceration caused by the claws. If no one treated him, he would die. SHH, the corpse paddled like a dog, and its elbow pressed on Alexia's white long skirt. The girl was in a hurry to pull away, and the skirt was torn apart in an instant, revealing her snow-white calves. Field was stunned. Why is this development not right? It always feels like the defeat animation is about to load. Fortunately, Alexia successfully pulled away, panting and raising her long sword, slashing at the corpse that was rushing towards her. The girl and the corpse fought back and forth. During this period, Field and Tisifa wanted to take action several times, but finally held back. Puff. The girl, who was gradually getting familiar with the corpse's routine, dodged the attack and stabbed the corpse's back of the head with the long sword in her hand, and then pierced through its eye socket. The corpse twitched twice, and disgusting sticky blood gushed out of the wound, and then it stopped moving. Huffed the girl like a mud monkey, breathed like a bellows, and after a long time she happily made a victory gesture. I did it. Well done, I believe you will be the pride of the Night Territory. Field, he did not hesitate to praise her. Now, clean yourself up and don't eat the rotten secretions. Yes. After Alexia changed her clothes and washed her face and hands, they set off again. It took more than a whole time to reach the only iron mine cave in the Night Territory. This place was where Rosaria hid the key. Because it was a distance away from the manor, Field had no power to occupy it before, leaving an important resource point abandoned until now. We need iron more and more now, whether it is for military equipment or production. Field's head went bald when he thought of the sky-high equipment outside. The fighting spirit slowly spread out, and Field could feel that there was high-quality iron ore all around. As long as he started collecting, it would greatly accelerate the industrialization process of the Night Territory. This place is too far from the territory. It will take at least 2 months to extend the territory to here. As soon as the voice fell, the conversation startled the rotten corpses in the mine, and they roared and rushed over. Rest in peace. With both wings slashing out, Isifa's sharp feathers shot out at high speed and pierced into the corpse that rushed over. The holy light power contained in the feathers exploded, directly igniting the corpse into a white fireball. Well done. Field gave a thumbs up to Tisifa and then jumped onto the high slope on the side. We don't have so much time to follow the routine. We can directly build a dual-purpose outpost for mining and reconnaissance here. According to the experience of the salt mine, the mined ore will be piled here, and then the team will be sent to pick it up regularly. That will be very dangerous. When the people in the salt mine encounter a tide of corpses, they can hide in the mountains or caves, but the terrain here is flat, and the mine needs people to manage it. Tisifa was very worried. She flew back to Field. As long as the corpses find your mining team, they will be eaten immediately. But if you have to station a large number of troops like the salt mine, what about Starry Night City and the big manor? The stall was getting bigger and bigger, and the defensive force began to be stretched. That's right. We can only circle the resource points and transport slaves here to build a wooden fortress. Once it's built, we'll send the chosen ones to station there. This is the hop farm, of course. It used to be. Going north from the iron mine, you will find the former hop farm in Night Territory. Only by using hops to brew beer can you make the best beer. The beer in Night Territory is as famous as wine. Field looked at the tentacles all over the ground and the rotten corpses tied by rotten plants, and shook his head in disappointment. The climate and environment in Night Territory are very suitable for brewing. When we can be self-sufficient in food, we will find a way to restore the brewing industry. Wine is a huge profit among huge profits. If it weren't for the fear of starving people to death, Field would have wanted to start investing immediately. There are only mutant rats in the warehouse, and there is nothing useful to find. Tisifa used his wings to chisel open the rotten warehouse door, covered his nose, and walked in for a while. As expected. "Sir, are we going to build a wooden fortress here?" the hammer on the side asked. "No, I just need valuable resource points, and even the passes are not necessary for the time being." The 3 passes of the Night Territory blocked the passages of the 3 territories respectively. Field had been envious for a long time, but the current territory could not afford the resources and troops required. "Oh, help!" In the depths of the gray fog, a shrill and miserable howl suddenly came, followed by shouts and exclamations. "Are there living people or traps?" Tisifa looked at Field, waiting for orders. Field scanned the small map for a while and finally saw the mark of living people among the dense red skull marks. There were not many, and they were decreasing rapidly. No wonder he hadn't found it before. "Let's go and see." Everyone ran in the direction of the sound. I saw a convoy consisting of 3 carriages, tightly entangled by the tentacles on the ground. A large number of rotten corpses emerged from the surrounding woods, and the people who madly attacked the convoy. Surprisingly, everyone in the convoy was wearing a strange white robe. They looked like wizards, but the turtles embroidered on their clothes made them look particularly funny. It turned out that they were not wizards. Faced with the corpses that were attacking them, most people panicked and got into the carriage, allowing the disgusting rotten secretions to smear them into a disfigured state. Among them, there was a guy who looked very stupid. He didn't find the bottom of the carriage to drill, but he just lay down and pretended to be dead. He was stepped on several times by the chaotic crowd. His face was twisted and painful, but he didn't dare to scream. Only 5 guys wearing mercenary uniforms were fighting the corpses. "Meow, I'm done. This is a job to die." The mercenary cursed, pushed the corpse away with a machete, turned around and ran. He didn't run 2 steps before he was knocked down by the corpse on the side. The corpse opened its mouth without cheeks and bit off half of the mercenary's neck. Blood was like a fountain. "Save them, free labor is delivered to your door." Seeing the rare living people, Field's eyes lit up. The guards immediately marched in neat rows, and the long spears that kept stabbing out easily killed the chaotic corpses one by one, helping the people in the caravan to get out of trouble. "Respected knight, praise your bravery. We are scholars of the Tudor school, that is, the school of the natural turtle. I am their guide, Old George. A disheveled old man climbed up from the muddy and filthy ground, looked at the wolf-like guards in front of him in surprise, and then greeted Field awkwardly. Tuster School. Field had never heard of it and stopped the old man's pattern. The turtle painted on your body, is it your symbol? My lord, this is the natural turtle, our medium for exploring the mysteries of nature. Old George felt very awkward. Although it was true that the turtle was painted, the tone sounded a bit like scolding. Old George wiped the mud off his face, threw it on the ground, and respectfully took out a copper turtle and made a gesture of invitation. My lord, this is our medium, you can hear its call to the living. Take it away, don't be rude to my lord. Take your turtle back. The guards stopped him immediately. Field signaled the guards to withdraw, took the copper turtle and played with it for a while. It was not a magic prop, and he lost interest in it instantly. Come to think of it, if it is really as mysterious as they say, it will not be killed by ordinary corpses. With the development of the times, in the past 10 years, such small sects have often appeared in the empire, many of which are crazy people who pursue extreme human liberation or art. For example, there is a god-chosen person nicknamed Beheading Painter in Yinshui province. He is a complete madman who likes to chop off other people's heads to paint, and he has not been arrested until now. This trend has a sense of renaissance, but it doesn't look like it. Why did you come to Night Territory? He returned the bronze turtle. Field asked curiously, did the turtle tell you? It was the Queen's order. Field was embarrassed. Sorry. To explore the mysteries of nature and find ways to solve corruption. The old scholar muttered, then raised his hand and said solemnly, the Queen's mission is to ask us to find the source of corruption and eradicate it. 6. Field exclaimed, Her Majesty is really wild. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that the Queen is asking them to die, right? It's called a mission, but it's actually exile. My lord, you're really my savior. The young man who had been stepped on several times before climbed up and cried. These bastards are villains and cultists. I was kidnapped into their school. They wasted my knowledge in vain. Wait a minute, sir. Field stopped him from speaking and signaled the guards to take the young man away first and detain him separately. Gentlemen, have you ever said or proposed any theories before? He turned around and continued to ask the people of the Turtle School. Of course, this is the result of our research. Old George proudly took out a roll of parchment from his arms and handed it to Field. Our research proves that the Queen and the turtle, and the earth turtle, have a certain degree of similarity. Of course, the most similar is the gorilla. Perhaps one of your Majesty's relatives loves a gorilla. Hiss, she didn't skin you alive, that's just your luck. Field was in awe and took a breath. Although these words may contain scientific ideas, this is the first time I have seen such a brave guy. Since you are scholars, you can read and write, right? Of course, but what we are best at is communicating with the natural turtle. Very good. Turning his head, Field ordered, Iron Hammer, invite these gentlemen to the dark prison of Silver Claw, torture them severely and reform their minds, and bring them to me when Silver Claw thinks they can be released. It happens that nightmares need soap. Send it to them and pick it up for fun. Old George was confused. Now count and receive my spoils. Yes, sir. Everyone immediately lifted the overturned carriage and packed the supplies. Old George wanted to cry but had no tears. He thought he had run into a knight, but it turned out to be a robber. Tisifa seemed to have sensed something and pointed to the iron box in the carriage. There are things with holy light attributes here. The guard opened the iron box and found a round, translucent gem in it, the color of which was like amber. This is a newly discovered ore, very rare. Just like there are always detoxifying herbs near poisonous snakes. This unique stone contains the power of holy light. It was found in the Night Territory, but only one piece was found, near the lake in the west. Tisifa shook the stone in her hand. That's right, but it's not the power of holy light, but ordinary holy light power, similar to the holy light magic released by priests. But unlike the holy light gem, there seems to be liquid inside. Maybe it can be drunk. Interesting. I didn't expect these psychopaths to be so good. We'll name it Turtle Stone. That's enough. It's better to call it entanglement. Field was speechless, weighing the gem in his hand. Since it's a product of my territory, of course I'll name it and call it Star Color Stone. Old George looked reluctant, but after coming into contact with Field's oppressive gaze, he said angrily, I have no objection. The crowd searched the carriage carefully. There was nothing to talk about in the carriage for daily necessities. The other carriage was full of flour and dried fruits, which slightly supplemented the food inventory of the territory. The things in the last carriage, various plant seeds in glass bottles made Field's eyes light up. The most unique one was a magical plant in a crystal ball, which was also the only magical plant in the caravan. It looked like a bush, with beautiful purple lines on its snow-white branches and leaves. "What is this?" Field picked it up carefully. "This is a plant from the Far East, a tea tree, and a unique magical plant. Those white turbane pagans call them thunder-patterned snow tea trees, and we call them turtle tea trees. Enough, let's call them thunder-patterned tea trees." Field wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. He had already mastered the naming rules of this bunch of lunatics. It seems that they are of some value and are proficient in botany. Field found their shining point. "Now they belong to me, and you have also been recruited by me. There are many plants and animals in the gray fog for you to study. As for the Queen's mission, I don't think it's urgent." "Does that mean we don't have to go to jail?" Old George rubbed his hands and looked flattering. Field's face was dark. "Of course we have to go in. You're my captives now. At least we have to interrogate them carefully, otherwise what if there are spies who sneak in?" After the inventory was completed, he obtained 5 scholars from the Turtle School, one of whom seemed to have been kidnapped, and 2 mercenaries who were bold enough to escape the killing of corpses. "The team has become bloated again, so let's end this outing here. I can't spare the energy to protect students and scholars. There's no rush to search the remaining villages and passes." Field rode on the horse and pointed in the direction of the big manor. "Let's go home." Everyone set out on the way home. In the night, Allison was staring at Charlotte in surprise, with an incredible look on her face. "Miss Allison, why do you look like this?" "Is there something on my face?" Charlotte touched her face. I guess I made a mistake. Sorry." Allison rubbed her brows and then sighed. "I didn't expect to meet a fellow countryman here. Were you also captured?" "No." Charlotte raised the corner of her mouth proudly and gestured a big circle. "Night territory is now my territory. All the crops here are my credit, including the bread you are eating now." This made Allison sigh, and she sat down in a chair in frustration, staring at the bread and no longer speaking. She didn't miss the former lord, but as her own fiefdom Fulan City, she couldn't forget it. It was where she had stayed since she was a child, and there were countless shining points in her memory. "What's wrong? You look so sad." Charlotte leaned down to see Allison's expression. But she could only see Allison's deep rabbit hole. "Wow, it's so big. Although it's not as big as Miss Tisifa's, it's almost the same." Allison was speechless. Her thoughts and feelings that she had finally expressed were interrupted. She rolled her eyes in boredom. "Nothing. I don't want to think about anything. I don't want to do anything. I don't even have the desire to leave here, just decay in the night." After saying that, Allison stuffed the bread into her mouth, propped her chin with her hand, and began to daydream, looking like a fool. The 2 former Purple Gold Empire people met but had nothing to talk about. And the atmosphere fell into awkwardness again. Depression is contagious. And Charlotte also felt awkward, she thought to herself. Field is still interesting. This woman is so boring and depressed, but she, like me, has lost her home, so I can't blame her too much. Knock, knock, knock. The door was knocked. "Charlotte, are you free? Help me study magic plants." "Hey, my lord, you're back. Miss Allison, you have a good rest. I'm going to work." Charlotte was fully revived, ran out happily, and threw herself into Field's arms like a sloth, clinging to Field and not getting off. "What magic plants? Leave it to me." "Okay, I feel relieved with your words." Coming to the study, Field showed the thunder-patterned tea tree in the crystal ball. "Can you cultivate it?" "It is a real magic plant, and it is a very delicate variety." Carefully taking the crystal ball, Charlotte looked back and forth for a moment. "Although I have never planted tea trees, there's a lot of knowledge in the inheritance I received that can be used throughout. The only pity is that there is too little free magic energy in the air of the night territory." Charlotte changed the subject. "If you want to cultivate on a large scale, it will not be done in the short term. Magic plants need not only water and sun, but also magic elements. Magic energy. I remember that yonkao is also a magic plant. Why can yonkao be planted casually?" "Yonkao is the raw material for making happy beans." "Oh, I understand. The magic element that yonkao needs is gray fog." As soon as he asked the question, Field suddenly realized gray fog has always been a kind of energy. "Yes, anyway, we need an artificial magic environment to grow this kind of tea tree." "My lord, I need magic core support." "No problem." "Field, I have been using the power of holy light these days. I feel that the next curse is about to break out. My body and mind are getting heavier." When Charlotte left with the crystal ball to figure out how to grow magic plants, Tisifa changed into casual clothes and appeared in front of Field with a little hesitation and shyness. The soft long hair draped over her shoulders, the deep rabbit nest made people full of desire to explore, and the lace leg rings made her snow-white and tender clothes add a few charms and femininity. The little girl is getting bolder and bolder. It seems that the church's control over her mind has been weakening. These days, it's really thanks to you. My God's chosen far exceeds that of other barons. There are only 3 who can be put into battle. Next, we must let Rosaria rise to the 3rd level as soon as possible and cultivate Tisifa at the same time. The energy of the 1st level God's chosen is too little after all. Facing Field's slightly aggressive and burning gaze calmly, Tisifa still felt guilty, but more of the pride brought by the sense of conquest. Why are you saying this? Don't mention this to your sister in the future. Tisifa smiled lightly. I can't help with many things in the territory. If I can't even do a good job in the battle, then I have to repent. Although Tisifa and Offaly are both queens, their personalities are completely opposite. Tisifa is completely a gentle wife, while Offaly feels like a strong woman in the workplace. No wonder the 2 of them don't like each other. She walked to the door charmingly, locked the door but still felt uneasy, and propped it with a chair. That helped me resolve the curse, really. It's unbearable. As she said this, her snow-white and delicate long legs trembled slightly because of fear of the curse, just like she was holding back to go to the toilet. Sure enough, there is a second time. I still remember the first time I helped her deal with the curse. It was just like a spy movie, guessing her thoughts like crazy. Leave it to me. Field cleared his throat and resolutely accepted this difficult and tough task. Draw the curtains. Yes. Tisifa walked to the window, and just as she drew the curtains, she felt Field's hand gently pulling her long hair and pressing her against the wall. Well, because of the reaction force of the wall. Tisifa's heartstrings were pulled violently, like a roller coaster, and she lost control. Sweat stains immediately wet her clothes, and even the wall was rubbed with sweat stains. What a waste. I'm so stupid, put the clothes. Heh. Field laughed pervertedly like an elder of the Soul Hall. I don't care about these. I'll clean my study later, just in time for you to learn housework. Now I give you a lesson. Yes, sister will listen to whatever Lord Field said. Tisifa, who was in a high position, didn't care about other things. She was so light and carefree. Even if Field asked her to sing and rap now, she would probably agree. The 2 talked about the animal husbandry in the night territory and the wave force of the universe. In the end, Tisifa, who benefited a lot, was influenced by modern knowledge and felt a few pounds lighter. Field also benefited a lot and felt a few pounds heavier. Knowledge is like this, full of charm. After solving the curse, Tisifa, who was humble and obedient, hummed a little song to get water and clumsily cleaned the study according to the maid in his memory. Burp Field burped, and he thought to himself, people treat their chosen ones like ancestors. I eat her, drink her, and I have to order her to do chores like this. Is it too much? Forget it, I'm too lazy to think about it, she doesn't mind. At most, I will help her relieve the curse in the future as a reward, open a night novel and enjoy the rare leisure time. Opening the screen window made of straw, Tisifa looked out of the sky and murmured, My lord, it's going to rain, and it's going to be a heavy rain. You know all this. Field put down the book and looked out of the window, but he couldn't see anything. The night territory is always gloomy, even in the fog-free area of the big manor. Yes, because I often fly in the sky. I am very sensitive to the climate. Do you want to trust your sister for once? The usefulness of the chosen ones is not limited to skills and artifacts. They always have some strange abilities that they don't even know about. Of course, I have always believed in you, and so do others. Field pinched Tisifa's cheek lovingly. Notify the people in the territory to stop working, notify the army to train, and come back to avoid the rain. Yeah. Tisifa spread her wings and immediately went to notify. Field organized people and prepared more containers to collect rainwater. Clean water sources are very scarce, more must be reserved. Sure enough, only 1 hour after the labor force was withdrawn, a strong wind suddenly rose. The animals in the ranch of the large manor huddled together, listening to the wolf like hurricane in fear. The fruit tree seedlings that had just been planted in the orchard were also swaying in the wind. A drop of rain the size of a soybean fell, and then a heavy rain fell under the night. The whole manor seemed to be soaked in the rain. The slaves gathered around the fire, praying or thanking the Lord for his kindness. Most of the people who had little free time was sleeping or studying artificial people. It's so boring, Miss Scissors, is there anything to do? The servants gathered together and chatted randomly. In the era without electronic products, time always passed slowly. Have you heard about it? The weird legend of the large manor. The maid sisters suddenly smiled weirdly. Ah, the little maids around all cast questioning eyes at Scissors. Rumors about vampires and rumors about armor that can move in the castle. Scissors narrowed his eyes, slowly scanned the faces of each maid and said, "Let's talk about the rumors about vampires first. Do you remember the guys in Kato village? I know, the group of people who grow mushrooms. The mushroom soup we usually eat is grown by them." Yes, it's them. They said that when walking in the gray fog, you can always hear slight footsteps behind you. When you stop, the other person's footsteps will also stop. At first, you can only hear it in the gray fog, but later things got worse, and gradually the territory can also encounter this situation. And the camel horse they brought with them was directly sucked dry of all the blood in the body one night. Scissors' voice became lower and lower. If you walk in the territory and someone taps your shoulder from behind, don't look back. Why? Why? The dog-like maid was so scared that she tucked her tail between her legs and dared not breathe. With the violent storm outside, the atmosphere was extremely depressing. Because the vampire will bite your most beautiful neck directly, the Scissors suddenly pounced on her. Wow! The little maids around were scared and ran away. Ha ha ha, a bunch of cowards. As soon as Scissors finished laughing, he turned his head and saw a face with fangs and claws. Wow, the girl almost flew off with her pants. She fell to the ground and looked at Sparrow, who was laughing with her belly in her arms. After a long pause, she said angrily, "Miss Sparrow, you almost scared me to death." "Ha ha, it was the adults who asked us to find some wood blocks. It's much better. Just ask the chef to split the wood into small pieces." Sparrow stuck out his tongue, squatted down and apologized. "Okay, it's my fault. Who told you to scare those little servants?" Humph. The two of them played and brought the wood blocks that Field needed to the study. "My lord, what are you doing?" Tisifa looked at the pile of small wood blocks in front of him, very puzzled. "Mahjong?" After that, Field dipped his ink and wrote the word east on the small wooden block, then looked up and smiled. "The entertainment in the territory is too scarce. I plan to reproduce some board games such as Gwent, cards, or chess. In the closed and terrifying environment of the salt mine and iron mine outpost, without any means of mental relaxation, you will definitely go crazy. Go and call Charlotte and Allison. I will teach you how to play. By the way, you can also watch Scissors and Sparrows. These things will gradually be promoted in the territory, and perhaps you can play them in the tavern in the future." "Thank you, sir." The two maids were flattered. Heavy rain was still falling. On the other side, Dream City was located at the southernmost end of Rick Province. Going further south was the glorious province, the granary of the Empire. The old man actually survived. It's a nightmare. How did he survive? Sergi Ross, the eldest son of the Ross family, was looking at the letter in his hand in disbelief. His palms were covered with blue veins. Because he was too strong, the letter in his hand was almost crumpled into a ball. "Holo, the poison you gave me is useless. Do you know how much I added? It's as sticky as sesame paste, but no one was poisoned to death." On the contrary, the old man lived better. Sergi showed a ferocious expression, but soon calmed down, saying in a cold but calm tone, "I hope you can give me an explanation. It's really strange." The room was extremely dark. There were no servants or guards. Only a stuffed bear stood in front of Sergi. The stuffed bear walked back and forth in the room with a silly step. "I failed to poison Field before, and the blood soul of the family that was about to be obtained was broken. I felt very strange. Maybe the family has strange powers that we don't know about, but you and I don't know." The toy bear clapped his fists, making a cotton puffing sound. "It's a pity that my body is dead, otherwise it would be much simpler." "Forget it, it's a good thing that Adrian died. Holo, find a way to kill the rest of the people, but the most important thing is to find the truth." Holo sighed. "As the ancestor of the Ross family, the act of killing descendants makes me feel desperate. My curse has erupted 6 times, and time is getting tighter and tighter. It seems that I have to bear the pain and kill all the direct bloodlines of the family quickly and collect their souls that are in despair. In the entire family, only I have the qualifications and ability to lead the family and find out who cast the curse." Sergi sighed, squatted down, and said to the little bear doll, "Other people are too short-sighted. Of course I believe you. From the moment you came to the castle to find me, I knew that you were the only person in the family who was worthy of trust." Hearing this, Sergi was very satisfied. He drew out his sword and looked at the mirror in the dark and said, Since the old man went to the family's ancestral tomb, the nightmare began. Maybe we should go to the ancestral land. No, we need a leader. Find a way to let the second sister go. The only fifth-level god in the family is in her hands. If she doesn't go, who else can go? Sergi said coldly. By the way, who else was there when your doll detected the despair? The Shadow World sect and their killing god. The little bear doll looked cute but strangely did not tell the truth. They helped me a lot. I found a way to contact them and asked them to help me kill Field. He is the most useless guy. I will get him out first. He thought he would be fine if he hid in the north. After the rain stopped Starry Night City, Field put down the chess piece in his hand and stretched. Let's stop here today. You guys should rest early. Okay, I will definitely win next time. Charlotte was reluctant to leave and tore off the note on her face as punishment. I'm going to bed. Playing chess is not for me. Allison, who was almost mummy-like, was already very depressed, and now she was even more depressed. Heh, a bunch of noobs. Field was very proud. When he came to the big winery, Field asked the soldiers to bring the last person of the turtle school, who was the one who blasted him, our guy, Diego. I heard that you are the real scholar and the others are crazy. Field asked in a leisurely tone. Yes, sir. I just wanted to join the Scholars Association of the Empire. You know, this is not the era of academic examinations. I need to rely on relationships and connections. It just so happens that only this strange school is willing to accept me at this time. Diego seemed to recall the horrible past. They forced me to take a bath with a bunch of alligator turtles. Those damn alligator turtles took my. Hey, I hope the goddess of wisdom can forgive me. I'm useless. Ah, Field was shocked. No wonder old George and his apprentice looked crazy. It turned out that there were hidden attributes. It's a pity that even though I sacrificed so much, I didn't get the chance to show my own value. Diego was in tears. He waved his fist angrily, his brows twisted together. I want to duel with them, stuff their pig heads into the feces of the Sows. There will be a chance, but please don't hurt the Sows of the Night Territory. Field changed the subject. Tell me about your own value. I appreciate talents and don't care about bloodline. Maybe you can find your place in the Night Territory. Really, I have professional and systematic research on plants and minerals, and know, by the copper turtle in their hands. Hearing the word ore, Field's eyes lit up and he immediately gestured. Have you seen limestone? It is a kind of grayish-white stone, which looks very ordinary, and the soil near it is also white. Of course, we scholars call it pale stone, which is the most common alchemical material. I saw one on the way to Night Territory. Does your alchemist need that material? Field didn't have any expectations, but when Diego gave a positive answer, he couldn't believe his ears. Have you seen it? Take me there quickly. Pale stone usually appears near water veins, such as lakes and oceans. If you look carefully, there are a lot of them. Field suddenly realized, when I was in school, I only remembered its chemical properties and I didn't know where it was distributed. After all, it was not used in the exam. Diego didn't expect Field to react so strongly. In his opinion, this kind of alchemical material that is everywhere is not worth mentioning at all. After all, there are all kinds of alchemical materials, such as the foot-binding cloth of an old widow and the toenails of a giant. And a grayish-white stone has no style at all. Master, when you touch pale, that is, the limestone you mentioned, be careful of your hands. Limestone will cause your hands to peel. Hearing this, Field was more convinced that the person in front of him was not fooling him. You are right. Limestone is calcium hydroxide, which is corrosive to the skin. Quickly assembling a mining team, Field lit a torch and immediately led the team to find limestone. Although the rain had just stopped and the road was slippery, Field couldn't wait to find the raw materials for lime. Following the river that runs through Starry Night City, they walked downstream for more than 2 hours before they came to a plain shallow lowland. The only thing that caught people's attention was the traces of camping on the ground and the bodies of 2 mercenaries that had been gnawed into skeletons. I'm sure it's here. We chose to camp here. Diego took the shovel from the carriage and shoveled away the sticky rotten secretions on the ground, revealing the jagged blue-white stones. Yes, that's it. Field stamped his feet excitedly and laughed. Very good, Mr. Diego. I will reward you with a gold coin as a reward. In addition, you are hired as a scholar of the Night Lord, and you can choose a room on the 2nd floor of the winery as a bedroom. Ah, really? Diego was stunned. When he was in the Griffin province, he lived in poverty and had to work to earn money to get food. When he tried to join the Scholars Association, he took out his proudest research results, but was kicked out directly. Who would have thought that my research results didn't earn me a single copper coin, but in the northern province full of death, I could get a gold coin by picking up a piece of broken stone at random. Diego was confused and didn't know whether to cry or laugh. It just felt like a dream, and he was still very moved when he woke up. It just so happens that the limestone vein is very close to the territory, so there is no need to spend a lot of effort to occupy it. With a long sigh of relief, the big stone in Field's heart fell to the ground. With cement, the defense power of the territory will increase rapidly. Everyone collect limestone until the carriage is full. No accidents happened. After collecting limestone, everyone returned to the territory. Field immediately asked people to dig a pit, and at the same time arranged slaves to break the limestone into small pieces and throw them into the fire to roast. "Sir, is this the cement you want to make?" Tisifa approached Field with a curious look on his face and grabbed Field's arm. "I've heard you talk about it several times. Making cement requires a lot of conditions. You need to build a factory dedicated to firing cement and a complete industrial chain. Let me make slaked lime first. Slaked lime is also one of the materials for making cement. To produce cement, you need to mix limestone with clay and iron powder. Calcine at 1,400–1,500 degrees to form a clinker, then mix it with gypsum, and finally grind it into powder particles for use. Of course, iron powder, clay and the like are byproducts of other factories, so it's not too laborious." Although he didn't understand what Field was saying, Tisifa still listened patiently. "Field, you know a lot. You must know a lot." Field showed a disdainful expression and his eyes looked around unconsciously. "Well, stop torturing my rabbit." Tisifa understood immediately and turned away with a red face. I couldn't control my expression at that time. After teasing Tisifa, the limestone in the fire was almost burned. "Throw the burned stones into the water." Diego watched from the side. He was curious why the Baron burned these stones and then threw them into the water. Heating and then cooling, what's the meaning of this? Diego couldn't understand. Sizzle, as the bubbles rolled, the limestone melted into the water, the originally clear water became turbid, and the stone disappeared. "My lord, do you know alchemy?" Diego was surprised. "Where did the stone go? This is the first time I have seen alchemy magic up close. It's amazing." "You can also say it's alchemy, haha. This is slaked lime. Let the slaves continue to burn it and then mix it with sand. This thing is similar to rice paste and can be used to build houses. Many places in the empire used natural adhesives, such as, for example, it is too wasteful to use glutinous rice and potato powder to build houses. The food in the night territory is not enough for people to eat, so it is impossible to use it to build houses. Advanced places will use mortar and loess, and magic materials are the best, but unfortunately they are extremely expensive. It is worth mentioning that the Purple Gold Empire once mined volcanic ash to make a natural version of cement, which is almost the same as modern cement, so a large number of magnificent buildings were built. But as time passed, they did not understand the principle and eventually consumed the rare natural materials. After Field finished explaining, he asked someone to record it. "Transfer 2 stonemasons from the brick factory and assign 30 slaves to them. A qualified slaked lime for me quickly, supply it to the 2 outposts first, and build a circle of brick walls quickly." After that, Field returned to the rest area of the castle. The Baron is a wise man. After Diego finished thinking about the slaked lime, he was surprised. "Of course," the stonemason said as a matter of course. The next day, after finishing breakfast, Field went to the Interior Affairs office of the Grand Winery as usual to clock in for work. "My lord, something regrettable has happened. There are a group of slaves in the territory and evil spirits have entered their bodies." Cow looked nervous. "They are cursed by the devil. Damn it, we should burn those bastards to death, otherwise the goddess will punish them." "Fuck, evil spirits have entered their bodies." Field almost jumped up in fright, thinking that the terrifying demon had come to the night territory. Then he remembered that in this world, colds are called evil spirits entering the body. Field sat down slowly and calmed down. "You scared me early in the morning. It turned out to be a cold. Tell me the symptoms. I'll confirm it again." Field pushed his non-existent eyes, and his calm eyes gave Cow courage. "It's just weakness in the limbs, and the face is as hot as a boiled egg." "That's right, it's just a cold. If you're worried, let Pastor Lydia release the holy light for them. It should be this heavy rain that defeated the already fragile slaves. Build a warm tent for them and isolate them. Also, send someone to boil water for them. They must drink boiled water, not cold water. When it comes to colds, as a modern person, Field only has one sentence in his mind: drink more hot water. Let the person delivering water cover his face and mouth and nose, otherwise it is easy to spread. Cow insisted, "My lord, why don't you burn it?" "No need. Burning people to death rashly will only increase the depressing atmosphere of the territory. To be on the safe side, let Lydia take a look." Field rubbed his eyebrows. He didn't want the man or woman with the most fever to appear in the night territory, a fever on the physical level. It's a pity that there are no pharmacists or cold medicines in the night territory. Holy light can only treat some external injuries. Field wrote down the pharmacist's affairs on paper and sighed, "The rest will be left to miracles." "My lord," the clay pot came running over, holding the small box in his arms with excitement. Looking at his alert and excited face, Cow suspected that the clay pot had dug up a treasure chest. "Please have a look at the soap you requested, sir." Opening the wooden box, there was a yellowish square soap, exuding a faint fragrance, looking like a piece of top-quality butter. "That's it, I'm lucky, it was made in no time." The clay pot scratched his head and flattered shyly, "It's all thanks to you, sir." "Damn, all the flattery I wanted to flatter has been done by this kid." Cow was so angry that smoke came out of his head, and he glared at the clay pot fiercely. Okay, say more words that are conducive to unity." Field excitedly punched, took out the soap and observed it carefully, and was so excited that he could not hide the smile on his lips. "Clay pot, I will reward you with a gold coin, and the workers will be rewarded with 20 silver coins. Make sure to make more soap." Clay pot decisively chose to roll inward. "I don't want my gold coins. It is my duty to serve the adults." "It's okay, no need to be polite in this regard." Putting the heavy gold coins in the hands of the clay pot, Field said seriously, "Rewards and punishments are rules. Work hard. When the night leads more and more goods, you will need them. The current market has a small amount of agricultural and sideline products and flour for sale, and the price is relatively expensive. After all, the demand is far greater than the supply. And fine salt, which is comparable to gold outside the territory, has a lot of markets. In addition, there are some daily necessities and wooden products." "Yes, sir." Cow was almost angry and cursed. "Damn boy, you are so good at licking, don't you want to replace me?" The old and the young glared at each other, wishing to fight directly. Ignoring the two jokers, Field thought for a moment and made a plan. "We won't trade the soap this time, although it is enough to give the nobles a little gay." "Oh no, the soap is shocking, but it is not perfect enough." "Not perfect enough?" The pottery jar couldn't imagine. "Yes, it's far from enough." Field thought of the various soaps in his previous life. For example, color, we can use natural dyes such as mineral powder, herbal powder and the like to dye the soap or even paint on it. In addition, you can engrave fonts and pictures on it. Add milk, essence and the like, you can change its smell. Making it more complicated intentionally can not only increase the quality of the product and the difficulty of cracking the formula, but also form a unique brand of night territory. Cow and the others was stunned. "Let's perfect the technology first, I'll prepare the rest. The newly produced soap will be supplied to the castle first, and the excess will be sold on the market." "Yeah," the two nodded hurriedly. "By the way, sir, how about using some decorations for the refined salt that will be sold to Maple Leaf City this time, such as a gorgeous box?" Field immediately thought, "Put the refined salt in a transparent plastic bag and then put it in a black suitcase. Just thinking about it makes me feel good." "Good idea. By the way, we have obtained a lot of ordinary jewelry. It's useless to keep it, it's just right to take it out and make decorations. Not all jewelry is valuable, some looted jewelry is not valuable, it's better to sell it together with refined salt. I'll leave this to you, Cow, the higher the production the better." Cow raised his eyebrows proudly at the clay pot. "It's time to trade. The living supplies in the territory are scarce again." Stretching, Field didn't want to see Maple Leaf barren anymore, but the territory's affairs must be clearly divided between public and private. "The time is set in 3 days." Yes, 3 days passed quickly. Most of the stones blocking the gate of Starry Night City had been cleared, and the large number of corpses piled up under the city wall were gradually eaten or carried away by the swarm of corpses of Ophelie. The city looked dry, much cleaner. Field also inspected the ranch. Most of the female livestock were pregnant. It is expected that in half a year, the animals in the night territory will usher in a period of rapid growth. The pace of agricultural development has slowed down. The farmland of the big winery has been planted. If you want to open up new fields, you need to go outside the city wall. While the slaves are planting, they also have to build wooden walls to protect the farmland. Field plans to transform a small part of the Starry Night City into arable land. Alexia, are you going to build an iron ore outpost? Field frowned, looking at the application submitted by the little girl. Looked at Tate in confusion. This is not a joke. The iron ore outpost is the farthest base from the big manor. Of course, I want to contribute to the territory. Alexia put her hands on her hips. It's a good thing to let her experience it, otherwise she will be too immature. Tate is very generous. Being immature is not a disadvantage, Field secretly said. In a way, your temperaments are quite similar. When the defense facilities of the iron ore outpost are completed, I can arrange for her to go for training, but not now. It is irresponsible to let a curious and noisy little girl run around. Thank you, sir. Alexia was very sorry, but she was immediately happy when she thought there was still a chance. After finishing the last government affairs, Field walked out of Starry Night City fully armed. Ashna came up with a sad face. I'm going to build the iron ore outpost. Don't forget to visit me when you come back. I will. Rubbing Ashna's head, Field was also reluctant. After the wall is built, I will let other gods chosen rotate with you. In the early stage of construction, only Ashna can be independent. While having enough prestige, her strength is enough to deal with most problems. The most important thing is that she is fast. When encountering difficult problems, she can quickly return to the manor. By the way, take Black Crow with you. I'll chat with you. Leave the daily affairs to the maid. Okay. Ashna took the convoy and a large amount of supplies and slowly drove away from the manor. As for the defense mission, leave it to Ophelie. Field has already planned it. Due to Ophelie's ability, it is not suitable to be taken out alone. It is more suitable to use him to guard the base camp. At this moment, a mysterious force gathered over the cleared half of Starry Night City and the large manor. Then, Field felt that all the power poured into his body and his heartstrings relaxed. A mysterious power made him feel as if he was baptized. There was no increase in strength, but Field felt that he had instantly advanced to a second-level lord. Similar to mages and knights, lords also have levels, but they are mainly auxiliary and have a low sense of existence. Achieve new abilities. Field opened the Lord panel. Name field occupation. Lord, second level, Fighting Knight, second level, territory. Starry Night City, purified 1/4, large manor, salt mine outpost and scattered farmland population. 2,365 development. 21 poor small scale happiness. 23 a few people feel hopeful and happy, while the rest feel numb or pessimistic environmental value. 17 poor living conditions, too little vegetation, monsters roaming around, odds of gods chosen appearing. 8 in 100 million lords talent. Second level small map, exclusive talent, can detect surrounding creatures and uncontracted gods chosen. Contracted gods chosen will also be marked on the map. Note: the reconnaissance range of the small map is affected by soul power and lord status, and may be blocked by special power. Second level panel, exclusive talent, visualized biological attributes, gods chosen will be marked with skill ratings, and job transfer routes will be displayed. Second level prosperity domain. Spell the gray fog in the territory and quickly dissolve the negative effects of the 5 disasters. A brand new future, exclusive talent. The chosen ones produced in the territory may have unprecedented types and pantheons, which are determined by the Lord's status and the Lord. Oh. There is an additional skill called a brand new future, which seems to be meaningless. Will there be a new pantheon in the night territory? Interesting, could the number of gods also increase? Or there may be no gods, that's just a concept. Forget it anyway, the probability of a god's choice appearing in the night territory is almost 0, so there's no need to rush to consider this matter. Field was particularly happy, and the sadness of parting with his friends was also alleviated a lot. With a thought, the new version of the small map appeared in his mind, which had a more magical world feeling than the previous map, and marked more interesting information. For example, Ashna's avatar was moving slowly towards the direction of the iron ore. The avatar was still a Q-version head sticker logo. This avatar was drawn by Field himself when he was free, and it was not automatically generated by the small map. In this way, we won't be afraid of losing contact with our own chosen. Unfortunately, we still can't detect the chosen of the enemy's contract. Field studied the new ability for a while, and when he saw Cow coming with a piece of parchment, he immediately greeted him. Have you sorted out the material purchase list for the people in the territory? Yes, it's here. The top 3 demands are wheat flour, fruit and beer, followed by small items such as scissors and buttons. In addition, the distribution locations of the soldiers' families have also been counted. Most of them are in the surrounding cities of Maple Leaf City. Very good. Field nodded with satisfaction. We have to find a way to redeem the soldiers' families. Or snatch them back. Almost all of his soldiers came from slavery, and their original families were undoubtedly slaves. As long as he could get their families back, he could immediately get a group of relatively loyal people in the territory, and the cohesion of the soldiers would be stronger. Let's go, target, Maple Leaf Territory. After receiving the note, Field waved his hand and led the army to Maple Leaf Territory. The only 2 chosen ones who traveled with him were Rosaria and Tisifa. Since he got rid of the ghost nun, Maple Leaf City has returned to its former bustle, leaving only a few urban legends. They were familiar with the route and soon arrived at Maple Leaf Territory. Field stayed at the post outside the city as usual. Lord Field, here is your mail. The messenger rode an ostrich-like monster and ran over quickly. He tied the ostrich to a pillar and took out the letters from the package. The messenger walked into the house and said, "There are several. Let me see. There are 3 letters." Tisifa, who was standing by, covered her mouth in shock and said, "So many, are they all sent by noble ladies? It's hard to say. After all, I'm the one Daniel Wu in the north." Field said inflatedly, "People who are famous are prone to gossip. What's embarrassing is that the first letter was sent by his brother. Lord, there is also this doll, a rag doll with a top hat. Haha, my brother is really interesting." Field snorted coldly and did not take the doll with his hands. How many times will he try this trick? Field handed a silver coin to the messenger as a reward. "Okay, put the doll on the table, you have nothing to do." "Thank you, sir." The messenger's face was almost broken with laughter, and he left with gratitude. Tisifa couldn't help asking, "Field, is this the doll monster you mentioned?" "Yes, it doesn't seem to be activated now." The doll monster at the beginning was so scary that it was unbelievable. Rubbing his chin, Field pointed at the doll and said, "Throw it into the fire and burn this letter at the same time. My brother will not have good intentions. Listening to his farts is a waste of time. Sergi is a guy who likes to be smart and relies heavily on conspiracy. Field instinctively hates this kind of person and will not waste time to figure out his conspiracy. It's better to hold back a big wave and burst him directly. The rest of the letter will be read after I finish the trade. It seems that Baron Maple Leaf can't wait." Field has seen the envoy sent by Baron Simon. Arriving at Simon's manor, Field saw Baron Maple Leaf, who looked nervous. "Simon, what makes you so uneasy? Maybe I can help." Field asked with a smile, without any eye evasion but with peace. "You know, I have always been the most kind person in the Ross family. Oh, I'm nervous because Florny is pregnant and it's already very obvious." Field was stunned. This was too sudden. "What a pleasant surprise, Simon. You are going to be a father. Congratulations." Field gave a thumbs up. "When the child is born, I will give you a big gift." It is very difficult for the chosen one to get pregnant, much lower than normal people. "It's not my child, so there's no need to spend money." Simon waved his hand calmly and smiled. "Besides, Florny's special talent makes her very different from other chosen ones, so it's easy for her to get pregnant." "No, brother." Field looked like an old man on the subway looking at his phone. "What the hell? Is this something I can listen to?" After looking around and making sure that 50 axamen would not jump out, Field picked up the teacup and drank the tea silently to calm his nerves. "Then why are you so nervous? Are you looking for the culprit? I'm sorry to hear this news, but I can only be sure of one thing, it wasn't me. Ha, if you want to do something, you are welcome at any time." Simon said against the sky, "This time it's the child of the giant, the risk will be great, so I'm anxious." Simon sighed, his face full of vicissitudes. "What do you mean by this time? Is there a last time? I think I'd better leave here." For the first time, Field felt helpless and said with a hot body, "Or, you can find more potions that the chosen ones can use. I'm worried about whether the giant's child can survive. Not about Florny. She is a 3rd-level chosen one. After giving birth, she can catch another giant." Can I listen to it for free?" Field had nothing to say. "You are playing too much. I'm not here for fun this time, dear Baron of Night." Simon changed his tone, but the words coming out of his mouth sounded particularly funny. "War is not far away from us." When I heard about this, I felt deeply sorry for the Empire and Her Majesty the Queen. "What happened?" Field also became serious. According to the intelligence of the Purge Imperial Guard, the three western provinces suffering from famine are about to revolt. Vilga, Kyanhu, and Kanghai provinces. Field was stunned for a moment, very surprised. These three provinces cover 4/5 of the empire's coastal line. How could they not have dealt with the famine until now? Famine in the coastal area is incredible. However, this is the reality. I'll tell you quietly that the people there have long had the intention of rebellion. They are all a bunch of untouchables. Simon spread his hands. Be prepared. If such a large-scale war breaks out, the Queen may warn you. It's really troublesome. The Queen, who is so stingy, has never even issued subsidies, and she has the nerve to warn me. When the time comes, I will rob Her Majesty the Queen severely. Field cursed inwardly but pretended to be great and righteous, and said indignantly, "For Her Majesty, I will carry out the spirit of chivalry to the end, even if it means going through mountains of swords and seas of fire." Rolling his eyes, Simon laughed and said, "I know what you are thinking. In essence, we are the same kind of people. Neither of us is a good thing, ha ha ha." Field was speechless. "God damn, we are the same kind of people. We are really not familiar with each other. Guo Nan of the Stinky Empire, don't get involved." Because of Happy Beans, and because he was too close to Simon, he had been tacitly classified as a perverted noble. Fighting for Her Majesty is different from being a governor. As long as you perform well under Her Majesty's nose, you may get titles, wealth. Even God's chosen. Her Majesty's direct territory produces the most God's chosen, and most of them are betrothed to young knights. Field, don't you even have God's chosen? Perform better when suppressing rebellions. Her Majesty likes to cultivate young knights the most. Field immediately became interested. There is such a good thing, it's interesting. Then perform better first and then rob Her Majesty. The two have their own thoughts. After drinking a cup of tea, Field put down the teacup and said directly, "No more small talk. This batch of Happy Beans has been delivered, and I have new high-end goods. Maybe you will be interested." Simon nodded. "Tell me more." "I hope to trade salt with you." "Oh, you actually changed your career to become a salt dealer, which is not in line with your identity." Simon raised his eyebrows, a little surprised, but didn't seem to take it too seriously. After all, the dilapidated situation in Night Territory is a dead land. Even if salt mines can be produced, they can't be better than those on the market, and the output must be very low. Don't rush to deny it. Field took out a small carved wooden box that was only the size of a palm, inlaid with broken gems, and looked very luxurious. "This is the exquisite mineral salt, unique to Night Territory, and the output is even lower than gems. I have to emphasize that I don't intend to be a salt dealer, but to trade in luxury goods." Opening the small wooden box, the delicate and pure salt inside, like a light pink gem, immediately attracted Simon's attention. He quickly took it, picked up some and smelled it, and then tried it tentatively. "Fuck, this is really salt, and there's no bitterness at all, pure salty taste and a fragrant taste. How is it possible?" Simon's eyes were wide open, and his face was full of disbelief. Limited by technology, in this era, even the salt eaten by the nobles still has some impurities and tastes slightly bitter. Field elegantly drank a sip of red tea and said pretentiously, "I only sell high-end goods, which are good things only supplied to real nobles. You want the goods that are common in the market, but I don't have them yet." Simon stared at Field for a long time with his small eyes, thinking, it is probably a special product of the Ross family, but he secretly took it out and sold it. Can Night Territory produce salt of this quality? I don't believe it. It is probably the product of the Chosen One. But since it is a good thing of the Ross family, it must be taken. "How is it?" Field smiled. "Very good." After holding it in for a long time, Simon had to admit that the quality of this refined salt was too good. "Even when I was in the Griffin province, I didn't taste such delicious food. It just so happens that I am going to attend the diplomatic ball, and these salts will shine. I don't think I will have to worry about sales." "You have a wide network of contacts, and you can actually attend the diplomatic ball." Field was very surprised. Diplomatic balls cannot be attended by money. This is also one of the reasons why Maple Leaf Territory has developed business. Simon has too many contacts. "That's right. The three provinces are in rebellion. The Empire hopes that Franvia will not interfere in our internal affairs, but I think it's a big deal. Franvia is ambitious and they will not give up this good opportunity." But we can't stop earning gold coins. Let's talk about the price." Field stretched out his hand and signaled Simon to make a price. I have to discuss it with the economic advisor. Please wait. Simon put away the small wooden box and left for a while. The price of coarse salt eaten by ordinary people in the market is about 4.5 kilograms for 1 silver coin. It doesn't seem to have much concept, but a pig costs 30 silver coins, and 1 silver coin can buy 6.8 kilograms of wheat or 15 kilograms of rye. The price of salt is far higher than wheat that ordinary people can't afford, and this is the price of coarse salt. After a long time, Simon walked out the door. 25 silver coins per kilogram. Haha, I think 80 silver coins is a good price, Field said slowly. The bargaining process was boring. If it weren't for the money, Field really didn't want to spit with Simon. In the end, the rose salt of Night Territory was finally supplied to Simon at the price of 60 silver coins. At the same time, Field also signed a contract. Without Simon's authorization, it was not allowed to sell rose salt to other lords. It was another monopoly business. If it weren't for the need to enter and exit the territory through the gate of Maple Leaf Territory, Field would not have agreed to such a domineering clause. When Lai Hongzheng came, he sighed in anger. Field silently swore, "When the strength is sufficient, I will directly break through the trade blockade and sell things to whoever I want." Happy beans and rose salt brought me 62,000 gold coins in one breath, alleviating the financial crisis of the territory. Sometimes I envy you, Field. Simon even felt that he didn't make enough and sighed, "This is an amazing fortune. As long as you have a treasure map, you can start a treasure hunt legend." Simon greedily tasted the refined salt, thinking about getting the gold coins back. More than a month's income doesn't seem to be much, an average of 2,000 gold coins a day in trade income. Field shook his head. For an individual, 60,000 gold coins are enough to live a life of drunkenness and dreaming until death. But for the Night Territory, which has a lot of work to do, it's not enough to waste money. "Goodbye, I'll go shopping first." Field performed an impeccable noble salute and was about to leave when he met two masked guys. The white robe with gold patterns, paired with a silver mask, fluttered in his clothes, exuding a domineering aura. Clang! Before Field could see clearly, the man walking in front suddenly shook his sleeves and drew his sword quickly. The terrifying power made the air emit a violent whine. The overwhelming murderous aura suppressed his fighting spirit, and even gave him the illusion of wanting to be killed by this sword. Fuck! Biting his tongue hard, the piercing pain made Field quickly come back to his senses and reached out to touch the gluttony great sword behind him. Ever since the Empire was in chaos, he would carry Rosaria on his back wherever he went. "Field, their killing intentions are not pure. They are undoubtedly a test. Doesn't matter if I die in battle. I can wait for hundreds of years and be reborn in the gray fog, but if you die, you will really die." However, Rosaria's warning suddenly sounded in his mind, and at the same time the gluttony great sword used the white cloth used for camouflage to carefully cover the corrupt breath gushing out of the sword body. The long sword finally hovered 1 centimeter above Field's head, and the cold blade made his scalp numb. What a fast speed! Field was frightened and a sickly blush appeared on his face. Field pulled back and exclaimed, "Simon, what's going on? An assassin has come in." "Calm down, haha, my friend." Simon laughed evilly, his round belly trembling wildly. "I was also like this at the beginning and was frightened by them. They are really naughty beauties, but you'd better not get angry, they are all third-level God-chosen." The two masked men stepped back a few steps, took off their masks, and revealed their stunning looks. "We are the Purge Imperial Guards. Sorry for the intrusion, Baron." The woman silently put away her long sword, and her waterfall-like hair covered her left eye. "Because there is a difficult chosen one in the Shadow World sect, named Libao, who has the ability to possess, we must find her. There is really no better way than this." Another girl with light blue hair said with a joking face, "I believe that you who have the style of a knight will not mind." Roar, moral kidnapping. Field spat out a mouthful of bloody saliva. He bit his tongue too hard just now. Now he has recovered and it hurts Field to grin. Looking up and down at the two people in front of him unhappily, Field said coldly, "Offending a noble, this cannot be the will of the Queen." "How can I be sure whether you are from the Shadow World sect? We are the authority. No proof is needed." The blue-haired chosen one crossed his arms in front of his chest. "With this attitude, I can't see the appearance of serving the Queen at all." Field was not false and questioned immediately. "Ahem." Simon was stunned by Field's tyranny and quickly coughed to signal, "Don't fight here. It will be difficult for me to do business in the future." The Purge Imperial Guard is a terrorist department composed of the Chosen Ones and only obeys the arrangements of Her Majesty the Queen. It is considered one of the backbone forces of the Empire. Although it almost never attacks nobles, there are examples. If Field is hacked to death here, his own interests will be damaged. Got it. The two members of the Imperial Guard responded and looked at Field again. Don't be so defensive against him, Miss Dark Curse. I have investigated his information. The blue-haired Chosen covered his mouth and chuckled. He is just a poor man struggling, abandoned by his family, and participated in the rebellion campaign, but he couldn't even keep his military merit. This guy actually investigated himself. Field frowned slightly. Who are you? Remember Pat, the one who stole your achievements? He is from the same family as me. Pat also boasted to me that he stole the credit of a fool. The Chosen, known as Dark Curse, said coldly, Biska, this is not a glorious deed. We are purging the Imperial Guards. As long as we do our duties, please don't make trouble. What does it matter? There are many down-and-out nobles. Even if they are small nobles, in the Griffin province, you can hit several people with a brick thrown at random. Biska flicked her hair indifferently. I am also a noble. It's an offense if I offend him. Field's previous questioning of her identity made the proud Biska feel humiliated, and she immediately revealed the secret without considering the consequences. Hiss, Field couldn't help but clench his fists. This was the first time he encountered such a guy who was so aggressive, and he was taking advantage of him. The military merits at the time were meaningless to him, but being ridiculed by others made him particularly unhappy. Aren't you afraid of being known by others when you say this? Taking someone else's military merits is not a trivial matter. What if you know the Costello family is not afraid of any challenge? As a large family with a fifth-level God's choice, Biska is really not in vain. Even if the scandal is exposed, they will not offend themselves for a disgraced and impoverished baron. Field, I regret it. Let's fight them. No hurry. This time it was Field's turn to persuade Rosaria to calm down. If you fight hard without reason, you will only sacrifice in vain. I have plenty of ways to beat her. No, just beat her up. That would be too easy for her. I want her to kneel down and sing Conquer for me. Field took a deep breath, didn't say anything more, but turned around and left. After leaving Maple Leaf Manor, Field was more and more at a disadvantage if he held back, more and more angry if he took a step back. After returning to the post station, Field closed the door and didn't want to do anything. He took out the map of the High Castle province and started to think about it. What's wrong? You're so depressed as soon as you come back. Seeing that the Lord was in a bad mood, Tisifa hurried forward and gently massaged Field's shoulders. It's not a big deal. I'll handle it properly. Never taking out his anger on his own people, Field squeezed out a smile and exhaled a long breath, saying, I met an arrogant and rude guy. Rosaria, who ran out of the Gluttony greatsword, stamped her feet in anger. Yes, the damn Purge Guards dared to humiliate my lord. I will slice them and cook them. Purge the Imperial Guards, I've heard of it. Tisifa tilted her head thoughtfully, blinked her eyes and recalled. They are a powerful organization directly under Her Majesty the Queen. Each of them has a distinguished background and has been educated in the palace since childhood. It is understandable that they are arrogant. If they always help old ladies cross the road or help the poor, that would be weird. I don't care. I will chop off their heads with my own hands to wash away the shame. Rosaria swung her sword twice, leaving a series of sword ripples in the air, or catch them and send them to the toilet of night territory to be used as a public. As slaves. They are all third-level God chosen, and they all act in pairs. It's better not to confront them head-on in the short term. Tisifa has not been with everyone for a long time and doesn't know Field's temper that well. Worried that he will lose his mind, he quickly comforted him. Let's talk about it when we have third-level combat power. If we have to fight, I will do my best. Of course, I'm not so brainless, and I won't go over like a fool. Field took out the map and shook it twice. I'm not that kind either. You can run away from the monk, but you can also run away from the temple, rob your house, and beat your child. By the way, I have always had a question. Why do we often encounter third-level chosen gods? Tisifa raised her hand to ask a question with a thoughtful look. According to common sense, the first and second-level chosen gods should be the most. Whether it is the Empire, the Shadow World sect, or the Night Owl rebels, there are a large number of third-level chosen gods active. That's right, but most of the newly awakened chosen gods are monopolized and absorbed by local powerful forces. Even if they fall into the hands of small nobles, they will be cunning and not say it. Otherwise it is very likely to cause spying and war. And the strength of the chosen gods is often linked to the city and the Lord. There are a lot of third-level cities, so the third-level chosen gods are the main force in the war. The core cities or provincial capitals of the provinces can cultivate the 5th and 6th level combat power. Just like in the previous life, there were 18-tier small cities everywhere, but there were only a few in Beijing, Shanghai, Guangzhou, and Shenzhen. There are no more capable than the third-level ones and no more capable than her. Tisifa suddenly realized, "That's it, I understand." Field spread out the map, which had 3 red circles drawn on it. "Since she is so arrogant to report her name, I don't need to be soft-hearted, and it just so happens that the supplies at home are insufficient. There are 2 baronies and 1 knight, all of whom have robbed my spoils or done me a hard job. Especially this Baron Fengyu, who is a branch of the Costello family and also Pat's cousin. Send him some warmth first. During the rebellion campaign, he withstood the rebels' surprise attack and intercepted the rebels' transport convoy. As a result, those bastards who didn't contribute not only robbed me of my military merits, but also robbed most of the spoils. Damn, I have tolerated them for a long time. What's even more disgusting is that you still want to mock me." Rosaria was obviously so angry that she fainted. Her chest kept rising and falling because of anger. She looked at Tisifa meaningfully. "Tisifa, do you know what we are going to do?" "I don't know, but I am only responsible for the Knight territory now. I am no longer a member of the church." Tisifa stretched out her hand and said, "Whatever you do, add me. A wise choice, little angel." Rosaria performed an impeccable noble salute and stretched out her hand. Field was shocked. It was the first time he saw the holy light and the corruption reach a consensus. "Okay, then let's do some traditional art of the Knight territory, robbery." Field drew his long sword. "Spirit ride. Should we kill them directly or what should we do?" Rosaria's starry eyes flashed with excitement. "Let's go and redeem the people first. Fengyu territory is close to Maple Leaf territory, which is where I bought the slaves. Many of the soldiers' families are in Fengyu territory. We need to find a way to redeem them. Otherwise, if we start, we will inevitably kill the wrong people. The price doesn't matter. After all, no matter how much we pay them, money is just deposited in the bank." This trip brought 20 looting cavalry, 30 soldiers, and 30 corrupted greatswordsmen, which are enough to deal with most situations. After Field made a plan, he immediately took action and set off for Fengyu territory. Fengyu territory is also in the High Castle province. It is mountainous and forested, and is inhabited by a kind of hawk-like magical beast. Wind peregrine falcon, so it is called Fengyu territory. A large number of wind magic cores can be produced here every year. When entering Fengyu territory, Field can see a group of wind peregrine falcons flying in the distance, and below the wind peregrine falcons is a very small city that looks like a small town in the mountains. "Newt, after you redeem your family, meet us outside the city immediately." Field was riding on a horse. The steady pace of the warhorse made Field feel no bumps at all. He gently patted Newt beside him with a whip. "Are you short of money? Overdrawing some salary is just a small matter." "Sir, it's enough. I haven't seen my family for too long. I don't know if my daughter can still recognize me." Newt's nose was sore with gratitude. He didn't know where to put his hands and even walked sideways. This funny look made the other soldiers laugh. "Captain Newt, you will be punished for standing if you walk in the wrong military posture. Standing is nothing to the captain, haha." "That's not what I said, left-handed Maji, after the captain finds his wife. I'm afraid he won't be able to stand steadily in the future." The soldiers talked nonsense, and Newt, a very serious soldier on weekdays, couldn't help blushing and his pace was much faster. "You guys go and redeem the people later. I'll go visit Baron Fengyu." As they approached Fengyu City, the soldiers on the city wall immediately became alert and shouted to warn the surrounding guards. Field jumped out on his horse and waved to the soldiers on the top of the tower. "I am Baron Knight, and I am here to visit Baron Fengyu, Sir Busby." "Wow, that's a Baron's army, so interesting. Do you think our village hunter can beat them?" "Keep your voice down. Barons are scary guys, those who can easily kill you. But he is very handsome. Look at his tall figure." "Hoo-hoo. It should be the Baron Fengyuling, right? If I can get his favor, I can live in the palace." I heard the whispers of travelers beside me, and judging from their accents, they didn't seem to be locals. I seemed to hear someone saying that I was handsome. Turning slightly, Field saw that the visitors were a combination of 2 men and 1 woman, dressed very shabbily, with patches all over their clothes. They were carrying heavy backpacks, and the boy in the front was carrying a deer. The women in the team was still chattering. But when Field looked at them, they immediately showed a panic and timid look, lowered their heads and shrank, not daring to say a word. Just like the villagers going to the city for the first time, they looked timid. Field smiled and nodded at them. Then the army was divided into two teams. Field led the cavalry to the castle of Baron Fenyu, while Newt led the soldiers to find his family. He just smiled at me. The woman was very excited, and the two people beside her were speechless. Don't be silly. Nobles only marry noble ladies. They don't even care about the daughters of merchants. Yes, Zioxy, don't fall into unrealistic fantasies. The Empire implemented the right of first night before, but it was later cancelled. Do you know why? Zioxy shook her head. I don't know. Because the nobles don't allow themselves to touch us lowly livestock. The two teenagers laughed, and the leading teenager comforted. Let's go. Let's sell this deer and set off for the imperial capital. I heard that there is gold everywhere there. As long as you are willing to work hard, you will definitely find a suitable job. The girl didn't get angry because of the words of the two lower-headed men, but smiled and admitted this fact. In this world, almost all ordinary people know their position. Oh, can't people fantasize about it? Zioxy waved her hand, turned around, and smiled at the two of them. In fact, I don't want to live in the palace that much. As long as we make enough money in the imperial capital, we can buy a lot of food for the village. Then no children will starve to death. And no one will eat tree bark anymore. The three young men's eyes showed sadness at the same time. In the whole village, there were only 3 children. They survived by relying on the villagers' support and ran to the relatively rich Gayabao province. Tap, tap, tap. The horses' hooves knocked on the bluestone bricks, walking into the city. Field saw the smiling people in the territory. They walked briskly, carrying baskets full of eggs in their hands, busying back and forth. It was a scene of wealth and peace. The people in the territory all had a healthy blush on their faces, and it was obvious that they had no worries about food and clothing. It's just the number of villagers on the updated small map seems to be too many, Field said meaningfully. The people here are living very well. I haven't seen such a wealthy territory for a long time. The Fenyu soldier who led the way glanced at Field with a strange look and then cursed at the people around him. Get out of the way, you lackeys of the Viper. Don't you see the noble Baron coming? Get out of here. The people around him retreated in disappointment. Baron Busby's castle is several levels better than Baron Mountain Monkey's castle. There are also arrow towers and a crossbow on the castle. With the outer walls of the city, if the enemy wants to attack by force, it will definitely take a lot of effort. Hello, respected Sir Field. Busby, surrounded by a team of guards, stood at the door of the castle drawbridge and greeted in a gentle tone. Long time no see, your army seems to have expanded a lot. His eyes intentionally or unintentionally swept over the cavalry's shining lances and black robes, and Busby's back was hairy, as if he was stared at by a wolf. Good day, Sir Busby. It is normal to expand the cavalry. I heard that there are lawless people who have objections to the Queen's absolutely correct rule, so I am gathering troops and preparing to respond to Her Majesty's call for conscription. I believe you will make great achievements. Please come in and sit in my castle. Busby stretched out his hand and made a gesture of inviting him in. In terms of appearance, Busby's appearance is very handsome, with a sense of femininity and fortitude, which makes people have no dislike for him. After entering the castle, Field had just sat down when a maid brought tea. Busby, remember that I bought a batch of slaves before. After saying it slowly, Field had no time to say the next word. Busby frowned. I'm sorry, Fenyu territory is short of manpower now. We are also importing slaves, so we really can't provide them to you. After that, he added, well, because of the expansion of Fenyu Falcon, the territory needs a lot of manpower. I'm not here for this. I just want to redeem the families of my soldiers. The price is not a problem. Field felt something was wrong, but he remained calm and said, there won't be many people, at most a few dozen. Excuse me, there is no need to do this. They are just pariahs. At first he was a little panicked, but Busby quickly covered it up and said in an elegant manner like a lawyer, the families of slaves are also slaves, so it is inevitable that there will be consumption when using them, you know. Field's heart slowly became heavier. It's only been a few months, and how many slaves in the same batch as Newt had to die for Busby to say this? Let's talk about something happy. There's no need to worry about the affairs of the lowly people. Busby spread his hands. How about talking about hunting or the beauties of the High Castle province? Go ahead. On the other side, the butcher's shop. The three teenagers who had entered the city with Field before walked into the shop happily. The teenager Taz carried a deer on his back and said carelessly, "Boss, I want to sell this deer." "Moron in front, get out of the way, get out of the way." Two strong people, carrying a large wooden box together, squeezed into the butcher's shop. "Okay, I'm very sorry." Taz wanted to make way, but accidentally let the male deer he was carrying hit the wooden box. One of the two people didn't stand firmly, and the wooden box fell to the ground. The wooden board shook open, and a naked woman fell out. The woman was covered in sweat and things that could not be described in detail, and was obviously in a coma. "It's a person." The pupils of the three people suddenly dilated, and they trembled in shock. Taz immediately stood up and bent down to check. Before Taz could see clearly, he was stopped by a citizen. "What are you looking at, kid?" After the citizen scolded him, he immediately pulled out the cleaver from his waist and chopped at Taz. Taz's heart was filled with alarm. Seeing the fierce man slashing at him with a knife, he did not hold back. He immediately dropped the wild deer on his back and punched the man hard in the heart. The fierce punch immediately made the man spit blood and fly backwards. He collided with another guy carrying a box, and the two rolled into a ball. What a strong strength. Obviously he is still a kid. They are not from our territory. They are outsiders, and they seem to be from other provinces. The people who came to watch around witnessed everything with strange eyes and whispered, "Taz, they are human traffickers. Damn bastards, we have to report to the lord of this place." Zioxy squatted down to check the woman's injuries. Seeing that the woman had fair skin and did not look like a slave at all, she was more certain of her guess. The three of them rushed over, knocked down the two strong men carrying the boxes, and tied them up like dumplings with the ropes they carried with them. "Well, Baron Fengyu will definitely punish him." Taz nodded in approval. Another young man in the team laughed heartily and said, "Maybe I can get a copper coin reward. That's great. I will definitely become a legend in the High Castle province." "That's so embarrassing." Taz scratched his head shyly. "It's just a piece of cake." "Don't worry, everyone, the bad guy has been brought to justice," Zai proudly announced to the crowd. However, no one in the crowd cheered, but just looked at the three people with strange eyes. Zai squatted down and wanted to wake up the unconscious woman. "Get out of the way, get out of the way, you sick cats in the gutter. What are you doing here?" Accompanied by the sound of weapons and armor colliding, a team of fully armed patrol soldiers separated the crowd of onlookers like a wave. Walking up to the three people, the leading captain showed his rotten teeth. "Why are you fighting?" Taz immediately stood up and said indignantly, "They are trafficking in human beings. They put women in boxes. When we found them, they directly chopped us with knives." "Oh." The patrol captain glanced at the woman on the ground, then signaled to the deputy beside him, "Send her to a safe place. As for you guys," the captain paused for a moment, waved his hand, "tie them all up and take them back for interrogation by the adults." "Why tie us up? We didn't do anything wrong." Taz was anxious. "Boy, I need to interrogate you to make sure you are telling the truth." "Okay, I swear, I really didn't do anything wrong." The patrol members dragged the 5 people involved, tied them up, and turned into a small alley on the side. "Baron Fengyu's castle is not here, right?" Zidun felt something was wrong, and before she got an answer, the patrolman on the side directly covered Zioxy's mouth with a handkerchief. A sweet and greasy smell rushed into her nose. The girl was shocked and subconsciously struggled, but found that she was tied up tightly and could not move. In just a few seconds, Zioxy collapsed and fell into a coma. "What are you doing, bastards? Zioxy, are you okay?" The two were shocked, and before they could struggle, a fierce gust of wind wrapped in the captain's iron fist knocked Taz to the ground. The patrol captain grinned, "Nosy people, who told you to mind our Fengyuling's business? Beat these 2 men hard, leave them with a breath. Don't beat them to death. Only when they are alive, hanging upside down and congested, the meat is the most tender. As for that woman, send her to my room. I haven't seen such a beautiful girl for a long time. This week's stock will be given to her." The patrol team took out wooden sticks, surrounded them with a grin, and beat them wildly, screaming, "Master Rotten Tooth, thank you." The 2 strong men who were beaten by Taz before were untied by the soldiers beside them, and now they are bowing flatteringly. "Be careful next time, do you hear me? Don't cause trouble for Lord Baron." Yes, don't we all serve the Baron?" These women sent to Maple Leaf territory are all glittering gold coins. Rotten Teeth said with a smile, "That's right, only in this way can we live comfortably." By the way, Lord Rotten Teeth, why does Maple Leaf territory need so many women? Can Baron Maple Leaf handle it? Don't talk too much. We don't want to know about the noble's affairs. It's no good to know. Rotten Teeth pointed at the beaten Taz and the other man. Okay, stop beating them and send them to Master Kretch. The patrolman dragged the two men who were almost beaten into peeing balls into the dark alley and disappeared. On the other side, Newt tidied his clothes and came to the house of Kretch, a wealthy man in Fenyu territory. The thugs at the door immediately drew their knives to stop him. Who are you? You are not allowed to get close to here. I want to find the owner here. Newt straightened up and raised his head. I'm here to redeem my family. We were serfs before, but they are no longer. I am now a soldier of the Night Lord. The thugs looked at each other, not daring to offend a noble's men, and chose to go into the house to report. Kretch is a middle-aged man wearing a decent shirt and a delicate mustache. He looks like an English gentleman or a noble, but this is just his yearning. Nobles can't be rich. Newt, if I remember correctly, you're the serfs I sold, right? You dare to step on my expensive floor. My God, what's wrong with this world so bad? Kretch was very unhappy and signaled his men to drive Newt out. Fools, don't bring anyone to me next time. Because Newt is a thorn in the slaves, Kretch has a deep impression of him. I am now a free man and a soldier of Night territory. Newt said proudly, I am no longer a slave, and there is no slave mark on my body. I want to redeem my family. Here is my redemption money. Newt took out 2 shining gold coins from his pocket, which was proof that he had tried his best to kill the enemy. Of course, he also borrowed some from his comrades. Thinking of being reunited with his family, Newt's heart beat wildly nervously. For him, no matter how much he paid, as long as he could be with his family, it was worth it. Kretch looked at the gold coins greedily. Even if he had a lot of them in his private storage room, who would dislike having too many gold coins? I don't want them. After hesitating for a long time, a fierce look flashed in Kretch's eyes. But he thought of Field's powerful army. He made up his mind and waved his hand to chase him away. I sold your family a long time ago. No one will give you anything. Get out of here. Ah, you're lying. Newt was anxious and rushed over to grab Kretch's collar to question him, but he was immediately stopped by the thugs and thrown out. In front of Fenyu Castle. Sir Busby, you don't have to see me off. I'll give you a ride. That's in line with noble etiquette. Forgive me for being rude, but I've been busy with territory affairs recently, and I really don't have time to accompany you to play and hunt. Field drove his warhorse and slowly walked out of the castle drawbridge, while Baron Fenyu walked beside him with the reins. The two had their own thoughts. Baron, A soldier came running in small steps, just about to speak, but then timidly looked at Field, wanting to say something but stopping. Just say what you want to say. Fenyu Busby frowned, raised his whip, and joked in a calm tone, Don't tell me that the peregrine falcon's nest is on fire, then I have to treat Field to roast falcon meat. No, sir, it's Baron Field's soldiers who are beating Mr. Kretch's men. Oh, the 2 barons were stunned at the same time. My soldiers will never cause trouble for no reason. Maybe there is a misunderstanding. Field's protective nature immediately came up. Regardless of right or wrong, he took the initiative to propose. Let's go and take a look. If it is a problem with my soldiers, I will compensate them. Well, since Sir Field has said so, let's go. Busby rolled his eyes. You have said good and bad things. What else can you do? Everyone came to the mansion of the rich man Craig. Smoke and dust were everywhere. 2 groups of people gathered together to fight each other. One side was the Night Army soldiers who were not wearing armor but were in a military formation, and the other side was Craig's vicious thugs. Newt's eyes were red, and he screamed and knocked a thug away with his shoulder. The thug staggered and was not yet able to stand firm. He was grabbed by a Night Army soldier and pulled into the military formation. He was kicked in an instant. Swoosh, a stone brushed past his scalp. But Newt kept his pace and rushed towards the thug who threw the stone, punching him in the face. His nose suddenly broke with a crisp sound, and blood and snot gushed out. The 2 sides fought in a mess, and the Night Lord soldiers took the upper hand instantly with their almost crazy fighting will, and a large number of thugs were pressed to the ground and beaten violently. A bunch of trash. Baron Fenyu felt unhappy, and his face turned red with anger. His own mercenaries and thugs were beaten one-sidedly by the soldiers of Baron Night Lord, and he, as a lord, couldn't hold his face. It was like a duel between knights organized by 2 kings, and the losing party was so angry that he wanted to dance in a guinea on the spot. It's so beautiful. Enough, stop. Field's voice contained fighting spirit, and he roared. The fighting roar that shook the air immediately stopped everyone in the melee. What's going on? Field looked at Newt, captain of the 2nd Squadron of the 1st Army of Night Territory. Explain what happened. Sir, Kretch refused to release people. Seeing the Lord, Newt cleared his mind and said aggrievedly, I am willing to pay, but Kretch is unwilling to release my family. Yes, our family is the same. Many soldiers in Night Territory encountered the same problem. Something is wrong. It is normal for serfs to die, but it is strange that all of them died. Field's heart sank suddenly, and he felt alert. He thought to himself, serfs cost money. Wasting money and labor like this is not the style of qualified businessmen and nobles. Field looked at Baron Fengyu. You come and explain it to our guests. Baron Fengyu sneered and named Kretch. Respected Baron, it's like this. Kretch stood up reluctantly with a look of disdain on his face. The previous batch of slaves died due to overuse. What? It's only been a few days, how can they die so easily? The people in the Night Territory were furious. Baron Fengyu also looked regretful. Sorry, Sir Field, but this is the fact. There's no need to make a big fuss for a few untouchables. I didn't expect that you would use those lowly livestock as soldiers and give them civilian status creatively. Feeling the sarcasm in Baron Fengyu's words, Field closed his eyes slightly. Who I use as soldiers has nothing to do with others. Of course, this is your freedom, but on the battlefield, untouchables are not reliable. At least the speed of snatching spoils will be much slower. Baron Fengyu was sarcastic. This guy not only disgusted his subordinates but also disgusted himself crazily. It's more interesting to slowly plunder the spoils. Field suppressed his anger, held the reins tightly with both hands and sneered, but I don't think you will have the chance to see that scene. What do you mean? Quiet, shut up. Field turned his head and shouted at the soldiers who were about to explode on the spot. Since Baron Fengyu has given an explanation, let's go. But Newt wanted to speak, but his long-standing obedience made him stand up and shout, assemble. Haha, that's more like it. Baron Fengyu nodded proudly, cursing in his heart. Get lost, don't come to my territory if you have nothing to do. He accompanied him all the way today, not because he was hospitable, but because he was worried that Field would discover his secret. When the soldiers of Knight's territory started to make trouble, he almost had a heart attack. Looking at the soldiers who were so wronged that they wanted to cry, Field said intentionally or unintentionally, believe in your Lord, let the bullet fly for a while. He would not solve this matter in a humiliating way, but he could not act directly now, and he had to be fully prepared. Otherwise, once a witness escaped, and his memory was searched as evidence, the Empire would have no place to stand. Everyone lined up in a neat queue and was about to leave the city. Field saw a staggering figure in his peripheral vision, knocking away the crowd of onlookers and running towards him. Help, sir. Pulling the reins, Field turned his head and looked at Taz, who was bruised and swollen, and asked in surprise, Who are you? Fuck. Baron Fengyu cursed angrily. Why are there so many problems? Today I must hang these two little rabbits who neglected their duties. I am Taz, we met before at the city gate. Taz didn't care about the etiquette, thinking that his partner was about to be defiled, and shouted anxiously, This is a prisoner in our territory. Baron Fengyu drew out his long sword as if he was going to chop someone. A good idea immediately popped into Field's mind. I think you remembered it wrongly, dear Sir Busby. This time it was Field's turn. He said slowly, There are 3 of them, guides for my Nightfall army. You are not going to say, my guide was consumed by you just after entering Fengyu territory. Could it be that Fengyu territory is hell? You will die if you enter. You, Field, don't meddle in other people's business. Busby couldn't hold it in anymore and threatened in a small voice. At this point, you are still threatening me. Field was very unhappy and roared word by word, Let them go. Okay. Busby's heart seemed to be burning with fire. He was so angry that his teeth itched and said to the patrol captain, Rotten Teeth, let them go. But Rotten Teeth thought of the beautiful figure of the woman and was reluctant to let her go, but under the pressure of the nobles, he went to release them dejectedly. After a while, the friends with Taz were reunited again. Let's go back to Maple Leaf territory. Field glanced at Busby and turned away with the army. Despicable viper Fang, you are not slapping my ass but slapping the adults in the face. The rich man cried. His thugs and mercenaries were beaten up, and he had to pay for the medical expenses himself, and he couldn't even find anyone to ask for compensation. It's impossible to stop the nobles' army and ask for compensation, right? Yes. It's a small matter for me to be humiliated. But I can't stand the humiliation of the Lord. Busby drew out his sword, and the shining sword light reflected in his eyes. If the governor of the province knows or leads to an investigation, it will be troublesome. But the governor, didn't he take a lot of gold coins from us? I don't think that lord would want to overturn his own purse. That's right, but he will use this as an excuse to ask for more. Busby knows the nature of nobles or imperial officials very well. The governor will not punish the nobles excessively for their crimes, but blackmail is inevitable, and he will also leave an impression of being incompetent in front of the nobles. Damn, what should I explain to you lackeys? Get out of here and get back to your jobs. Busby suddenly reacted, his elegant face showing anger. By the way, those guys who let the slaves run away, just hang them and feed them to the eagles. Turning his head to look at the rich man Kretch, Busby said suddenly, "Gather your thugs and mercenaries, I'm requisitioning them." Kretch was frightened by the lord's sharp eyes, and his legs trembled wildly, and his back was sweating profusely. Yes, I'll arrange it right away." Busby licked the corner of his mouth and said to himself, "Since you have left my city, the big interesting news tomorrow is, Baron of Night died in a bandit attack. I killed the bandit to avenge him. Dare to go wild on my territory, then go to hell. That idiot, I guess he's still in the dark." Thinking of being able to kill the heir of a big family, Busby felt inexplicably excited. Field was already some distance away from Fengyu territory. He looked at the sky with dark clouds rolling in the distance, and a smile appeared on his lips. Summer is always like this. There is no sign of the coming of wind and rain. "Does your excellency dislike rain?" Tisifa, who was wearing a white robe to hide her identity, tilted her head and asked. "I didn't like it before, but now I like it more and more. Rainy days will cover up the smell of blood." Rubbing the luxurious hilt of the long sword at his waist, Field rode up to the three frightened young men. "I will take you here. You can leave. I advise you to stay as far away from Gayabao province as possible, especially Maple Leaf territory." The three people seemed timid and uneducated, but they kept bowing and thanking with gratitude. "My excellency, Fengyu territory may be trafficking in people or cannibalism. Please help those people." Taz considered his tone and said it resolutely. Zioxy also crossed his fingers and prayed. "I'm not a saint, I can't help that much." Field said calmly, impatiently, "Go quickly. If I regret it, I'll chop you to pieces and feed you to the dogs." The three were startled and ran away quickly. Field would not leave strangers who he didn't trust behind, adding instability to his plan. "Aha, it's time to welcome our new friends." Field smiled. "What do you mean?" Tisifa didn't understand. "New friends." "Baron Fengyu, I took away 3 people he needed. Baron Fengyu will probably not be able to bear it and send troops to chase and kill me directly. At that time, it will be an ambush instead of a street fight." In street fighting and siege warfare, Field has 2 divine choices, and the winning rate is almost 100%. But in a city of thousands of people, it is easy for fish to slip through the net, and if you take the initiative to attack, your own casualties will be very large. But an ambush is different. Tisifa was shocked. "So you saved them for this reason?" "You actually thought so much. My lord, you're so terrible." "This is the main reason." Field nodded and admitted, "Of course. I'm also happy to do things that can save good people and will not harm our interests." "Haha, I know you are a good person. How should I put it? There is light in your heart." Tisifa winked at Field playfully and showed a lovely smile. "Of course, there may also be elements of holy light in your belly. Don't give me send the good guy card." Field was allergic to the word good guy and pushed his hands away. "I'm not a good guy, I just want to be a living person." "No more small talk. We are preparing to set up an ambush on the road to Maple Leaf territory." Field also knew the nature of the imperial nobles. When it was midnight, a sign army consisting of 100 light armored infantry, 30 light and heavy cavalry, and 100 miscellaneous armed forces moved forward with difficulty in the dark. Some people were tripped by stones or thorns from time to time, and the team was filled with whispered abuse. "Meow, is Field a rabbit-like person in disguise? How can he run so fast?" Busby cursed and released the wind peregrine falcon to keep looking for Field's traces. "Did we take the wrong road?" "Sir, we found deep ruts and horse hoof prints of the army's actions, extending all the way to the howling forest." The knight's escort who was exploring the way came back and reported, "I think the bandits should be camping in the forest, preparing to take shelter from the rain." "Very good." Busby released the peregrine falcon towards the howling forest and soon heard the call of the falcon. "Found it. They are camping where the falcon is hovering." Busby licked the corner of his mouth. He could already imagine Field kneeling down and begging for mercy. "Pass the order down." Whoever dares to make a sound in the forest will only be hanged. However, Busby, who thought he was hidden, had no idea that his every move had been discovered by Field. Field, who was hiding in the dense forest, put his hands on the pergola, looked around for a long time, and snorted coldly. Look at Baron Peregrine, who looks like a scholar, but he is actually a big idiot. Tisifa pondered and said, I think most people would not think that you save people just to set traps. Rosaria covered her mouth and chuckled. Heh, Field defeated me by using despicable means. Despicable is the most glorious medal of nobility. I like this. What do you mean by despicable means? I won by force, okay. Field was speechless. Be careful or I will sue you for defamation. Rosaria, get ready. When my army launches an attack, you will attack the enemy's rear and try to kill the enemy's cavalry. Tisifa, similarly, try to kill the cavalry. Then use your flying advantage to intercept the fleeing enemy. After that, Field stopped chatting with the Chosen One and came to the ambush site of the Night Army. It was located on the hillside. The sloping mountains and dense vegetation formed a perfect natural concealment. Field breathed a sigh of relief. It was not difficult to defeat the enemy, but it was difficult to defeat an aristocratic army immediately. For example, if Rosaria went alone with her unique magic skills, she would almost certainly win. But as long as the enemy fled in all directions, Rosaria could not catch up, especially the enemy's fighting knights, who had the ability to hold Rosaria back. If the enemy was not defeated instantly, the casualties of his own army would rise sharply. Moreover, as long as Baron Fengyu persisted for a while, the movement of the battle would likely attract reinforcements from the surrounding lords. At that time, the final plan failed. We must defeat them in one blow. Field immediately had an idea to boost morale. The sky was already covered with dark clouds, and the wind was whistling in my ears, but no raindrops fell yet, and there were faint cries of various animals in the mountains and forests. Feeling the increasingly fierce wind blowing past my ears, Field glanced at the soldiers of the Night Territory in front of him. They all half knelt on the ground, trying their best to hide their bodies. From beginning to end, no one whispered. The soldiers stood upright, their eyes were scorching, and they were all determined to fight. Many of your family members died in Fengyu territory. They were enslaved like cattle and horses, and killed at will like pigs and dogs. Even if you are willing to give your all, they will not let you go. Even cruelly speaking, they don't take you seriously at all. They didn't take me seriously either, and my request was a fart. Now, those greedy dogs are still not satisfied and have formed an army to hunt you down. Field told the bloody facts in a voice without any emotion. The soldiers of Night Territory had clenched their teeth and stared at Field. The soldiers, who were already full of fighting spirit, were almost going crazy and wanted to explode on the spot. Their eyes were red and they gnashed their teeth. However, their foolish plan is about to fail. We are the wolves of Night Territory, and we must use blood to wash away our hatred. Field was on the hillside and noticed that Busby's army had slowly entered the ambush circle and headed towards the fake camp they had built. The elite front team soldiers had passed by and the weak wings were exposed. With his eyes narrowed, Field knew it was time and raised his hand immediately. The black crow flag used for looting was unfurled, fluttering in the wind. Field no longer lowered his voice, drew his long sword and shouted, "Attack! Give me revenge!" "Attack! My lord has ordered attack! My lord has ordered attack!" Busby was still groping carefully in the dark mountain path. In his opinion, Field's soldiers were far fewer than his own, and he was also raiding by surprise, so this was a battle without suspense. He had even thought about how he would face the desperate Field and the reasons he would use to explain to the governor afterwards. As the army advanced, he just saw the flickering fire in the camp in the distance. Suddenly he heard someone yelling, but because of the whistling and noisy mountain wind, he didn't even react and thought it was the sound of the wind. Until the deafening roar, he was directly startled. Swoosh! Swoosh! A series of crossbow explosions echoed in the air, and at the same time, Tisifa fired a large number of feather arrows. Crossbow arrows mixed with glowing feather arrows covered the Fengyu army that was advancing closely. In an instant, the clanging sound of metal collisions and muffled screams broke out. Wow! Enemy attack! We were ambushed. The Fengyu soldiers were already in a high-intensity and tense atmosphere, and suddenly suffered a blow and instantly exploded. Calm down, don't run around. Busby was sweating profusely, his heart was pounding, and a terrible idea popped into his mind. Did Field know that I would chase him? No, it was impossible. His military literacy made him immediately organize the army, but he was horrified to find that a large number of boulders and logs began to roll down the hillside. Assault, all troops, assault, kill without mercy. Boom! In the dark clouds, thunder exploded and lightning illuminated the Black Crow flag and the crazy soldiers who launched the charge. The soldiers of Nightfall were wearing black uniforms, and with the ferocious armor and masks, they looked like evil spirits in the mountains. The soldiers of Windy Tour were so frightened that they didn't know what to do. What kind of command could he hear? At the same time, all the gluttonous great swordsmen rushed out from the right wing of Fengyu. Rosaria carried a great sword and attacked the rear, leaving only the front to escape. Although the number of people was far less than that of the enemy, Field dared to directly surround 3 of them and leave 1 behind. Really, Field? Busby couldn't believe his eyes. A terrifying guess was gradually confirmed. Field had wanted to kill him a long time ago. Assault. In just a blink of an eye. The extremely fast, gluttonous great swordsman had already slashed into the army like a black wave. The Fengyu soldiers who had been frightened by the surprise attack were just like turning their heads to see a mud truck with 4 front and 8 back coming at them. Their brains told them to run, but their bodies were already stiff. The great swordsmen who could kill with their fighting spirit were like invincible now that the enemy did not fight back, and they swung their great swords and slashed out. Accompanied by a disgusting puff, a large number of heads were directly cut off. The night army rushed into the other wing, slashing wildly with long halberds and swords in their hands, and the disorganized Fengyu soldiers fell in a pool of blood. The Fengyu soldiers were already in a mess, pushing and crowding each other. Second-level magic skill, endless slashing. Rosaria aimed at the straight line and released the magic skill to slash directly at the dents. Enemy troops, the terrifying wave of sword energy instantly tore the enemy's rear. Don't retreat, Field has few soldiers, fight back. Busby panicked and shouted in a hurry, but no one listened to him. He couldn't understand why Field's army, which was far less than his, dared to attack like this. Sir, let's run away. The rear-guard army collapsed in an instant. The enemy has the Chosen One as a shock force. We have no hope of turning defeat into victory. Damn it. I knew it was because the enemy has the Chosen One that I lost. Busby listened to the continuous screams around him. His face turned pale, but he still tried to be strong. That's right, let's retreat. The strongest knight in Fengyu territory, who was also a 3rd-level fighting knight from the family, was almost dying of anxiety. Sir, please go ahead. I'll stay behind and delay for a while. The knight was in high spirits. His whole body was full of fighting spirit. Before he finished speaking, a ferocious sword smashed into the knights, and a piece of broken limbs burst out in an instant, and several horses were blown into pieces. Divine skill, divine wing attack. Tisifa turned into a light that was difficult to capture with the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, the wings chiseled into the body of the fighting knight. The wings and feathers that seemed soft were sharper than swords under the blessing of divine power. Taking advantage of the gap when the fighting knight was distracted, Tisifa's wings pierced into the body of the 3rd-level fighting knight from left to right. The fighting knight's eyes bulged, and he could not believe that he would be attacked. Tisifa's wings shook, and the 3rd-level fighting knight was directly torn in half from the middle, and a large piece of filth was directly splashed on the ground. Just killed instantly, Busby was shocked. That was a 3rd-level knight. Even if Tisifa attacked by surprise, there was no reason to kill him instantly. Damn it, how could Field have a Chosen One? Wasn't he exiled to the north? He was shocked by the bloody smell emanating from Tisifa. He never expected that the Chosen One in front of him was from the Holy Light God system. It's best to stay here. Rosaria pulled the blood-stained gluttony greatsword back into her hand with a dangerous smile. The 2 Chosen Ones rushed directly towards Busby's cavalry. No, 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 I surrender. I am a noble. You can't hurt me. Busby's mind was full of regret. If he could go back to the past, he wanted to slap himself twice. Why did he go to death for no reason? Without giving Busby a chance to talk nonsense, Rosaria pierced Busby into the ground with a sword. Horrible corrupting power of the gluttony great sword spread from the wound into Busby's body, and his flesh and blood began to rot. The pain it brought was more painful than killing him. The originally elegant Baron Fengyu twisted like a bug-driving man at this moment. Busby's peregrine falcon hovering in the air was also intercepted and killed by Tisifa. It's easier than I thought. There's not much suspense. It seems that I was too cautious. The feudal army was weaker than I thought. Even if I didn't boost morale, the result would probably be similar, but it's just a little more bloody now. Hua drops of rain fell, but after a few breaths, it started to rain heavily. Don't let anyone get away, keep chasing. Field did not relax, but led his army to chase the scattered Feng Yu army. Boom, the lightning and thunder, the screams of humans mixed in the wind and rain, seemed so small. Killing them all was more difficult than defeating them. Feng Yu soldiers would climb trees or hide in ravines. The splashing rain prevented the enemy from escaping and also hindered Field's pursuit. It was not until the early morning that Field killed all the Feng Yu soldiers. "Let's go, Rosaria, let's take over Feng Yu City." Field wiped the rain off his face and found the body of Baron Feng Yu. Rosaria, protected by the divine coat, was not stained by the rain. She licked her lips and said with a lingering feeling, "It's really interesting. I never thought it would be so easy to defeat the noble army. It's really not difficult. With this body, I guess I don't even need to attack the city." Rosaria didn't understand and smiled slightly. "Oh, come on, those who are still strong, change into the equipment of Feng Yuling soldiers." Field casually untied his robe, stripped Feng Yuling's battle robe and armor from a knight, put them on, and then smeared mud on his face twice, and then Field laid Busby's body flat on the warhorse. "Leave a team to take care of the body, and the others follow me." After Field said this, he drove his horse towards Feng Yuling. At this moment, the sky was just getting light, and the mountain rain was much smaller, but it was still falling. The people of the territory came out to work as usual. Because the Lord had summoned most of the fighting power, Feng Yu territory seemed very deserted at the moment, and most of the villagers were working. The rich man Kretsch brought his maid and cook, prepared chilled wine and fresh fruits, and prepared to reward the victorious army. "Look, is that the Lord's army?" The soldiers on the sentry tower saw Field rushing in from a distance. Because of the change of equipment, they mistook the chaotic running people of the night territory for the Feng Yu territory army. "Open the door quickly." Field waved his right hand from a distance and shouted. Just behind them, a dozen cavalrymen of the night territory were chasing closely behind them, and the situation seemed very critical. "It's over, our army has been defeated. Lord Busby is also in danger, they are being chased by cavalry." The soldiers on the sentry tower were dumbfounded. They had never expected that their lord would take so many soldiers away, but was defeated and chased by the enemy cavalry. "Ah, this is impossible." The rich man Kretsch was dumbfounded. He climbed up the city wall and looked out. He clearly saw Baron Busby, who was not aware of his own life or death, on the warhorse in the front. "Quick, open the door and rescue." Kretsch was so scared that his heart and gallbladder broke. "If something happens to the Lord, we will all be skinned." Just as Field arrived not far from the city gate, the two sturdy gates of Feng Yu City was slowly opened, and dozens of guards holding halberds rushed up nervously to support. "What happened? How could the Lord be injured? I have a special magic potion here. The Lord will be safe." Kretsch did not doubt it, but ran over to check the injury of Baron Feng Yu as soon as possible. "Put the Lord down quickly." Kretsch shouted at Field. "Oh, you go on." Field grabbed the body of Baron Feng Yu and threw it directly at Kretsch. The soldiers around were all stunned by Field's coquettish operation. How could he treat a noble like this? But their shock did not stop there. Field quickly drew his gun, relying on his tyrannical fighting spirit, and directly pierced Kretsch, who stretched out his hands with a long spear like a startling. Poor rich man Kretsch, who had not yet enjoyed his gold coins, reluctantly made two ho-ho sounds and fell to the ground without a breath. "Die for me." There was a loud sound of breaking through the air, and Field waved his long spear wildly. The three soldiers who approached were directly killed by the sudden attack, and blood arrows shot out. The original remnants of the defeated army drew their swords at the same time and followed Field directly into the city. After killing all the soldiers around him, Field put in the rest of his own soldiers and took down the dangerous city gate without any loss, and at the same time controlled the mountain city. Tisifa did not help in the siege, but flew into the sky and closely monitored the movements in the city to prevent anyone from escaping through the secret passage and reporting the news. In a city without defense, Field killed several subjects who dared to resist and directly occupied the place. He captured the castle with empty defense. Of course, he could not occupy it for a long time. This kind of annexation violated the order and rules of the empire. Once discovered by other nobles, he would be jointly wiped out by the nobles, and no one could save him. "My lord, we brought some subjects, and many people are hiding at home, but we are too few in number." It is difficult to guard too many people. The look in Newt and others' eyes when they looked at Field was no different from looking at God. Relying on a military force far weaker than the enemy, they directly wiped out Feng Yu's army and captured the city. In Newt's view, it was a miracle. Therefore, everyone worshipped Field and Tisiphar beyond measure. In fact, they didn't know that Field relied heavily on Rosaria and her corrupted greatswordsmen. It was just that the corrupted greatswordsmen hid in the chaos after defeating the enemy, and Rosaria also temporarily hid in the greatsword. Field did not want to expose the existence of the corrupt army until the expected time. Woo, Lord Field, please forgive us. We are innocent. Yes, I did not participate in the crusade, I swear. The captured people cried loudly as if they were wronged. Innocent? With a disdainful smile, Field pushed open the door of the butcher shop. According to the small map, there is a basement here, and people are hiding. In fact, the population of Feng Yu territory is much higher than the population seen on the surface. Finding the entrance to the basement, Field pushed the door open and entered. A gust of wind mixed with feces, urine, and blood blew in his face. Field was almost suffocated and felt that there were 3 kunkuns dancing wildly in his head. Oh my God, goddess, this is hell. Hey, they eat people? The soldiers who came in together were so scared that they fell to the ground after seeing the scene in front of them. Even though they were used to seeing dead people, the people in night were still frightened. In the basement of the butcher shop, a large number of human body parts were piled up on the ground. On hooks, human corpses were hung everywhere. There were 3 living people in the corner, one of whom had his limbs cut off. Please, give me a quick death. The man who had become a stick begged in a weak tone with his dying breath. No, this is not true. Newt's face was pale, and the appearance of his family popped up in his mind. He had guessed the end of his family and fell to the ground and vomited. What happened here? Damn it. Field resisted the nausea and tried his best to ask the survivors in a steady voice, but the 3 people were scared crazy, their eyes were empty, and they didn't respond at all. The only one who could speak was the stick. Humans are also devouring each other. Rosaria, who was hiding in the greatsword, also conveyed shock. When I was alive, such things were unheard of. What happened to the Empire in the past 10 years? I also want to know. Walking out of the door, Field kicked a citizen to the ground without saying a word. And with a flash of sword light, he chopped off one of his arms. Ah, the citizen without an arm screamed loudly. Why do you eat people? Field was angry. He rarely got angry. When he killed the enemy, he was rarely in an emotional state, but in a position. Only this time, Field felt that he was completely dominated by emotions, and he could not tolerate such a thing happening. The soldiers of the night territory around him could not believe their ears. And they carefully looked at the strange faces of the people in the Feng Yu territory and the human sticks dragged out of the butcher shop. The soldiers almost exploded on the spot. The performance of the looting cavalry was much calmer. First, the wolf sub-people had a worse life since childhood, and second, they had more experience and were stained with a lot of blood, so they had long been accustomed to it. Because I can eat enough, get rich, and have the hope of becoming the chosen one. A female citizen stood up without any fear and answered as a matter of course. Are these reasons enough? You are a greenhouse flower who doesn't know what survival is. I am the secretary of Feng Yu territory. Ask me directly. You are not allowed to offend my lord. The wolf soldier next to her was very unhappy and drew his cavalry knife to kill her. Let her finish, but I am not a greenhouse flower. My night territory is 100 times worse than your environment. If you use the stupid excuse of food scarcity, you are not qualified to blame me. In the most difficult time of night territory, no one thought of such a cruel thing. Field snorted coldly. Don't say useless things. What happened in Feng Yu territory? The woman looked crazy and told the story of the territory directly. This happened after the rebellion. The baron who returned to Feng Yu territory suddenly issued a harsh decree a month later. The baron wanted to try a new breed of peregrine falcon, and every household must hand in 100 kilograms of fresh meat to feed the falcon every week. This was an impossible task for the impoverished Feng Yu territory. Even if they hunted day and night, it was impossible to provide a stable supply, and the people in the territory complained instantly. But then, another decree was issued. The people in the territory were allowed to kill and rob suspicious travelers or robbers. These 2 seemingly unrelated decrees, once combined, became the beginning of a nightmare. The Lord said that he wanted fresh meat to feed the eagle, but he didn't say what kind of meat it was. Feng Yu territory directly turned into a bandit's den. The people in the territory relied on their familiarity with the land and hunted travelers through kidnapping and traps. During this period, some people tried to resist or escape. Some of them failed and some successfully left. However, those who escaped successfully were not able to overthrow the nobles. Later, did you accept such a life? Field asked. Field felt very strange. Why did Baron Fengyu suddenly fall ill and issue such a stupid decree? It made no sense. Yes, it's not just acceptance. As if she had taken an addictive drug, the woman was about to perform a hegao. She admitted, "At first, we were all resistant, but since I killed a person, I seem to have found the meaning of life. It's great, that feeling, light and floating, as if falling into the clouds. I feel high just thinking about it." Okay, you can stop with the following words. Field rubbed his brows. What does the chosen one mean? The Lord said that as long as we kill enough, we will select those who perform well and grant them the title of chosen one of killing. Field was shocked. I should have thought of it earlier. Who else could have committed this kind of unreasonable, crazy behavior, except those lunatics of the Shadow World sect and the chosen one of killing? Can the chosen one grant it? Field hesitated for a moment and denied. If Baron Fengyu has the ability to grant the chosen one, he would be killed instantly like a dead dog. After the woman finished speaking, she arrogantly tore off her clothes and shouted with a fearless look, "I will be reborn in blood. Death to us is just a true embrace of God." The captured people around them all showed fanatic expressions, threw off their clothes, knelt on the ground and muttered, "That's enough. This wave of tribute to the city of slaughter, is it?" Field was not infected by their fanaticism at all. No matter how fanatical they were, could they be as fanatical as corpses? However, the influence of the Shadow World sect has already penetrated into every aspect of the empire. Rubbing his chin, Field secretly raised his guard and said, "It seems that I have to be more careful when dealing with people in the future. There are definitely not a few crazy people in the current empire. As for what the Shadow World sect is doing, forget it. Knowing too much will make me unhappy. I'm too lazy to think about it." Field shook his head and threw away his mixed thoughts. "Let's go to the underground of Fengyu territory. That's the focus of the city." "Sir, what should we do with these perverts?" Newt hated the man-eating lunatics so much that he wanted to rush up to them on the spot and explode with them directly. "If they stay, they will be a disaster. This is no longer an ordinary lord, and he must strike hard. I will deal with it." "Stay rational," Field said seriously. "Now, let's go to the underground of the castle first. With Tisifa watching over the lords in the air, there is no need to worry about them running away." Through the small map, Field could see that there were a lot of marks of living people underground in Fengyu Castle. Judging from the number and density, they should not be the subjects. Why are there so many caves in this place? It's not the underground of the empire, and there is an underground city. What do the imperial officials do for a living? Field complained, led the soldiers into the castle, and found a broken wall. It's this smell again, so stinky. There must be a lot of people dead inside." Opening his eyes that were reddened by the stench, Field squinted and saw the dark and rugged stone walls. The humid environment allowed moss to grow wantonly. Miserable wails mixed in the wind and surged together. Is this a hollowed-out mountain? There must be something extraordinary inside. Soon after entering the cave, the view suddenly became clear. A large sea of skeletons, not the snow-white skeletons in movies and TV dramas, but red skeletons stained with disgusting plasma, like a living person being melted. The peregrine falcon was foraging in it, pecking at the remaining meat on the skeletons from time to time. Damn it! Field's scalp was numb. The wind was blowing like hell, but fortunately there was a large iron cage nearby, which held many living people. In the underground cave full of skeletons, Field found the imprisoned travelers and slaves. Including the survivors found in the city, there were only more than 100 people alive. No wonder the price of slaves is soaring. It turns out that this is the cause of the rebellion. Field was almost mad. Why did these nobles kill people at will? You know, a qualified labor force is very valuable. After confirming that the prisoners were all innocent people who were kidnapped, Field asked the soldiers to release them. "Thank you for your kindness and bravery." Two fat men dressed as merchants rushed over and cried with tears in their eyes. "Sir, we came to do fair business, but we didn't expect that the devil's minions, the shameless scum of the empire, almost skinned us and made soup." "It's okay now," Field comforted kindly. "Then can we leave?" The merchant looked at him expectantly. "Of course not." Field was happy. "You are my captives now, and you are already slaves in my territory. Go back to work. Don't worry, I won't skin you alive. As long as you behave well, I will soon restore your original status. The people imprisoned here are all talented people. Many of them are hunters, merchants, and travelers. Now that there are fewer and fewer slaves, it's just right to catch them and go back to work. Everyone was at a loss whether to laugh or cry, and only a few people suddenly cheered. Following the sound, there were actually relatives of the soldiers of Knight Leader. They hugged several lucky soldiers directly and expressed their longing. Unfortunately, there were very few of them, and most of the soldiers' relatives were no longer there. It's a blessing in disguise. Field shook his head helplessly. A soldier pulled his son and ran over to greet Field. He was shaking with excitement and joy. "Sir, this is my son Yangmao, this clever boy, who was not eaten immediately because he knew how to raise hawks." "Dear Sir Field, Yangmao greets you. And please allow me to wipe the dust off your boots." The young man who had just reached adulthood in front of him knelt down neatly and wiped Field's boots with his hands. Field didn't like this, but in order to give these people who had been frightened a reassurance, Field chose to accept the courtesy, nodded, and smiled. "Very good, the Knight territory is in need of skilled people. You will have a place." Everyone was relieved to see that Field was not cruel, and knelt down to thank Field for saving their lives. Be a slave, then be a slave. It's better than being skinned directly and thrown into the pot to eat. "By the way, my lord, I must report something to you." Mao Mao showed a look of fear in his eyes, and added, "The people of Fengyu territory are not complete victims. In fact, long before the Baron issued the robbery order, they often killed travelers to obtain property." "Well, I know, don't worry, I will give them the trial they deserve." Field was full of murderous intent. Newt was not so lucky. He did not find his family. He only found his mother's relic, a copper ring, in the pile of skeletons. He could only sit on the ground and shed tears silently. "You have done very well. You are their pride." Field looked at the usually strong soldier and said with empathy, "We must live strong and not let more misfortunes befall us." Newt slowly got up and wiped his tears hard. "I will, sir. I will continue to fight for the Knight Lord and for the Baron." The soldiers were the same. They were used to death and were not defeated by the bad news. "You go to collect the property here, give priority to magic props and gems, and then armor and weapons. Take as much as you can and load them all on the car. Be fast." Field quickly gave orders, and the soldiers collected some relics and left the hellish cave with the newly joined slaves. At the same time, Field came to the core area of the skull pile. The bones here were piled up as high as a hill, and the place surrounded by the hill of bones was a rare, clean, flat land. A figure composed of a hexagram and a magic circle rune was carved on the ground with blood. There were candles in each corner of the hexagram, and the corpses of various animals were pierced around it. This is obviously a magic circle. Rosaria emerged from the gluttony greatsword and tapped her forehead with her snow-white fingers. "Baron Fengyu is playing with fire. Is he going to summon a demon? Are there really demons? I thought it was a legend or a trick to scare children. Fortunately, Rosaria was with me, otherwise I would feel scared if I stayed here alone." Rosaria licked the corner of her mouth. Seeing that Field looked solemn, she thought to herself, "I can't let Field be depressed for a long time because of the soldiers. If there are really demons, I'm curious about what they taste like." Rosaria decisively chose to interrupt. Field shrugged his shoulders. "Then I must catch some succubi and give birth to some little succubi." "You are not satisfied enough to be my foot slave." Rosaria was almost broken and immediately changed the subject. "Don't talk about these nonsense. These kunkun eggs are full of powerful monster aura. Maybe they are useful, such as eating something. Disperse the flying peregrine falcons." Rosaria took out 3 eggs as big as ostrich eggs from the bird's nest nearby. Rosaria tossed the 3 eggs back and forth like a jester. She only needed a unicycle to play the clown. "You can say it, but don't perform acrobatics, okay?" Field was speechless. It was estimated that only corrupted creatures could have fun in such a serious and terrifying environment. "Okay." Rosaria looked regretful. "There are enough painful things. I just want you to be happier when you see me." Pulling Rosaria's long legs twice, the smooth feeling made Field breathe a sigh of relief. "You are right, it is indeed much better now. I am in a much happier mood." "Damn it, I was attacked by surprise. Why didn't you touch my head this time?" Rosaria's pupils shook. "You only knew how to touch your head before. You don't let me use the head-patting kill." Field spread his hands and said he was helpless. "No more nonsense. Business is important." After Rosaria's nonsense, the tense haze brought by Feng Yuling dissipated. Field cheered up. picked up the falcon egg and studied it carefully. This should not be a falcon egg, but another kind of monster egg. In the pile of skulls, Field found the winged peregrine falcon egg, which was obviously much smaller and the color was pure cyan. The monster egg in his hand was purple and covered with magma-like red lines, which looked particularly domineering. You're right, it should be a powerful bird monster. It's still in the egg state, but it dares to release such strong energy fluctuations. The surrounding peregrine falcons dare not peck at it. The creatures it hatches will be in line with the temperament of the nobility. Collect them first. By the way, look for other good things. I always feel that there is not much connection between eggs and magic circles. Search carefully around the magic circle. There is a scroll on the ground, which seems to be useful to you. Rosaria handed over an old parchment. I guess this scroll is what Baron Fengyu is thinking about. It should come from the Shadow World sect. Field spread out the parchment, which was densely piled with a lot of incomprehensible symbols. The only thing that can be read is the annotation written in the imperial language. Use blood and killing as a guide. When the time is right, leave your name and use your own blood to call the true god in the magic circle. He will give you a supreme response. It sounds very cool. Field frowned, flipped through the pages several times and made sure there were no other mechanisms or secret codes. Then he thought, use your own blood. Rosaria looked carefully to see if there are any knives around. Okay, my dear sir. Rosaria was very interested in these strange things and started searching immediately. Soon she found the knife in a corner of the magic circle. Sir, what's the use of this? It's just an ordinary iron tool. That's right, but at least the case is solved. Field moved the body of Baron Fengyu, opened his stiff palm and saw 3 or 4 scars. The matter is very simple. In order to make a deal with the true god, Baron Fengyu killed crazily and hoped to summon the true god of the Shadow World sect to get something, and that thing is likely to be the chosen one. But it seems that he failed. He didn't succeed until his death. Rosaria, you understood. Yes, I think these are the spoils he robbed in the rebellion. Field smacked his lips twice and asked curiously, how about we call out the true god of the Shadow World sect and see what it is? We can let the people of Fengyu territory try it. I just want to see what the so-called true god is. No, Field, you are playing with fire. Rosaria was so anxious that she ignored the noble tone and snatched the scroll. She was so angry that her chest was heaving. I won't allow you to do such a stupid thing. Even if you crawl under my crotch, I won't allow it. The last sentence is not worth mentioning. Quickly stepping forward, Field pulled Rosaria's wrist and coaxed her, which made Rosaria calm down. Alas, the potential biggest gain may be missed. Field felt a little regretful. But the risk of witnessing the true god of unknown origin was indeed too great. What if the true god is Cthulhu? I would probably go crazy. Of course, it could also be an SCP that would explode after just one look. If you miss it, you miss it. Rosaria comforted. The two collected all the monster eggs and were about to go out. Squeak, a sudden call suddenly appeared in Field's ear. What is that? Be careful, Rosaria. There may be monsters here. Field's heart skipped a beat, and he turned his head to see a huge eye that suddenly appeared in the air as if it had torn apart the space, suspended above the magic circle. Everything around seemed to be wriggling and twisting. Fuck a big eye. Field was stunned. The breath of divine power. Field, get out of here. Rosaria immediately raised the greatsword horizontally and took a defensive posture. Oh, interesting, this time it's not that poor kid Busby who comes to pray for my grace, the huge eyeball said in an abyssal voice. God. Field was shocked and looked up and down at the monster in front of him. It was not as he imagined, with the urge to bow down and worship, nor did he feel as humble as an ant. Field's first thought at this moment was to take a photo and post it on WeChat Moments. Kid, what's your name? Big Eyes stared at Field for 3 seconds. It had no mouth, but it could make a low voice. You are unique. I'm Kai Zukun, an idle trainee who has been training for 2.5 years. Field made a classic bowing gesture while talking nonsense. If people knew his real name, something terrible might happen. Big Eyes was silent for a long time, and it was choked by Field's nonsense. Relax, I have no ill intentions. And I can't curse you by name. Okay then, are you a god? Field considered his tone and asked softly. I am not a god. My name is Hermanus Mora. I am a divine weapon chosen by the Ninth Order Wisdom God. Ninth Order, does it really exist? Both of them took a breath of cold air. It was unbelievable. The Third Order seemed very powerful to Field. It was hard to imagine what a Ninth Order divine weapon was like. Rosaria opened her mouth wide. She felt dizzy and held her head and said, even in the entire empire there is no Ninth Order. But this scroll says you are a god. Field shook the scroll twice, pointed at the annotation, was silent for a moment, and suddenly said, "This annotation is wrong." "That's right, but I am a projection of thought. If they treat me as a devil's deal, then I am the devil. If people treat me as an animal, then I am an animal. I can be a stone that knows nothing, or a learned sage. Is this what is called different people have different opinions? This big eyeball is quite philosophical. Although the ninth-level artifact is shocking, it is not an illusory god after all." Field lost his previous restraint and nodded thoughtfully. "I thought the chosen ones of wisdom were all a bunch of riddlers who would say something incomprehensible, but it turns out that they are so easy to communicate. I guess, if you bring a Hakami outside, you can talk to it. Wisdom is to explore knowledge, not to hinder cognition." Big Eyes patted Field's shoulder affectionately with his tentacles, looking very approving. Profundity does not mean unknowable. The fools of the Shadow World sect directly worshipped him as a god, and then were fooled around by Big Eyes. I am a materialist, so he didn't lie to me. As if seeing through Field's thoughts, Big Eyes' tone was a little lighter, and he said bluntly, "I am using them to obtain resources. The annotations were written by me, and the results of Baron Fengyu's sacrifice were stolen by me. However, their true god is also someone else. Minotaur, right? Don't play with cows." Field almost laughed out loud. "Then why did you come to me?" Field asked straight to the point. "You have knowledge beyond your time, that's why I want to see you. I need you to help me take back the lost pages of the endless wisdom from the Chaos God, one of the 5 disasters. The Chaos God has the ability to block all perceptions. Even I can't deduce their location, let alone kill them." Field was very alert. "The problem is, you can deceive Baron Fengyu today and you can deceive me tomorrow. My master has dissipated, I can't hurt anyone, otherwise I would have destroyed the chaos disaster myself. In addition, I will give you the sincerity you deserve." After that, a gorgeous book condensed out. The master's greatest inheritance, the Book of True Knowledge. A first-level artifact can directly transform an ordinary woman into a first-level God's chosen. You can also keep it for yourself as an artifact. Of course, this book should not transform the people you care about. It will directly become your portable library and will be loyal to you, but she is no longer herself, but a tool. So the chosen can really be canonized. Not so, it is equivalent to taking over the body, the only inheritance that the 9th-level God's chosen can have. The big eyeball gradually began to dissipate. The lost fragments have a total of 7 chapters. Every time I find a chapter, I will give you the due reward. But the question is, where are they? How can I contact you? Before Field could ask clearly, the big eyeball dissipated. Field could only stare blankly. Zui Hu said speechlessly, "Forget it, let's look for it slowly. Anyway, there is the clue of Chaos God's chosen, which should be enough." Silently wrote down the information of Chaos God's chosen in his notebook. Chaos is one of the 5 great disasters. Rosaria licked her lips. "I wonder what they taste like." Chaos God Select, it seems a bit delicious. "Do you know the other 4 disasters?" Field carefully took the new artifact and turned to ask Rosaria. "I don't know, but other disasters should be the same as our corruption, with only one ultimate goal: to wipe out all life in the world." Field couldn't understand, but why? "My inheritance didn't explain the reason. However, before you and I signed the contract, I had to kill. If I didn't cut something, I would feel very hungry and painful." "Forget it, let's not talk about it. Just accept this artifact first." Field took out the Book of True Knowledge. Unlike other artifacts, this book does not require blood to bind. Its information naturally appeared in his mind. Book of True Knowledge, first-level artifact, exclusive source. Goddess of Wisdom Effect 1. Wisdom inheritance, exclusive, provided by the 9th-level Wisdom God. Any female creature can be bound and instilled into a first-level god. Note, inheritance will cause the character and personality of the indoctrinated person to change and automatically obey all orders of the Lord. Effect 2. True Knowledge Appraisal, Civilization Heritage Level. Can appraise all divine items of level 1 and below, and all non-divine items of level 3 and below. Note, only the knowledge of the present and the past can be obtained, and the knowledge of the future cannot be deduced. So awesome! It was the first time Field saw the label of Civilization Heritage Level. "Let me try." Focusing on the egg he had picked up before, Field's mind moved, and a quarter of his fighting spirit was instantly drawn away. At the same time, dense descriptions of creatures slowly emerged on the blank page of the Book of True Knowledge. Field skipped over the large amount of secondary information and found the key description. Red blood war eagle egg. A special egg that can only be cultivated in a blood pool, containing a strong killing breath. Long-term consumption can change the nature of fighting spirit. Is there no description of the red blood war eagle? After trying several times, Field understood the use of this book. Talk about the matter at hand. A middle part is a middle part, and overalls are overalls, and there will never be a description of a kinky that is too beautiful. Sir, we have loaded all the property in the territory. A wolf-like cavalryman came forward to report. As habitual robbers, the speed of looting was amazingly efficient. Field carefully stored the eagle eggs in the carriage. You take the convoy away first and wait for me to meet up in a hidden area in Maple Leaf territory. Field took out the pre-marked map and quickly issued an order. The soldiers have left, and the next thing will be left to Rosaria. Field took a deep breath, looked at the crazy villagers around him and said coldly, "They are just some garbage, don't be lenient." Fengyu territory seems to be somewhat urbanized. The mark of the corrupt goddess fell to the ground, and the villagers who were originally waiting to die suddenly felt a chill from the inside out. At noon that day, the continuous mountain rain finally ended. The fresh mountains and wet air are refreshing. The two who cleared the imperial guards, Biska and Anju, rode snow-white warm-blooded horses slowly towards Fengyu territory, followed by a caravan. Have you ever fought with the people of Night Owl? Anju kept wiping his long sword, and the light of the sword reflected his eyes. Hey, when talking to people, look into my eyes. Biska protested angrily, then put one hand on her waist and shouted with a harmless expression, I have only been officially employed for 3 months, and I don't have a chance. If I catch them, I will love them well. Then you'd better not run into my sister, you will die ugly. Anju smiled grimly, of course I will avenge you. Don't bluff me. Whether it is the Shadow World sect or the Night Owl, they are all garbage among garbage. They are not our opponents at all. Biska laughed awkwardly twice, wanting to get angry, but thinking of Anju's terrifying ability, she had no choice but to interrupt. Let's go to Fengyu territory quickly. Baron Fengyu is the rising star of our family. He is a very good person. We will receive the highest standard of hospitality. In addition, I will cover all the expenses of this trip. Miss Biska is really beautiful and kind. The thin merchant who followed behind came up with a wretched face, greedily glanced at Biska's thigh, rubbed his palms and said, modifying the trade route is very costly. If it weren't for Miss Biska, our caravan would not do such a loss-making business. Thank you for your hard work, dear Mr. Terry. Thank you for the assistance of your Changj Merchant Association. Biska thanked sweetly, but the disgust and contempt on her face were not concealed at all. Oh, miss, you're too polite, you actually remember my name. The merchant was so happy that his nose was full of snot bubbles. It's really an honor, today is the best day of my life. Anju snorted coldly. She knew what kind of character Biska was. She just looked kind and gentle. Wait, there's a smell of blood in the forest. Anju's expression froze, and he suddenly turned over and dismounted. His eyes were as calm as a pool of stagnant water. He tiptoed and quickly rushed into the forest. Hey, wait for me. Biska hurriedly followed. The two quickly rushed into the woods, followed the direction of the bloody smell, and saw a horrifying scene. The tattered corpses on the ground were piled up like garbage. Most of the armor on the body was taken away, and the slightly more valuable jewelry or excellent weapons were also looted. The soldiers of the Night Territory were extremely professional in robbing. The Wintour territory is in trouble. There are no survivors here. Anju put away his knife. The soldiers were killed by another army. The enemy's strength is very good. This is terrible. The people in the caravan also came and were deeply shocked by the scene before their eyes. Terry was sweating profusely. He took out a silk scarf and kept wiping his face. I have been to many places in the Empire. Such tragic scenes are really shocking. I am afraid I dare not take this trade route. Shut your mouth. Biska scolded Terry, her heart pounding. Quickly rescue Fengyu territory. It must be the damn Shadow World sect. It seems that the missing Shadow World sect deacon has hidden in Fengyu territory, which is our family's territory. Let's go. Anju took the task very seriously, and the two immediately rushed towards Fengyu territory. And they could barely see the city. The entire Fengyu city was shrouded in a layer of strange and terrifying gray fog. The wind-peregrined falcon that was originally hovering had fled to other places, and the whole city was filled with a chilling dead air. Screams and monster roars were heard from time to time in the city. It's like this again. The corruption disaster has come. Anju gritted his teeth. This is the fourth city polluted by corruption. What's going on? There is a border wall blocking it. How could there be a corruption disaster? Could it be that the Shadow World sect possesses the power of corruption? No, no, Biska's mentality exploded. This is the territory of their family. Although it is only a barony, they have bitten off a piece of meat. What's more, the younger generation that the family has high hopes for is now unknown. I will make the people of the Shadow World sect pay the price. Biska was furious and immediately rushed to the city shrouded in gray fog. Why is Rosaria's promotion so slow this time? Field hid in the gray fog and saw the two people who purged the Imperial Guards with the artifact telescope. He also sighed. What you fear will come true. It doesn't come early or late, but at this time, I hope they won't suspect me in the future. After all, I often go in and out of the northern border, which is easy to arouse associations. Turning his head to look at Rosaria, her goddess mark is still in an activated state, and the power in the land is being absorbed by her crazily. The surrounding flowers and plants withered and rotted at speed visible to the naked eye. The promotion has lasted for 3 hours. Seeing the people who cleared the Imperial Guards approaching quickly, Field stood up, put on the mask, suppressed his inner uneasiness, lowered his voice, and said loudly, "Don't come in, Miss Biska. There's a trap in the city. Damn, this place has been occupied by the deacon of the Shadow World sect." The two afterimages that were originally rushing in quickly stopped at the same time. If it was an ordinary call to stop, the two would not pay attention at all, but when they heard the people inside, they could call out their names and knew that the deacon of the Shadow World sect must not be an ordinary low-level person. What happened inside? Anju looked around vigilantly and asked vigilantly. It was the bastard Baron Fengyu. He had long since defected to the Shadow World sect and killed everyone in the territory in an attempt to create the killing god. What nonsense, idiot. Biska was directly anxious. Baron Busby is a member of his own family, so even if he really joined the rebels, he must keep it secret. Field racked his brains to find a topic to delay time, but his shoulder was suddenly patted. "Leave the next thing to me." The corrupt breath slowly subsided, and the madness in Rosaria's starry eyes was not concealed at all. With her beautiful appearance, she contained a seductive charm. Field was happy with a long sigh. "You woke up in time. I'm almost dead. If you don't wake up, I can only show them how to bite a lighter." "Lighter kun." Field wiped the sweat from his forehead. This is not the point. The two arrogant Imperial Guards are here, and I'm going to press them to the ground and rub them hard. Rosaria gritted her teeth, thinking of the humiliation suffered by the Lord. The third-level divine power began to surge from the inside out due to anger. The clothes around her body moved without wind, and a powerful momentum was released like ripples. The two people who had ignored Field's warning and approached stopped again, and their faces suddenly became solemn. "Wait, he's right, there are powerful creatures in the gray fog. No matter what, let's fight first." Biska shrugged. "No matter how powerful it is, we are both third-level chosen ones." That being said, the two of them remained alert and approached the city at a snail's pace. "It feels completely different from before." Field was full of emotion. If Rosaria gave him the feeling of an ordinary human before, now she is like a high god, with an extraordinary temperament as cold as a fallen immortal. "By the way, have you obtained new skills? Don't you have to choose this time?" I was just about to say this. The third level is the qualitative change stage of the chosen ones, which can strengthen professional abilities. You are the lord of this lady, you choose the advanced route. "Oh, I'll choose it." Field felt very interesting. "If I remember correctly, the previous profession was meaningless. I thought it was useless." Rosaria slowly closed her eyes, and an invisible link stretched out. At the same time, Field's head hurt, and a large number of promotion options appeared in his mind. After being promoted to the third level, in addition to the substantial qualitative changes in physical fitness and divine power, many new career routes are also provided. Field almost fainted at the densely packed career routes, but fortunately it was the information transmitted, and in just a moment, Field selected the best ones. Name: Rosaria Starry Knight, original occupation. Guard basic type, no bonus. According to the Lord, territory, and the Chosen One, Rosaria has the following career potential. 1. Godkiller Reaper. Kill the Chosen One and slightly enhance the relevant characteristics permanently. For example, killing the God of War will permanently enhance strength. Killing the god of fire will permanently enhance fire resistance, and the enhancement has an upper limit. 2. Ludgard, the gluttonous great sword will be transformed into a double sword form, greatly increasing the attack speed, movement speed, and recovery ability, and reducing the attack power and armor-piercing ability. 3. Corrupted Dragon Guard /Star, Devouring Dragon. Unlock the Corrupted Devouring Dragon as a possessed form, gain a new ability to dissociate artifacts, and the Gluttonous Great Sword loses its chain ability. Star Devouring Dragon, one of Rosaria's corrupted fusions, it has the ability to devour artifacts. After devouring artifacts, it will permanently enhance related traits to a very small extent, and the improvement has an upper limit. 4. Bloodsea Ferryman, greatly increase soul power, and the chains of the gluttonous great sword will be transformed into puppet lines. Non-chosen people killed by Rosaria will be used as blood puppets. There are also a lot of strange professions, even clowns, slave traders, or gambling gods, and I don't know where the strange potential comes from. But the best potential is the first 4 items. Selected by yourself. Fuck, job transfer is so interesting. Field looked at the terrifying gains one by one, and was so greedy. Can't we take them all? I'm going to have obsessive-compulsive disorder now. No, my head can't hold so many things it will explode. Rosaria crossed her arms and made a big cross. Her autumn eyes revealed a smile. You can't bite off more than you can chew, just like you can't lick 2 rabbits at the same time. Damn, don't be so rebellious. Rubbing his eyebrows, Field said helplessly, let's eliminate it. The ability to control puppets is the least suitable for her. It's like learning blue-silver coil. The first one ruled out the puppet ability. Field hesitated for a moment. Don't want the blood guard either, it doesn't have any special features. Dual swords sound cool, but they may not be strong. What's more, it will lose attack, which is a big loss. After hesitating for a long time, Field finally chose the Corrupted Dragon Guard profession. The first profession sounds high-end, but the way it obtains combat power is too brutal. If you want to get the bonus, you have to kill the chosen ones. But the number of chosen ones is even smaller than that of giant pandas, and the benefits of contracting them are far less than that. Even if there are enough people for her to kill, the word upper limit is very annoying. The third choice is the Dragon Guard. The biggest disadvantage is that the chain is gone. The chain of the Gluttony Great Sword is very powerful, which makes people feel sorry. Forget it, life is about gains and losses. So I will choose to corrupt the Dragon Guard. With a thought, Field made a decisive decision. At the same time, a mysterious power surged from Field's heart. Rosaria snorted lightly, and her originally brilliant star eyes quickly turned into silver dragon pupils, and then slowly spread out and returned to their original state. The original black dress spontaneously ignited, and her snow-white skin was exposed. She had no choice but to cover the part with her hands, which looked particularly tempting. Hey, there is also a bursting link. Field's eyes were stunned. Don't look at me anymore. Can you still pull carrots here? Rosaria's cheeks were slightly red, but she still spoke against the sky. You don't have time to do anything I want now, Field was embarrassed and scratched his head and said, meow, that makes sense. But in a moment, accompanied by the sound of bones bursting, the rebirth was completed, and Rosaria's divine power began to weave clothes quickly. So this is how the job change works. I got a new skill and 2 new talents in one go. Rosaria raised her hand, loosened her palm and clenched it again, and said excitedly, I feel the divine power is surrendering to me. Every talent of the chosen one is terrifyingly strong. She was very inflated by getting 2 talents and a divine skill. The Purge Imperial Guards are here, leave them to me. It's a good opportunity to practice with them. Field said worriedly, they just advanced, will they be okay? Don't worry, they will run away if they can't beat me. Before that, I will crush their arrogance for daring to mock us. By the way, wear this, remember, we are now the rebels of the Shadow World sect. Field handed over the ring of the Shadow World sect deacon and a strange sheep bone mask. He didn't want to reveal his identity. The Empire would not let him go, and the best way was to stay hidden and develop. No problem. Rosaria was ready, full of fighting spirit, with her snow-white toes touching the ground. She lightly jumped onto the platform. Hey, why is there no sound inside? Bekas had already arrived at the foot of the city, frowning and looking at the gray fog, shouting inside. Hurry up and answer, why are you not talking? What happened inside, damn it? He, you are the Imperial Guards from the Imperial capital. Rosaria no longer hid, and walked out of the gray fog gracefully. The black skirt that had not yet been sewn by herself rustled in the wind, and with her long hair like a waterfall, the whole person bloomed with a broken beauty. She actually jumped out by herself. Biska looked up and down at the masked woman in front of her, raised her eyebrows unexpectedly and waved her hand, and a hideous artifact axe appeared in her hand. The choice of the god of the Shadow World sect is still as stupid as ever. Anju narrowed his eyes and warned, Biska, don't be arrogant, I feel threatened. Don't be so nervous. I will break her limbs and let my horse love her. Biska's cute face was full of resentment. You dare to invade my family's fiefdom. Rosaria lifted her skirt, performed a noble salute, and said elegantly, This is a good idea, let's do this to you. After that, the Gluttony Greatsword flew out of the gray fog, and the Gluttony Greatsword opened its third magic pupil, which was extremely hideous. Grabbing the greatsword and waving it casually, the space suddenly tore apart, and a huge corrupted dragon claw stretched out from the broken space. The broken dragon arm was pierced and entangled by chains and blood lines, and the dragon claw trembled from time to time. It is not as huge as the dissociated state, but the claws are as big as 2 cows. New talent, incarnation cooperation. The corrupted star-devouring dragon will cooperate with Rosaria in combat. The corrupted dragon will be controlled by the chain, copy Rosaria's attack and defense movements, and cooperate to release divine skills. Note, to unlock the complete form of the corrupted dragon, a large amount of materials or devouring artifacts are required. The current unlocking progress. 1%. The right arm of the sealed dark wizard. Field was shocked. What kind of Yu-Gi-Oh duel is it? I have to gather all the sacrifices. No wonder the chain of the gluttonous sword is gone. It turns out that it is used to control the corrupted dragon. It makes sense. The chosen one who has never appeared before, the Shadow World sect, actually has a new member so soon. There are very few third-level chosen ones, and basically they all have names and titles. I am the new 9th deacon. Rosaria showed the ring she had seized before. This ring came from Hina, the 9th deacon of the Shadow World sect. Of course, she had already gone to fight the resurrection match with Lao Da. It is indeed someone from the Shadow World sect. And Zhu just saw it clearly, and suddenly her heart beat wildly. Her pupils shrank suddenly. Danger! The next moment, Rosaria's figure had flashed over, and the greatsword was swung out domineeringly. Die! A series of wails broke out in the air, and Anju's figure retreated quickly like a ghost. After barely dodging the gluttonous greatsword that was almost blurred, a strong wind blew over Anju's head. His right foot stepped out, the ground cracked, and Anju raised his arm quickly, holding up the artifact long sword for defense. The huge dragon claw behind Rosaria, carrying a sharp, murderous intent, slapped it hard. Boom! Anju only felt a huge force coming, and his body was slapped out of control. His internal organs seemed to be crushed by a train, and his whole body was in pain. What's going on? The caravan people who were watching from a distance thought they would see a crushing situation where the Imperial guards were purged and the rebels were killed. As a result, the sudden scene almost shocked everyone's eyes. It's so interesting. Although the attack of the corruption dragon has a large delay, its power and range are stronger than the Gluttony Great Sword. It is worthy of the combat power that can only be experienced in the past dissociation. Rosaria licked her lips happily. Damn it, don't be so proud, you scum. Biska swung the axe and chopped it with great force, and the wind whistled. Clang, the sound of metal friction was loud. Rosaria raised her hand to defend, and the corruption dragon claw took the blow. What? Impossible! Biska's pupils shook. Haha, aren't you very powerful and noble, everyone from the Griffin province? Why are you taking a break now? Rosaria had long been annoyed with their arrogance, and she smiled and ruthlessly mocked. Or do you only know how to use power and bully others? Damn bitch, shut up. Biska was furious, and her divine power surged. She pulled out the axe with all her strength and attacked frantically. Every time she chopped, it seemed to carry a huge weight. Hee, some dogs are not convinced. It would be a good idea to make you pregnant. Don't be arrogant, rebels. Dark Curse scolded coldly, quickly returned to the battlefield, and continued to attack from attack at tricky angles. Ding ding dang dang, both sides fought back and forth, madly killing each other. Sound of metal collision made people's scalps numb, and the chaotic flow of divine power directly destroyed the nearby terrain, and there were fireworks everywhere caused by the collision of abilities. It's more powerful than I imagined. Field hid in the gray fog and breathed a sigh of relief. If he ruined his own chosen one, he would be so angry that he couldn't sleep at night. The merchant and his men were also shocked. Is this the chosen one of the Shadow World sect? Isn't he too strong? Terry was sweating profusely, thinking, I've only heard that the rebels are a mob before and it's just propaganda. This one is 1 against 2 and still has the upper hand. You call this a mob? Boss, let's run away quickly. The assistant beside him was trembling with fear. If it affects us, it will be terrible. But they are the purging Emperor guards if they cause trouble for us afterwards. Terry wanted to cry and wanted to say something loyal to the Empire, but in order to save his life, he decisively chose to turn around and run. I'll take it, you stay here to transport the goods. I took it too. Wait for me, I didn't want to do it for a long time. Seeing that the boss had run away, the people in the caravan chose to abandon the goods and run away. Terry's choice was soon proved to be extremely wise. The 2 people from the purging Emperor guards were completely at a disadvantage. Damn it, if this continues, we'll lose. Although Anju was reluctant to admit it, as the battle became more intense, he became more and more powerless. When did the Shadow World sect have such a powerful divine choice? Level 3 Divine Skill Death Flash. Anju stepped forward, and strange spells flashed and swam on the long sword. Her speed reached the peak. The strange and majestic divine power slashed out from top to bottom, and the powerful divine skills burst out, and a series of sonic booms echoed in the air. I'll come too, Level 3. Biska also wanted to release the divine skill. Rosaria was faster, holding the gluttony great sword with both hands, and her eyes were full of crazy killing intent. Level 3 Divine Skill Eclipse Star. Countless dead air gathered like a whirlpool, entwined and swirled on the gluttony great sword. The next moment, Rosaria stabbed out with both hands holding the sword. At the same time, a shadow of a corrupted dragon suddenly appeared behind her. The shadow flapped its wings, enveloping Rosaria, and crushed her like a flood. The gorgeous white corrupted energy made the Eclipse Star divine skill look like a gorgeous comet that hit at high speed. Due to the effect of the cooperative fight, Rosaria's divine skill can release double the effect. Such power, how is it possible? Could it be that the death slash can't stop it? No, it's impossible. A trace of horror flashed in Anju's eyes, and his heart was filled with unbelievable emotions. Boom! Accompanied by a thunderous sound, the 2 divine skills collided directly. Before she could get tangled up, Anju's divine skill exploded directly, exploding into a turbulent flow of divine power, directly annihilating the surrounding debris. The seemingly rolling divine skill was extremely fast. It crushed in front of them in just 3 breaths. In the horrified eyes of the 2, the Eclipse divine skill directly hit Biska. Oops! Biska's pupils suddenly dilated, and she used all her hands to resist the giant axe, immobilizing all her divine power to defend. With a buzzing sound, Biska was like a kite with a broken string, vomiting a large mouthful of blood from her mouth, and was smashed out. Biska, who was flying backwards in the air, found that she had automatically turned on the state of artifact dissociation, and her hands had lost consciousness, and she only felt empty. In other words, the previous attack was already a kill. If it weren't for the terrifying gain brought by the artifact dissociation, she would have died. Even in the dissociation state, she still paid the price of a pair of arms. Why didn't I listen to that person at the beginning? Feng Yu territory really has a trap. Biska's eyes went dark and she fell into a coma. The last thought was only regret. After all, if I had listened to Field and turned around and left, this wouldn't have happened. Seeing her companions being smashed into the forest, bringing up dust all over the sky. Anju spat, she saw with her own eyes the artifact of Biska being crushed into slag and said hatefully, "Newcomers are troublesome. They didn't even use their magic skills. They are really a burden." I reminded her countless times to be careful and keep a low profile. This guy only has the interests of his family in his mind. It's really annoying to waste a magic weapon of mine. Anju cursed, but resolutely threw a small black ball. I hope to buy more time. 2nd level magic weapon, the Veil of Lady Shadow. Rosaria landed gracefully and began to mobilize her vitality, preparing to activate her magic skills again and kill them all directly. Suddenly, she felt as if her eyes were covered by someone's hand, and the whole world seemed to fall into darkness. Hey, why is it dark? Quickly holding the sword for defense, the huge dragon claws covered the back to prevent sneak attacks. Rosaria shook her head in confusion, then opened her eyes again. Her vision returned to normal, but the surroundings were as silent as death, with only the strange cries of Feng Yuling's corpse in the distance. Where are the people? Where did they run to? Rosaria found that the two Purge Emperor guards had run away. As long as the Chosen One does not release divine power, it is almost impossible to find them, and Rosaria's perception is very poor, and she is not good at chasing. Rosaria looked around in confusion and only found a broken artifact in the forest. They actually ran away so much. I clearly said that I would make them pregnant and perform a defeat animation. With a thought, the giant claws of the corrupted dragon were pulled by the chain and retracted into the alien space. Rosaria retracted the greatsword. Keep your promise next time, you can't run away, Regretfully returned to Field, only to see Field leaning against the city wall in a daze, keeping a defensive posture with a vigilant face. It seems that you have been hit, Field. Rosaria laughed. The enemy has been repelled, but it's a pity that no one was left. Field was also blinded. Hearing the familiar voice, he breathed a sigh of relief and fanned himself with his hands. I was just watching the battle, but Anjou suddenly took out a transparent panties, and I was blinded. It's a consumable second-level artifact. As expected of someone around the Queen, such a precious treasure is used as soon as it is said. It is obviously more effective on the battlefield. What a waste. Then can you see now? Field's eyes were dark and his hands were waving randomly. I still can't see. The effect of the second-level artifact is not much. For me. Rosaria dodged Field's obvious intentions and nimbly dodged Field's salty hands, but the impact on you, I don't think it will be healed for a while. Damn it, it's amazing. Field wanted to cry but had no tears. What's wrong with watching a battle by himself? First of all, I didn't provoke anyone. Yes, I found something good for you to eat. Rosaria narrowed her eyes and showed a very disdainful expression. Open your mouth, eat it to become stronger, and it is white, fragrant, and smooth. Zundu fake, can't you go back and eat it again? Field opened his mouth half-believingly, and a smooth and cold thing came directly to him. A thought suddenly popped up in Field's mind. This heaven-defying thing is going to make a living. Feeling something wrong, Field quickly closed his mouth, but was still poked by Rosaria's foot. Wow, I was fooled. Field quickly stepped back. Do you have to be so heavy? Rosaria proudly put her hands on her waist. It's a rare opportunity. By the way, don't you usually like to stare at it? Liking to watch and eating are two different things. I don't want to get athlete's foot in my lungs. Field was speechless. There is no such thing as athlete's foot. Rosaria protested, stamping her feet in anger. Forget it, let's get back to business. I was really surprised to win this time. Field couldn't believe that his own chosen one had just been promoted and was fighting too against the elite of the Empire. Is it because the chosen one I trained is more powerful? Or is it because the combat effectiveness of corrupted creatures is high? Thinking of the poor performance of the chosen one of Night Owl, Field was very suspicious. The improvement they got after the promotion was not that strong. At the beginning, the two third-level chosen ones of Night Owl were restrained by ordinary soldiers and were almost killed. Maybe it's both. Confidently raising her hair, Rosaria put her hands on her waist with satisfaction and looked like she was awesome. Field pondered for a moment. In the future, try to train the chosen one from the first level. The cabbage you grow yourself is safe and healthy to eat. Let's go and meet up with Tisifa and the others. Rosaria took Field's arm and said, Be careful, don't fall into the pit. Fortunately, the blinding did not last long. After a quarter of an hour, Field's blinding effect automatically dissipated. Field soon found Tisifa, who was waiting anxiously. Rosaria continued to hide in the gluttony great sword and fought off the two people who were urging the Imperial Guards. She needed to be more careful. I feel relieved to see that you are safe and sound. Tisifa put down her praying hands and winked at Field happily. Did you encounter any enemy pursuit? Field took a pot of water from the carriage and asked about the situation while drinking. We have too few people and need people everywhere. We didn't encounter any enemies. But two slaves tried to escape secretly and were killed by me directly. Tisifa, who seemed gentle, had very cruel means. You are right. Our military strength is too weak, and it is difficult to even guard prisoners and spoils. Even if the chosen one is strong, the core of war always revolves around people, otherwise it will be like now. Even guarding spoils and slaves requires the chosen one to take action. The army must be expanded. We will need them for patrols and guards in the future. Let's go to Maple Leaf territory to buy slaves first. Field felt very overwhelmed. There would never be enough people and food. On the way, he counted the harvest. In Fengyu territory, the most important harvest was 70,000 gold coins, most of which came from the treasury of the rich man Kretch. This guy was even richer than the local lord. The second is the harvest of a large number of armor and weapons. They are all outdated or worn goods, but the advantage is the large quantity. There are more than 200 sets of leather armor. 52 sets of scale armor, and 5 sets of cavalry armor are intact. The third is eagle eggs. I don't know how the monster's hatch will be. Field was relieved when he arrived at Maple Leaf territory safely. Tisifa walked beside Field and reminded him, "After this purchase, I think I should come to Maple Leaf territory less. It is no longer safe here. The nobles are not fools, nor are they rigid NPCs." The continuous occurrence of gray fog events, coupled with the attack on the purge of the Imperial Guards. It can be foreseen that in the future, this area of High Castle Province will become a key surveillance area of the Empire. Even if they don't have evidence, I will soon be on the suspect list as I often go in and out of the gray fog. As for self-destruction and then taking on the whole world alone, it sounds cool, but it's not feasible and unnecessary. Yes, I already have a plan. Seeing Tisifa's eyes drooping and a worried look, Field didn't say much about the difficulties in the future but encouraged, "Don't worry about us losing our trading ability. I don't want to come to Maple Leaf territory anymore. They cheat me all the time. Damn it, they play trade barriers with me all the time. Now we have the 3rd level combat power. I can sell my goods to whoever I want and buy things wherever I want." If Rosaria was a human, she would be able to gain real influence on domestic affairs. Having a 3rd level divine choice is enough to influence the operation of the Empire. Field hooked Tisifa's shoulder and drew a round pie. "I plan to buy the deed of the Morning territory. When we have 2 baronies, we will have 2 accounts. You can play whichever one you want." Tisifa was amused and laughed so hard that her body shook. "The Night territory hasn't finished eating yet, but you're thinking about other people's territories. The Night territory is the rice in the bowl, the bread on the plate, and the Morning territory is in the oven. I plan to spend 10,000 gold coins to buy the land deed of the Morning territory. That place nominally belongs to the Lima family. The land in the north is no longer valuable. 10,000 gold coins are enough to buy the baronies. In other provinces, 100 times more is not enough." Field was not joking, but he noticed that it was difficult for a baron to support so many chosen ones. At least it was difficult now. The energy of the entire territory was probably consumed by Ashina, and the other 1st-level chosen ones did not grow. It would be great if the territory could be digitized. Forget it, let's explore it slowly. Without thinking too much, Field sent people to purchase slaves and food. He took the time to read 2 letters that he hadn't read before. One letter was from Shirley Garcia, who he hadn't contacted for a long time. "Dear Baron Field, for the sake of the Empire and stability, please report the movement of the zombie tied to me as soon as possible. In addition, my best friend is very curious about your territory. When you feel the time is right, please let me know. I will come to visit you with her. I will also try my best to meet your needs." "Oh, there are still people talking about me." Tisifa smiled gently and said, "Your Excellency is very popular." Although Shirley was only for the stability of the Empire, Field was very happy to express her intention to visit. It was a bit presumptuous to ask him to report the zombie tide. He was a serious baron, and she had no right to order him. It would be great if they could come to trade. Field thought for a moment, but the problem is that the Shadow World sect is nearby. If the rebels knew that there was a safe zone in Nightfall territory, they would be easily targeted. Nodding in approval, Tisifa said bluntly, "They are a group of lunatics who only know how to kill and destroy. Well, they also eat people. If they find Nightfall territory, our defense pressure will be greatly increased." "Yes, maybe we should take the initiative to find out the people of Shadow World sect and kill them." The fact that Field pretended to be Shadow World sect did not mean that he had a good impression of those lunatics. "I can only wait until the surrounding area is stable, and then I will invite Miss Shirley to play." Put away Shirley's letter. Take out another letter. Field opened it, and a gold coin certificate lay quietly in it, which can be exchanged for 100 gold coins. Field was shocked. "What's the situation? Is it a sign-in gift package? Someone actually gave me money." "Don't think you are too unpopular, Field. You are a good person, maybe a subsidy from the province." Tisifa opened the envelope and made a playful face. "I'll read it to you. Don't even think about the subsidy. The governor of the North has been dead for 10 years. The money he gave me was either merit or ghost money." Field silently complained, "As for Her Majesty, I guess she will only think of me when there is a war." "I'm going to read the letter. Lord, don't interrupt, Tisiphus said in a coaxing tone. Dear Baron Happy Bean, I pay you the highest respect. With the happy beans you created, I knocked out 3 female goats in the, Thunder Kingdom's explosive U competition and won the first place. I hope to share the glory with you. This is part of the prize money, a letter from a stranger. Tisiphus read it stutteringly. She swore that she had never seen such a magical letter. Oh my God, I shouldn't have read your letter. Tisiphus stuffed the letter back to Field and rolled her eyes coquettishly. This is a letter that symbolizes honor. Field was happy. It seems that the product feedback is good. 100 gold coins are nothing to knight territory. But for an individual, it is enough to last for 5 years. Before Field could be happy for a few seconds, he heard something annoying. The soldier in charge of purchasing slaves came back to report. The price of slaves and food has risen again. The price of male human slaves has risen to 2 gold and 50 silver coins, and several surrounding provinces have raised their prices. Field, this price is wrong, and the price of bread has also increased. Even Tisiphus, who knows nothing about internal affairs, smelled a hint of conspiracy. That's right. I hope the so-called killing and God-making incident will only happen in Fengyu territory. Field himself didn't believe it when he said this. Tisiphus' chest kept rising and falling with anger. He wanted to say something, but could only sigh silently. The nobles and wealthy businessmen would go crazy to create the chosen one, even if it was not confirmed. In their view, it was nothing more than consuming some useless people. We can't afford human labor, so let's buy some subhumans. Field decisively changed to slaves. Compared with humans, the biggest disadvantage of subhumans is that they are very wild, but with Ashna suppressing them, there is nothing to worry about. Tisiphus, please help me purchase some seeds of precious plants, which will be used in the future. After the explanation, Field came to the slave market. He seemed to be in the defense hell. The dirty environment made him uncomfortable. Sir, high-quality human slaves, please consider it. A slave trader wearing gold and silver smiled brightly and pointed at a skinny old man with a branding tongs. 2 gold coins and 40 silver coins, all of them are good at farming, very popular. Too expensive, this is not considered young and strong, don't fool me. Field looked up and down at the poor old man. Even the elderly wanted 2 gold coins, but there were not many slaves on the market. Field was very glad that he had bought a large number of high-quality slaves before. Yes, your excellency is right. The slave trader smiled awkwardly. He did not dare to refute a noble. You have been doing good business recently. Field pointed at the merchant's hand. Every finger was covered with gem rings. One of them was an enchanted ring. It seemed that it was engraved with defensive magic to save his life. The price of slaves has increased 5 or 6 times. Is there any big news recently? The goddess protects the empire. The Griffin Empire has always been beautiful, and there have been no major events. The merchant said polite words without hesitation and saluted in the direction of the Griffin province. Then he turned around and whispered tremblingly, the 3 major provinces in the west are about to revolt. This time the rebels are inhumane and are a bunch of outright demons. Tell me more. Field was very curious about what kind of enemy could make the vicious and greedy slave. Trader tremble. They treat merchants and, merchants and great nobles without mercy. Once caught, they will be judged and beheaded. Moreover, they will distribute money and food to the lower class. The slave trader was frightened and his face turned pale. This is horrible, unbelievable. They don't care about status, money, and food. Then they must be devils that devour souls and flesh. Maybe. In the eyes of the superiors, this behavior is indeed inexplicable. According to rumors, the leader of the rebellion is a man called the Hero King. I don't know more news. The merchant shrank his neck and said in fear, My lord, if you want to fight the rebels, please find my clam caravan. I will provide you with supplies at the lowest price. The battlefield is the destination of the nobles. Of course, I will pursue Glary. Field promised and then changed the subject. I need slaves and subhuman slaves. Oh, a good choice. Subhumans are a little stupid, but they are as strong as cattle and horses. The merchant hurriedly invited Field to the slave tent. The subhuman slaves were chained and shackled together. Several of them were already dead, and disgusting pus and dirty blood were everywhere. The most horrible ones even had their internal organs leaking out. Slave hunting is like this. Slaves only need to be captured, but our slave hunting team has to consider more. You don't want to hurt them either. Who told them to resist? The merchant shook his head and said, then approached lustfully and said, In fact, there are more places to develop for seriously injured female subhumans. It is definitely enough to reward them to desperate slaves to encourage them. I bought them to work. Field's impatient look made the slave trader retreat in dismay. Sir, these are subhumans suitable for work. The slave trader handed over a lantern, illuminating the darkest corner of the camp. This is coconut sheep, damn original god. In addition to the common cats, dogs, and rabbit subhumans Field saw new. The eye-catching dark blue hair and red horns are a group of subhumans that have never been seen before. Coconut sheep. No, sir. This is called Berkeley cold horned sheep subhumans. Enter the subhuman tribal alliance from the border and go all the way northeast. You can find this species in the extreme northern cold zone of the subhuman alliance. Mr. Berkeley discovered it, and cold horns are the place name. Let's call them coconut sheep subhumans, which is easy to remember. Field waved his hand. He didn't care about any bullshit names. As long as he was happy, he could call them boiling sheep subhumans. Whatever you say, sir. The merchant said flatteringly, let me introduce this species to you. He directly untied the shackles of a female subhuman, roughly pulled her hair and pressed her in front of Field. Unlike what was expected, the coconut sheep subhumans did not have any hateful eyes, but were stunned as if they didn't know what was going on. Pa! The merchant slapped the girl twice, knocking her over and then kicked her hard. Okay, you introduced her, but why did you hit her? Field frowned. This is their biggest feature, they have no temper. The merchant pulled the female demi-human by her hair and showed her to Field. The coconut sheep demi-human just lowered her head, tears kept flowing out of her orange eyes, but she just pursed her lips and cried without any resistance. The other coconut sheep demi-humans who were watching also had numb expressions. Even if you let your soldiers increase her strength for 24 hours, she will not be affected. The merchant smiled and said, this kind of demi-human, whether it is a cun woman in the barracks or a coolie, is an excellent candidate. I originally wanted to sell it to Lord Simon, but the Baron is not interested in women who don't know how to resist. Interesting? How much? It was the first time Field had seen such a docile demi-human. You know, when Ashna was still a slave, she had a knowing expression. I'll give you a discount. 1 gold coin for men, and 80 silver coins for women. Thinking that Field might go to quell the rebellion, the merchant reluctantly gave a preferential price. Deal. Field happily snapped his fingers and bought them home in a pack under the cowering eyes of the coconut sheep subhumans. In the end, he bought 500 subhumans, including 200 white wolf subhumans and 300 coconut sheep subhumans. He also bought the maximum amount of food to make the team fully loaded, and food is never too much at any time. After joining Tisifa, Field mounted his horse. Let's go home and farm hard. Thinking of the previous ridicule by the Purge Imperial Guards that the Night Territory was a poor and remote place, Field was not convinced. The increasingly turbulent world made Field urgently need a stable rear. It took 5 days, and as soon as everyone returned to the vicinity of the territory, Field could see the outline of Starry Night City. Look, Starry Night City has completely escaped from the gray fog. Tisifa was so excited that she crossed her fingers and prayed, this is no longer a dead place but full of hope. Like a mirage, the towering city walls, like towers piercing through the clouds, are located in the sea of fog like a dream. Not sure if it was an illusion, Field felt a glimmer of light falling over the city. Maybe, we will see the sun soon. Walking into the city, the traces of the previous war basically disappeared, the corpses and ruins were cleaned up, and the city was empty. The river that was originally blocked with corpses and corruption was fished out and blocked at both ends. Although it has become dead water, it smells much better than the original stinking ditch. There is an army of 50 people stationed here. Lord Field, the cleanup is coming to an end. The mountain cat stepped forward to report, we have retained the ruins of 2 city gates. Is it intentional or accidental? Ahem, well done. Field, who almost said it fluently, nodded with satisfaction. It's useless to open so many city gates. Our manpower is already scarce. It's time to carry out urban planning. In addition, we need to explore the rules of upgrading the chosen ones. After making the decision, Field said to Tisifa, Starry Night City will be divided between you and Charlotte, with the river as the boundary. Field wanted to see what would happen in the end. It was also necessary to give Charlotte a share, because she contracted most of the grain output of the Night Territory. As for the little fox, it's better to stay in the big manor. I will work hard to build it. It just so happens that my holy light can dispel the corruption and pollution in the farmland. Tisifa suppressed his excitement, but there was joy between his eyebrows. Only when the god chooses to own the territory can he gradually increase his power. I believe you can do well, and you have always done so. Giving a thumbs up, Field planned, I plan to build the big manor into another city. The twin cities will be more flexible in policy, and they can also support each other in the face of future zombie tides. What should the big manor be renamed in the future? Fengki City or something else? Forget it, let's think about it later. Field was not in a hurry to rest, but first classified the slaves this time. The subhuman slaves stayed in Xinghai City to work. They will be responsible for the reconstruction of Xinghai City, and the dilapidated houses in Xinghai City are just arranged for them as temporary residences. The most noteworthy are the people rescued in Fengyu territory. They became captives and slaves, but most of them have skills. Yangmao, I heard that you are good at raising birds. Field first summoned Yangmao in the Lord's Hall of Night Territory. As the offspring of the Night Territory soldiers, he can already be entrusted with some basic tasks. Yes, when I'm in Fengyu territory, I'll take care of 50 peregrine falcons. Yangmao knelt on the ground, not daring to move. You will be responsible for hatching the eggs of the red blood war eagle, and you must report the progress to me from time to time. Field obtained a total of 7 eagle eggs, and he took out 3 and gave them to Yangmao. I will definitely not disappoint your expectations. Yangmao was shaking with excitement and thanked him deeply. He had such an important job just after coming to the territory, which made the young man feel a great sense of security. Field asked the people of Night Territory to take care of the other 4 eggs. He didn't want to put the Kun eggs in one basket. As soon as Yangmao left, Shanmao brought the remaining slaves into the hall. My lord, we have already inquired. Among these people, there are 36 hunters, 12 carpenters, 2 merchants, and an architect, all of whom are passing by or staying in Fengyu territory. The rest are ordinary serfs who can do nothing but farming. Hearing the architect, Field's eyes lit up, and carpenters and merchants were also very useful. In that case, select another 64 people from the wolf sub-people, and together with the hunters, make up a total of 100 people to carry out military training and ideological education. Army expansion is necessary. Especially during this trip to Fengyu territory, Field deeply felt a painful thing. There were a lot of spoils, but no one moved them. It hurt, it was so painful. After defeating the King-Emperor guards, the goods left by the fleeing caravan were already fat meat in their mouths, but they couldn't spare anyone to move them, so they had to give up the spoils worth thousands of gold coins. No matter how strong the battle is, expand the army first. At most, they can train in the morning and work in the afternoon. The rest of the people will be handed over to Silverclaw first, and he will interrogate them to prevent spies from mixing in. After Field made simple arrangements, he returned to the manor. Unlike the bare starry night city, the manor has now become a real paradise. All you can see are lawns, flowers, and dwarf trees. Although there are no wild animals, the vitality and the state of all things competing are still in front of you. The prosperity of Fengki town is not inferior to any small town. With the big winery as the center, the major areas on all sides are full of people. The residents have gotten used to the environment in the north. They work, chat, or walk in the town like normal people. The Lord is back. The Lord Barren is much more majestic. I dare not sneak a peek at him. I feel relieved when I think of the Lord Barren's return. That's right. As long as the Lord is here, the manor is a paradise on earth. There will never be monsters coming to kill us. I heard that Starry Night City has been recovered. I don't know when it will be open. I really want to see the towering city walls. What's so good about the city walls? There must be a lot of wasteland in my Starry Night City. I must grab 20 acres of land as soon as possible. Believe it or not, farmland will definitely become more and more valuable in the future. The people saluted Field first, and as soon as Field left, they enthusiastically discussed the territory affairs. Field handed the caravan full of food to the happy housekeeper and called Tisifa. Let's go to the orchard to see Charlotte. I don't know if her magic plants have been successfully planted. When leaving Night Territory, Field handed the thunder-patterned tea tree to Tisifa for her to plant. He had high expectations. Arriving at the orchard, although the fruit trees here have not grown, the fragrance of the fruit trees themselves makes Field feel particularly happy. I want to eat apples. Tisifa poked her lips with her slender hand and looked at the fruit tree beside her greedily. The goddess gave us apples and made the world sweet. Ahem, sister, I need to remind you that it is a peach tree. Field was speechless. I hope you don't chop down the boss selling cantaloupe next door when you buy watermelons, although most of them use magnets. Ah, is this a peach tree? Tisifa was embarrassed for only 3 seconds and still said foolishly, then I want to eat peaches. I bought a lot of fruits, and I will treat you later. Field just finished speaking, and suddenly looked at Tisifa with a suspicious look. Secretly saying, the little girl is not interested in wine. I guess eating fruit may be some kind of slang I don't understand, or it may be a woman's weird hint. She usually looks serious and gentle, but in fact the contrast is explosive. At least when dealing with escaped slaves, he directly transformed into Bobo without even a chance to warn them. You don't just want to eat peaches, I think you want to cosplay as a peach tree. This time it was Tisifa's turn to be confused. She asked in confusion, what do you mean? Why should I play the role of a peach tree? Of course I will let my beast, the giant woodpecker, peck the tree whole hard. Field spread his hands. Ah! At speed visible to the naked eye, Yin Hong climbed onto Tisifa's snow-white skin. Her pupils trembled and she stamped her feet in shame and annoyance. What, perverted lord, this is holy light slang so you can keep the meaning of gratitude. Haha, I don't understand Smite. Field couldn't laugh anymore. He had never read the holy book, so how could he know these twists and turns? You're so hateful, humiliating me. A flurry of fists came over and Tisifa herself couldn't hold back. The more she thought about it, the more she got crooked. Finally, she glared at Field coquettishly. Don't talk to me about taboos in the future. It will only lead people to depravity. You are not allowed to think about it either. Okay, I won't talk about it in the future. I won't talk about it if I can do it. Field had seen through Tisifa's contrast and directly hugged her slender waist. The soft fragrance in her arms was particularly sensual. Her eyes looked at him in a complicated way. Few people have both charm and holiness in their eyes. They seem to be full of passion, but also full of resentment. This look in later generations is generally only seen by wives who are born with great power. After all, according to common sense, nuns should devote themselves to the goddess wholeheartedly. Field estimated that he was a great goddess of holy light. He didn't know if she existed, but he didn't see her objection anyway. I'm really scared of you. The originally stiff body gradually relaxed, like a naughty hackiwang. She broke free from Field's arm and then turned around and took Field's arm. Let's go see Charlotte, I bought her a gift. Field looked up and down at Tisifa and said in a daze, it can't be a purple heart. Don't say it, it's not. Although she didn't know what Field was going to say, Tisifa knew that he couldn't say anything serious, so she quickly covered his mouth. It's a book about the goddess of holy light, the kind that you can pray to. You understand, Minotaur? Field almost laughed out loud. You gave the god of harvest a book to promote the holy light. Charlotte will hate you to death. Oh, I forgot about it. I have been living in the monastery. Tisifa explained quickly. It's a good idea to have this idea. I'll send it to you next time. You just need to learn from it. After opening the door of the villa in the orchard area, 10 gluttonous great swordsmen immediately surrounded them and took an offensive posture. It's me. Field waved his hand, and the great swordsman immediately disappeared into the shadows. It's time to promote the great swordsman to level 3. It's really useful. Unfortunately, the materials are getting rarer and rarer, and they can't be gathered in a short time. The human soldiers in the orchard area are only used to intimidate the people. The real defensive force is the great swordsman. Charlotte, I'm here. Field shouted, but no one answered. It shouldn't be. The gluttonous great swordsman is here. She must be in the room. Going up to the room on the second floor, Field pushed the door open. I saw Charlotte lying on the chair with 2 small red spots on her neck, looking dead. Shit, is it a poisonous snake? If a vampire enters the house, it will definitely be discovered by the patrolling great swordsman, but a small thing like a poisonous snake may slip through the net. Field was anxious, his mind was confused, and he immediately pounced on him. As the saying goes, concern leads to confusion. He directly leaned on the person's neck, lifted up his long hair, and sucked out the poison with his mouth. Well, don't, Charlotte hummed. Her skin was white, like a jade disc, and exuded a sweet fragrance after sucking for a long time. Field was confused to find that there seemed to be no reaction looking up. He saw Charlotte, who was drowsy, looking at him with a confused face. Tisifa was also quite confused. My lord, you have formed a conditioned reflex. Why are you sucking her? You are fine. I thought you were bitten by a poisonous snake. Awkward. This is a mosquito bite. Charlotte was moved. If it was a poisonous snake bite, her lord would not hesitate to suck out the poison without hesitation regardless of his personal safety. She was so moved that Charlotte's eyes turned red. Thank you, woo woo woo. That's right. There are no living mice in the night territory, so there will be no poisonous snakes. Sifo was confused and said, then how could there be mosquitoes? Our caravan probably brought in fleas and these pests are everywhere. Field figured it out instantly. By the way, you, the chosen one, can actually be broken by mosquitoes. The chosen ones wear cool clothes because armor is a negative benefit to them, and the divine coat is enough for defense. Even for Tisifa, a first level, attacking her with ordinary soft bows and arrows is almost the same as giving her a scraping. Of course, too many attacks will gradually deplete the divine power. After losing the divine power, the chosen one may be killed by ordinary people, but this rarely happens. Don't scold, don't scold. Charlotte raised her hands in surrender. If you scold again, the child will be stupid. Dear Lord, how did you embarrass the three of us? Tisifa covered her face. Let's talk about magic plants. Field decisively changed the subject. Are you having difficulties in planting the thunder pattern tea tree? No, I'm really good at it. Charlotte raised her head proudly. Praise me and I'll take you to see it. Of course, thank you for your hard work. Field rubbed her head to show encouragement. The three of them came to the core of the orchard and saw the rare magical plant. Surrounded by leaping and flashing electric lights, a snow-white tea tree with purple patterns stood in the center of the orchard, full of energy. Clang clang, this is the result of my planting, and it is already growing vigorously. Charlotte put her hands on her waist. It took a lot of effort, but it's all worth it. Let me identify it. Feeling the powerful power contained in it, Field took out the Book of True Knowledge and consumed most of his fighting spirit to identify the tea tree. Thunder Pattern Tea Tree, second level, Thunder Attribute Magic Plant, created by God's Chosen One. A special magical plant created by God's Chosen One, with the ability to temper Thunder Attribute Fighting Spirit, Magic, and Mental Power. Long-term consumption will change the Fighting Spirit attribute to Thunder Attribute Fighting Spirit. It's really a good thing. Field happily hugged the two God's Chosen Ones. Sir, it would be a waste to eat magic plants directly. You need to combine them with other materials and refine them into potions to maximize the benefits. Yeah, it's a pity that we don't have a pharmacist. A bottle of Thunder Attribute Potion is worth 300 gold coins. Feld sighed regretfully and was helpless. A pharmacist is equivalent to a college student in this world. In this small place, you can't hire one or find one. By the way, Charlotte, I brought back some herb seeds this time. Please plant them. The cultivation of Yonkao must also be expanded. Just leave it to me. Thank you for your hard work. Feld pinched Charlotte's face distressedly. Yonkao is the raw material of happy beans and is also a magic plant, but it is not so delicate and rare. Are you going to expand the production of your evil creation? Well, how did you come up with something like happy beans? Tisifa asked. On the contrary, I might reduce the production of happy beans. Field shook his head helplessly. First, maple leaf territory is not suitable for going there in the short term. Second, Rosaria needs young grass and she needs a lot of it. Hey, why is she so lewd? Both of them were shocked and retreated together. The Lord belongs to everyone, she can't exploit him like this. Well, young grass is ineffective against the Chosen One. She needs pure corrupt power to unlock her abilities. After Rosaria reached the third level, her divine power surged like the ocean. Simply slaughtering would be too slow to obtain energy, and the efficiency was not high. She needed magical plants, minerals, and artifacts of the same attributes to provide energy. Unlocking her corrupt dragon also requires a huge amount of materials, plus the Chosen Guard. It is an astronomical figure. No wonder the Chosen One needs territory support. They are all money-eating monsters. I thought that corrupt creatures did not need territory support, but now it seems to be a complete misunderstanding. It turns out to be so difficult. Tisifa sighed. Leave it to me. The materials are just a matter of time. At worst, we can go plundering. Although Nightfall territory is poor, my neighbors are very rich. My neighbors hoard food and I hoard guns. My neighbors are my granaries. I didn't rob them before simply because I didn't have enough combat power. Ah, didn't you say we won't go to Maple Leaf territory? We can go to Bull territory. Besides, not trading doesn't mean we won't plunder. It's an inequality. The next day, Field prepared 100 sun grasses and asked Rosaria to do an experiment. Good morning, dear Field. She greeted Field lazily, and Rosaria's starry eyes were shining like autumn water. Taking out a beetle, Rosaria explained, "This is the second-level artifact of Acorn, the bone-eating rotworm. If I use it again, the third-level divine power will burst it. The most uncomfortable thing about ordinary artifacts is that they can only be downgraded and not upgraded. I see, maybe I can give it to you. This artifact is useless to the fat dragon awfully. So it's better to give it to Rosaria directly. First, open Rosaria's panel. Name Rosaria Starry Night level. Tier 3 Corrupted Chosen Profession. Corrupted Dragon Guardian / Corrupted Devouring Star Dragon provides new third skill, Talent 2 and Talent 3 skills. First skill, Endless / Overlay type. Second skill, Bloodstained Constellation passive type. Third skill, Eclipse launches a high-speed impact that crushes everything on the target, causing amazing damage. During the impact, it is immune to control and mental attacks. Can be released on defensive buildings, causing medium-scale siege specialization. Talent 1, Corrupted Eternal Life. Talent 2, Glutton's Feast. Devouring artifacts can obtain permanent bonuses and the bonus is capped. Talent 3, Incarnation Cooperation. Current unlock progress, 1%. Field is more and more satisfied. The new skill looks simple, but the control-free and siege capabilities make her become more domineering. Besides her flexibility, control and tracking abilities, she is a perfect war machine. No wonder she can fight two at once. But her shortcomings are also obvious. She lacks flexibility, control, and tracking, which means it is difficult for her to expand her victory. If any of the shortcomings are made up, the 2 Imperial Guards of Fengyu territory will fall. Try the Yang grass first. Also, are you sure that your inheritance says that you can eat magic plants? Field didn't want Rosaria to get sick. Yes, as long as it is a corrupted magic plant, I can eat it, but according to the inheritance, the best effect is a corrupted plant called gray hibiscus. I will start searching. This type should not be available in the human market. Handing over the yang grass, Rosaria sniffed it and ate it elegantly. No feeling. Rosaria shrugged and continued to eat grass, but the recovery of divine power has accelerated a little bit. After all, Yangkao is a first-level magical plant, and it is the weakest first-level Chinese medicine. After Rosaria ate all 100 Yangkao, she frowned and said, "It's not delicious, too bitter, and the corrupted origin power obtained is almost 0, but it's not bad to make up for daily losses." Opening the panel, the progress of the incarnation cooperation is still 1%. It's a pity. In that case, Yangkao should be excluded. Field took out a first-level artifact. This is the Whisperer's Kiss. It is the trophy I got from the mountain monkey Barren. Take it and see how much unlocking progress it will increase. This is an artifact. There is no need to waste so much money. Rosaria was deeply moved. The current combat power is enough. Be obedient. Do your best if you want to do it. Why not take the full buff? Besides, I hardly need this artifact. Okay. Rosaria was happy. She drew out the gluttony greatsword and swung it in the air. The corrupt energy gathered and tore a crack in the air. From it came the terrifying roar of the corrupted dragon. Throwing the Whisperer's Kiss into the crack, the sound of chewing metal that made people's teeth ache came immediately. Delicious. A deep green energy gushed out from the crack and merged into Rosaria's goddess mark. Rosaria got the feedback immediately. Her eyes lit up and she raised her hand and waved lightly, saying, "This artifact comes from the voodoo goddess in the original pantheon. It has increased my resistance to toxins, and my original power is also increasing, which is equivalent to corrupting a small town. So cruel, let me see. My own panel, see more specific. Incarnation Cooperation, unlock progress 6% that year, poison attribute divine power resistance 8%, only 5% more." Field smacked his lips. You know, this is eating a divine artifact. The third-level God's Chosen needs too many resources. Fortunately, in the future, if you encounter a God's Chosen who uses poison, you will naturally have an advantage. As expected, you have to pay for what you have done. You didn't consume any resources in the first 2 levels, but now you are back. Field handed over the bone-eating worm again. Try the second-level artifact. This one is very powerful. Rosaria licked her lips. Great, the artifact is really delicious. In the same way, Rosaria ate the second artifact. This time, the corrupt dragon chewed for a longer time. The next moment, accompanied by the evil thoughts of the abyss, the gray-white gorgeous light poured into the divine power mark like a tide. Rosaria snorted. Incarnation Cooperation. Current unlocking progress 16%. Total amount of corrupt divine power increased by 15%, strength increased by 10%, poison attribute divine power resistance 8%. Oh, it has to be a second-level artifact, the bonus is so high. If all the bonuses are taken, I dare not imagine how strong it will be. Field was shocked. With the current total amount of divine power, an increase of 15% is not a small number. He even wanted to give all the artifacts to Rosaria. But after thinking about it, it would be better to wait until later, as the remaining artifacts would be very useful. I'm almost there, and I can unlock another dragon claw. If I unlock other parts in the future, I will gain more abilities. With a thought, the huge dragon claw poked out of the space crack. Unlike the previous lifeless claw, the dragon claw now seemed full of deterrence and power, and the chains wrapped around it were much less invincible. Field put his hands on his waist with satisfaction. Next, help manage the territory and quickly upgrade other friends. Who of course I will help. Now who do you want me to chop? My hands are itching. If you're itching, help clean up the rotten corpses in the night territory, chop from south to north. It's just right to relieve the pressure of defense, and by the way, look for any items left over from the past. Leave it to me. After saying that, Rosaria shook her hair, picked up the big sword and left the city. Field went to work at the city hall of Fenki Town, which was the original big winery. My lord, the scholars of the Turtle School have received the education of love. I think I can do something for you. Silverclaw came to the city hall rarely. He said respectfully, the salt mine is operating normally. We have built temporary defense facilities and living quarters at the location of the cave, but the mining volume is too low. The so-called education of love must be personality correction fist, dragon fruit, and cardiopulmonary resuscitation. I will gradually allocate manpower to mine. Since the normal mining of the salt mine, the food salt demand of the territory no longer needs to be purchased, and the minimum monthly saving is 2,000 gold coins, and even fine salt can be sold to make money. Those scholars can be used but not trusted. Let them help Tate first and do some basic work of sorting out materials and transcribing documents. Diego, who helped find limestone, will be arranged to my side. He is a real talent. Yes, sir. After Tate left, no one came to handle municipal business in the morning. After all, he had just returned and many people didn't know yet. Field felt a little bored, so he rode out for a walk. He looked around the streets of Fenki Town, nodding to the people who greeted him from time to time. Fenki Town is a small town, but Field planned it according to the concept of a modern city. There are wide roads and neat square layouts. Although the drainage canals, green belts, public toilets, and commercial areas are only in their infancy or have not been built at all, Field has already planned them. There are not many people on the road. Most of them are busy farming. After Xinghai City was recovered, thousands of acres of arable land were enclosed in the city, and 80% of them were open to the people. The people who had enjoyed the first batch of arable land were almost fighting with machetes in order to grab the second batch of arable land. The enthusiasm for farming was simply sky high, and planting 1 acre meant getting food. At the same time, in order to prevent land annexation and occupation, Field still owned the land himself. Is it time to build a house? The thatched houses and rotten wooden houses are so ugly. Field rubbed his chin. Fenki Town looked nice, but it gave him a feeling of a slum. The Starry Night City, which had been abandoned for 10 years, was full of the feeling of a desolate ruin. In the final analysis, it was the civilians' huts that were too bad. When it rained heavily in the night territory, 7 slaves died of cold due to the dilapidated houses. My lord, I finally waited for you. Cow hummed a little tune and found Field. Field looked at Cow unexpectedly, and this guy didn't complain. What makes you so happy? Of course, my lord has returned safely. There is nothing more fortunate than this. Cow flattered him first, and then told the truth. There are also shirts that my lord bought in bulk. I can finally change into new clothes. Field collected the demand list of everyone in the territory and bought it this time. Clothes, maybe the night territory can make them. It seems that most of the people in the territories only have 1 set of clothes. After thinking for a while, Field felt that the textile industry should be developed. Otherwise, most of the people in the territories would not even have clothes to change. It's easy to dry in summer, but in winter, wouldn't it be difficult to wash and change clothes? Sir, making clothes requires growing flax. Or sheep and goats. Excuse me, the untouchables can't afford it at all. We don't need to waste precious arable land to produce things that the untouchables can't afford. Can't afford linen clothes. That's right, sir. In most provinces of the empire, a piece of linen clothing requires a worker. The income of about 15 days is more than 50 copper coins, and the lace collar shirt I bought requires 5 silver coins. Field's brows tightened, and after thinking carefully, it seemed to be true. When he made purchases, he was rich because he had the finances of a territories in his hands, but when it was delegated to individuals, it was not easy to buy. In the territory, only soldiers, managers, and castle maids applied to Field to buy clothes. Linen clothes may sound cheap, but the production cycle of flax is very long, and making it into clothes requires extremely complicated processes. Although it is not as good as silk and wool textiles, ordinary people really cannot afford an extra piece. There's not enough food now, so we can't grow flax. Field understood, but he changed the subject. How about spider silk for clothes? It's a material that's tougher and more elastic than silk. Silk, spider silk. Cow was confused. What do we need the silk threads of those poor little insects for? Besides, what kind of insects are silkworms? It's the material for silk, Field said as a matter of course. Ah, Cow crashed directly. I almost forgot that the method of making silk has never been passed on to the Empire, and there are no silkworms in the Empire. After slapping his head, Field knew that he had taken it for granted. Today's silk comes from the East, and the royal family spends a lot of gold every year to buy these top luxury goods. Originally, the Purple Gold Empire had the only silk workshop nearby, but with the War of the Pagans, the silk workshop was reduced to ashes. For this reason, the price of silk in the Griffin Empire has more than doubled 5 times. Similarly, the Griffin Empire does not have good things like cotton. His cow's eyes were filled with deep shock, and he shouted wildly in his heart, could it be that the Lord knows the secret of silk? Yes, the Lord must know, he is simply the son of the goddess of wisdom. Oh no, I just heard it, the Lord will not kill to silence the witness. Ahem, don't be so nervous, I'm not that kind of person, and there are no silkworms in the empire that produce silk. Looking at the crazy sweating housekeeper, Field didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and gestured to him to be relieved. Huh, that's really good news. Don't be too proud too early, come, sign this magic contract and promise that you won't leak secrets. Of course, the secrets include not only silk, but also a series of industrial secrets of the territory. Field only restricts industrial products, as for gossip, let him do whatever he wants. Of course, Lord. I'm also afraid of accidentally letting it slip. Cow was relieved instead. With the contract, Cow felt relieved, at least the Lord really didn't mean to kill him, and the magic contract was very expensive. One of the cores of managing a territory is to manage people. After all, I am not Long Aoshan. I can raise my arm and my subordinates will be loyal to me. For important positions, confidentiality agreements must be in place. After everything was done, Field explained, the silk thread of insects can be used to weave clothes. You can take a group of female slaves to the enclosure area of the holy light spiders and collect the silk threads they spit out with reeling. Reeling is something similar to a water wheel. I will draw it for you later. The pile of holy light spiders raised in the territory were used as cranes before, and now they can also be used for weaving. The night territory does not support idle people, and this also applies to spiders. After collecting the spider silk, we will do physical property tests. I guess it can't keep warm, but it should be no problem to make skirts or scarves. Oh. Cow drooled at the corners of his mouth, and I didn't know if he understood. Take your time, there are many urgent matters. Field rubbed his brows. Iron ore, food and housing are more urgent than clothes. Looking around, Field gently urged the horse and asked as he walked, has the land on Shell Street in Fenki Town been divided? Reporting to the Lord, it has been done. Cow also rode on the horse, half a body behind Field, and nodded. That is a very large piece of land, located in the south of the big manor and west of the commercial district, a full 150 acres of land. It was used to store building materials before, and then planted lawns. Very good. Field was very satisfied with Cow's report. He said it very carefully. It will become a residential area, all used to build houses, and they are brick houses. In this way, the people will not be afraid of heavy rain and severe cold. I don't want 17 or 18 people to freeze to death or die of illness every time a heavy rain comes. The dilapidated mud houses or huts will soon become history. The territory has burned a large amount of bricks before. After finding limestone, building houses will no longer be difficult. This is a great idea. Can't we just let the people build their own houses? Cow opened his mouth wide. I swear, this is the first time I've heard of a noble building houses for the people in bulk. They are stone houses. It's too inefficient to let them build them themselves, and they are messy. It will be more troublesome to demolish them in the future. Shrugging, Field gestured. Besides, I'm not giving away houses for free. It costs a lot of money to buy houses. My lord, you're so great. Cow's eyes were watery like a perverted fat bear. Not really. Real estate is a highly profitable industry. I'm not a saint. Field felt a chill. If this guy didn't have an old female lover, he could have been defined as Brother Jai with this look. It just so happens that I have just recruited an architect, together with Miss Gayogles, and the stonemasons and carpenters in this place are enough to make samples and then slowly build them. He roughly explained the style of the new house, requiring it to be uniformly built as a one-story brick house with a small wooden attic. Two-story brick buildings cannot be built, and there is no steel frame. If it collapses, it will be fatal. In addition, there must be a front and backyard to facilitate the residents to raise chickens and ducks or grow some vegetables and flowers. The auxiliary roads and main roads must also be clearly divided, and garbage stations, public toilets and sewers must be planned in advance. If you want to do it, you must do it to the best. This area can be called the medieval version of the villa area, but it is the courtyard of the future city. Field thought to himself, their descendants must kowtow and burn incense to the ancestors who bought this house every day to thank the ancestors for their advanced vision. Sir, you seem to be obsessed with neatness. The army requires square formations and uniform military postures. Now even houses and roads do the same. Cow sighed, it's hard for me to describe, but it really makes me feel a different sense of power. This is the charm of rationality. Field smiled and said, let's build slowly. Just draw slaves with clever hands to build houses. Agriculture must not be relaxed. Yes, my lord. Cow rode his dwarf camel to make arrangements. Field walked out of the residential area and came to the undeveloped area, which is now a soft lawn. Although the soil fertility is poor and the weeds are a bit wilted, the people in the territory like the lawn very much. They will come to take a walk or play games when they have nothing to do. My lord, don't run around if no one protects you. Tisifa circled in the air, landed gracefully, and after folding her gorgeous wings, she trotted over and said with a charming smile in the style of a young mature wife, I have purified several reservoirs in the territory with holy light. Thank you for your hard work. Field stretched out his hand. Want to take a ride? Well, how about testing the arrows first? Tisifa took out a wooden box and said, Miss Fox, I made the arrows you need. She said that she modified the original arrows. The Night Territory does not have the ability to make iron arrowheads for the time being. The arrows you commissioned Miss Fox to develop. The holy light and corrupted arrows have been made into samples. Opening the wooden box, there are 2 rows of black and golden arrows flowing quietly. Although they are not graded weapons, they have their own energy surge. Very good, let's try it out and see the effect. Carrying a bow and arrow, Field came into the gray fog. Since occupying Starry Night City, the number of corpses around has been greatly reduced. In order to find the corpses, Field spent several minutes. Sir, do you want to test it yourself? Maybe it should be handed over to the wolf sub-people. They are all natural archers. No need. I am the great Huang Zhang of the north. Archery is too simple. Field pushed his hands in the air, looking invincible. Huang Zhang is called Little Field. Finding a lone corpse, Field breathed quickly and flat, pulled out a holy light arrow, drew the bow, aimed, and the arrow whistled out. The whole process was smooth. Swoosh, the arrow didn't hit the corpse at all. It was completely off topic. Damn. Field was embarrassed. Why was he never accurate when playing with a bow and arrow? I didn't expect that after practicing for so long, he still couldn't hit it. Roar. Field didn't even see the other corpse hidden in the gray fog, but it happened to be hit. The corpse was instantly ignited by the holy light arrow and exploded into a ball of brilliant fire. It wailed and was burned to slag. Not bad. Field nodded with satisfaction. Wow, sir, you are so powerful. Tisifa applauded quickly. I thought you were aiming at the one in front. It seems too close. There is no challenge for you. I said I missed the target. Do you believe it? Field wiped the cold sweat. Tisifa covered her mouth and laughed. My lord, you just like to joke. Okay, but no matter what, the holy light arrow has been proven to be very effective, and its power is much stronger than that of the arrow dipped in the purification potion. The arrow soaked in the purification potion could make Rosaria scream, and the holy light feather arrow is 10 times more powerful, enough to make corrupt creatures drink a pot. The corrupt arrow can't be tested. Are no death row prisoners on hand. Let's test it in actual combat next time. Putting away another special arrow, Field was very satisfied with the work of the little fox. I miss Ashna a little bit. Let's go see her in the next 2 days. Okay, I will help escort the supplies. Since Ashna didn't stay in the territory to show off her food, Field felt that eating was not so delicious. It's a pity that the iron mine outpost has just started and someone must be stationed. It just so happens that they should not have much food. This time, bring her some daily necessities such as soap. Field has already planned it, but it will take 2 days to prepare the supplies. By the way, Tisifa, have you tried the soap? Why do you ask? Do I have body odor? Tisifa sniffed her snow-white arm and said sadly, I don't think so. Only girls with a lot of body hair have body odor. I have very little body hair and some parts don't even have any. Anyway, I don't have body odor. Ah, you actually have an innate superb physique. Field's pupils trembled as if he knew something incredible. Don't think about it. Tisifa turned her head away, and before she could pretend to be angry, she couldn't help laughing. It's the armpit. What are you thinking about? Well, I let the dirty guy use it before just to see the effect. Soap can not only remove body odor, but also make the skin smooth and fresh, or use it to wash clothes or even VAN games. This is not suitable for you. Anyway, you will know after you use it. Okay, but I don't know how to use it. Teach me. Tisifa was a little embarrassed, pinching the hem of her skirt in shame. I'm a little conservative and I'm slow to accept new things. Damn, there is such a good thing. Field was shocked and felt hot all over. No, you are quite advanced. This difficult and humiliating job, leave it to me. Field looked like he was ready to die. I will definitely teach you, even at the cost of my life. After all, it is normal for clergy like nuns to resist new inventions. That night, Field took Tisifa to the bathroom and taught her how to use soap. Tisifa was obediently pressed by Field to sit on the chair, with her long legs with perfect curves raised. Not as fleshy as fat dragon's legs, nor as thin as little fox's legs, well, very symmetrical and perfect, a healthy ingredient. Field laughed out loud. After all, a beauty of this level with a gentle and obedient expression can really inspire people's devilish thoughts. Well, what you said is so weird. Tisifa shrank her neck. Although she knew Field was joking, she still said seriously, don't eat people, you can't learn Shadow World Sect, become a madman without bottom line. Okay, I'm not really Hannibal. Helping her take off the leg ring, Field poured water on her legs and then wiped them with soap. It's very simple, just wipe it like this. There is no technical content. Don't treat new things as a flood and beast. Yeah, Tisifa covered her mouth and laughed. How are you so skilled? I have practiced it countless times in my mind. Field swelled. After wiping, the bright long legs were like jade carvings emitting glass-white light. I feel that I have been led astray by Resaria. Field said secretly. I already know how to use it. I will do the rest myself. Tisifa's breath became heavier, and his holy eyes kept dodging. Tisifa, your lord is very uncomfortable now, and the culprit is you. Field ruthlessly accused, Madam. You don't want your lord to feel uncomfortable, do you? What's wrong with you? Where do you feel uncomfortable? Well, what do you want to do? As long as it's not excessive, I can help you. Just don't kick me, I know my limits. Field grabbed his paw and unlocked some animations fiercely. The next day, Field yawned and got up, and when he went out, he saw Tisifa blinking his big eyes. Perverted lord. Tisifa said unhappily, no wonder you like to stare at my legs. I won't allow it in the future. Thank you, Miss Angel, for not kicking me. Field neither exposed her fig leaf nor admitted that he had done anything wrong. I didn't do anything illegal, it's good for my skin. Believe it or not. I won't believe anything you say in the future. Tisifa rarely lost her temper and stuffed the plate with breakfast into Field's hand. Have breakfast. Thank you very much. Field was not panicked at all. If Tisifa was really angry, she would definitely wear a long skirt, but she didn't. She must have been angry out of professional ethics as a clergyman, which could effectively alleviate her guilt. Unlocking animations has to be done step by step. It's really a long way to go. Field couldn't help but sigh. Fortunately, he didn't try to make her a mother, otherwise he would be kicked away. Wait, Resaria is in trouble, let's go to support her. Field glanced at the small map and felt something was wrong. Since the small map was upgraded, it was easy to guess what the friends were doing. Resaria moved around in a fixed area, and the surrounding terrain was also changing. There were no monster marks, so it was possible that she encountered the Chosen One and a battle broke out. Half an hour ago. Resaria, who had just wiped out a small zombie tide, pierced her sword into the ground and rested on the big sword. She shook her white calves from time to time. and kicked the stones on the ground boredly. Hey! High-level corrupted chosen one has also come to night territory. It seems that Miss Shirley's warning is not an exaggeration. The power of the corpse has been strengthened unprecedentedly. A woman covered in armor carrying a backpack as big as a yak came from the direction of the Viscount territory. Armor? Could it be Shirley's chosen one? No, it's not. Rosaria stood up calmly and gracefully gave the visitor a noble salute. There was no ripple in her starry eyes. Human chosen one, why did you set foot in the north? The north was originally the territory of the empire. You just occupied it. Besides, you were originally the people of the empire. The woman dropped the huge backpack, stretched, opened the visor to reveal a beautiful face with slightly dark skin. My name is Zinta, a third-level chosen one from the 6th Guards of the Griffin Empire. A member of the Queen's army. As a noble, Rosaria knew the composition of the Empire's army very well. During the war, the Imperial Army was composed of 4 parts. The Central Army, directly under the Guards, the strongest combat power. The local army, the alliance of noble private armies, the largest number, uneven combat power, weak organization. The vassal army, the army of the vassal states and the co-ruling countries. Also weak organization, cannon fodder, and the mercenaries, pure cannon fodder. The order of cannon fodder is from back to front. Let the mercenaries charge first, and then the vassal army, and the combat power is the same. As the central army of the Griffin Empire, the combat power of the Guards is the strongest in the Empire, absorbing excellent soldiers from all over the Empire. Is the Queen going to recapture the northern province? Again, the lesson of 100,000 people buried here, that year seems not painful enough. Rosaria grinned, her eyes full of bloodthirstiness. I hope you can feed more people here. If you can't, disappear from here immediately. She needs to pretend to be a wild god's choice, otherwise it will bring countless troubles to field. Damn it, I don't mind having one more beautiful prey. Zinta was immediately irritated. The disastrous defeat at the beginning was a scar that the Imperial Army refused to mention no matter what. Spell Storm. He stretched out his right hand directly and held 4 different staffs between his 5 fingers and blasted out 4 powerful elemental spells at the same time. With a mixed roar, the magic energy surged. Staff. Quick attack magic. You use this kind of thing to deal with the Chosen One. The Chosen One is naturally resistant to magic, and there are even those who are immune to magic. Rosaria didn't take it seriously. She waved her greatsword and the huge corrupted dragon claws stretched out of the space, protecting Rosaria tightly. He, don't underestimate me. I have hunted 2 corrupted chosen ones, and you will be the 3rd one. With a flick of his right hand, dozens of crescent-shaped weapons flew out from all angles. After Rosaria resisted 4 spells, the flying knife came flying. Brilliant flames burst out, dozens of flying knives discharge at the same time, and crackling arcs form a dense electric grid. What's wrong? My body is a little stiff. Rosaria seemed to find that her ability to move was slightly weakened. Although these weapons are filled with magic cores, these weapons are mixed with my sweat and contain a trace of divine power. Zinta shook the space ring on her index finger, and a huge red hook flew out of it. The hook quickly grabbed the gluttony great sword. Your artifact is very valuable for collection. I won't let it have a chance to dissociate. With a confident smile, Zinta pulled the hook hard, and his smile suddenly froze. He was shocked to find that the hook did not move at all. Oh no, you are so strong. As soon as a solemn look appeared, Zinta was about to release the hook. An irresistible force came, and Zinta felt his body lighten, but was pulled back by Rosaria. Pathetic acrobatics, explode for me. Divine power surged wildly, and dozens of flying knives that were constantly discharging electricity around were directly blown into powder. Level 3 Divine Skill Endless Slash. At the same time, Rosaria violently swung her sword at Zinta, who was dragged over. In an instant, the sky was filled with sword shadows and mixed sword energy as if it was impenetrable, like a meat grinder of the wind. Due to the ability of cooperative fighting, the dragon claws also suddenly released the Endless Slash. The 2 endless slashes formed a cross, blocking all the gaps for escape. 3rd level artifact, War God Shield Start. 3rd level artifact, Golden Dragon Armor. A golden shield suddenly appeared and collided with the gluttony sword, and after a brilliant fire. Before Zinta could breathe a sigh of relief, the more powerful dragon claws of endless slashes slashed fiercely on the armor. With the fierce impact from all directions, Zinta instantly felt his internal organs shaking wildly. While Zinta flew backwards, a small snake of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, and his eyes were full of surprise. Such a terrifying attack ability, what's going on? Rosaria's mouth drew a smile, wanting to pursue the victory, but as soon as she stepped out with her right foot, her face turned pale. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, she frowned in confusion. What happened? When did you get hurt? And the damage was not small. It was a counterattack. Your magic skill is really powerful. I wonder if you have tried it yourself. If it weren't for my defense, I would have been killed in seconds. As expected, we can't be careless. Zinta fell to the ground, and her body swayed slightly twice before she stood firm. She put away her shield and took out a domineering and golden giant crossbow. I am very experienced in dealing with berserkers like you. The third artifact. Rosaria took out a white handkerchief to wipe the blood from the corner of her mouth, and was shocked. The people in the Imperial Army are so rich. Not rich. Zinta raised the golden crossbow, casually pulled out the quiver from the space ring. Said coldly, "This is the will of all my dead companions. Since Zinta joined the army, countless comrades have fallen in various parts of the Empire. The will of my partner, ha. Rosaria laughed crazily and licked the corner of her mouth like a sickly girl. I wonder what your partner tastes like. Damn corrupt creature. Zinta's scalp numbed, and he pulled the trigger directly. Die. A dark blue arrow cut through the sky and attacked Rosaria directly. You thought of a countermeasure so quickly. Use long range to consume me. Rosaria waved her hand lightly, and the huge dragon claw beside her burst out with a terrifying speed and slapped the arrow away with a slap. At the moment of smacking the ice arrow, the dragon claw was directly frozen into an ice sculpture. Damn, why are there so many acrobatics? Rosaria was annoyed. With the blessing of tyrannical power, the dragon claw broke through the ice in an instant. Damn, the frozen arrows are actually ineffective. Spell storm. With a staff in one hand and a giant crossbow in the other, Zinta gritted his teeth and fought a bloody battle with Rosaria for half an hour. In a short period of time, neither of them could defeat the other. No, if we continue to consume like this, I will suffer. Zinta's ammunition ran out, and the artifact armor was almost blown up. Rosaria was kited for half an hour and hit by several arrows. The two reached a consensus in their minds, and almost at the same time gave up the idea of killing each other, and both sides retreated tacitly. Rosaria took a detour and ran into Field, who came to support her. Zinta, carrying large and small bags, retreated towards the maple leaf territory. He walked carefully for more than 10 minutes. Hey, there are horse hoof sounds. Could it be the corrupted cavalry? In my current state, I'm afraid it will be another fierce battle. Hearing the strange sound coming from the gray fog, Zinta threw out a bunch of triangular nails and looked into the gray fog defensively. However, the gray fog was quickly dispelled, and a team of cavalrymen in black armor and black robes walked out of the gray fog with warm lights. Zinta was startled. The uniform black clothes of the Knights of the Night territory were indeed a bit hideous. Fortunately, the clean badges on the shoulder armor and shields was silent proof that the people in front of him were a team of noble knights. Hey, there are actually living people. Zinta was very surprised. She put down her spear, waved to the vigilant Field, and shouted excitedly, I am not a corrupted creature. I am Zinta from the Imperial Army, and I am glad to see you. I am Super Kamen Rider. The chosen one in front of him, carrying a lot of bags, was wearing a red domineering armor and a cape, in full Kamen Rider style. There was also a hideous crack on the shoulder, which showed that the previous battle was fierce. Field had already received information from Rosaria, and he walked around twice just to accidentally meet Zinta. To kill people, the military's chosen one, like the Imperial Envoy, will cause trouble if one dies. What's more, Zinta didn't even dissociate the artifact. If she ran away, she would definitely be finished. According to the experience of the previous rebellion campaign, the military and Yingxi are mortal enemies, and the military's chosen one is not a bad person. It's better to get information and benefits. Thank God. I can actually meet someone from the army here. Field quickly changed from pretending to be surprised to joy. He jumped off his warhorse and greeted, Welcome to my territory, Zinta. It should be MS. Of course, you can just call me Zinta. Waving off the armor, Zinta, with dark skin and still charming, waved enthusiastically to the cavalry. Great, it must be fate that I can meet you all in the Night Territory. You should be the Lord of the Night Territory, Baron Field. Oh, you actually know me. Field scratched his head. He was quite famous. Of course, Miss Shirley mentioned you, saying that you are a fearless knight who fights alone in the north for the Empire. Zinta took out the military exclusive identity certificate. Field understood. Miss Shirley, it's the Survey Corps that came to Night Territory before. In fact, I was going to come to you on this trip. Zinta walked up enthusiastically. I brought you a gift. Field's eyes widened in surprise. There is such a good thing. Let's go to the nearby camp to talk. I built a gathering place here. There are too many things in the big manor, and Field doesn't want to take her there at this time. Arriving at the salt mine outpost, the underground cave here is surrounded by a wooden fortress and began to be transformed into a brick wall. As for the underground cave, it was transformed into a dormitory. Enter the wooden fortress and go down the stairs to the living area of the outpost. Zinta looked around and opened her mouth wide. You are really impressive. Not only did you survive, but you also built a safe zone. There is no other way. I don't know where to stay, except trying my luck in the Night Territory. Field spread his hands helplessly. Also, I hope Miss Zinta will keep a secret from me. The Shadow World sect is hanging around nearby recently. If those crazy people find my territory, it will be over. Zundu fake doo-doo. Zinta looked like a middle-aged woman and she pouted her lips in a tender way. With two giant fortresses guarding it, the Shadow World sect can't reach the north. Field was speechless. Maybe the two fortresses were all Kun women, allowing the rebels to let the army toss. According to rumors, I mean rumors. Barren Bull is closely related to the Shadow World sect. Field said very tactfully, many people have disappeared in Bull territory. It's impossible. Barren Bull is a fool with a strong sense of justice. His wife is my former comrade in arms. Zinta didn't even think about it. It is possible that someone has sneaked into Bull territory. I will report this matter. There is no need to report it. I believe no one can find out the result. Field had a big iced black tea expression on his face. Children, what else can I say? I feel your courage and integrity, children. Zinta was shocked by the harsh environment of the salt mine outpost. There were no luxurious and comfortable rooms, no maids, only a broken hole in the ground and fluttering military flags. She mistakenly thought that Field lived here, and she couldn't help but be moved by Field's spirit until her eyes were wet. She said seriously, the Empire needs people like you. You should come to the Imperial Army and pursue glory. This is my territory. I'm not going anywhere. Field waved his hand lazily. Okay, I knew you would say that. Otherwise, I would have left with Shirley long ago. Zinta put down her huge backpack. I will provide you with a batch of staffs as support. I am the famous Brown Forging Master, the chosen one of the Forging Goddess. Brown Forging Master? I have never heard of it, but it does not prevent Field from being very happy. I haven't even talked about this for a few words, and I haven't even cried poor yet, but I'm giving myself equipment. Oh, I have always admired your work very much. Field gave a thumbs up and said nonsense. To be honest, I am also a forging enthusiast. My goal is to become a steel pipe forging master after 10 years of hard work. I will start tomorrow. In order to find the gray mercury stone, I have fought a lot of strong enemies. Zinta said bluntly, have you ever seen a woman carrying a giant sword? She is the third-level corrupted god. Of course, I have seen it. She hid in the camp to prevent any accidents. Corruption, what is the chosen one? Field looked silly. That's fine, how about a drink? Let's drink and talk. Like a magic trick, Zinta took out a barrel of beer from the space artifact and handed Field a wooden wine glass. My pleasure, ma'am. Guys, kill a sheep. Field took off his helmet and sat by the bonfire that had just been lit with Zinta. The soldiers beside him immediately went to kill the sheep. Field poked the bonfire twice. What happened? It was an evil chosen one. The woman's combat power was terrifying. Among the military's third-level chosen ones, she was at least in the top 10, and she was near your safe zone. Listen, the wooden wall could never stop her. Top 10. Field was shocked. The military was so strong. How about comparing it with the Purge Imperial Guard? Those dandies are nothing except causing trouble for us. Only a few of them are relatively strong, but they are deeply trusted by the Queen and often review and supervise us. They are a department with more power than strength. Don't provoke them. It turns out that the Griffin Empire also has the problem of suspicion between generals and emperors. Don't tell anyone, or I'll be blackmailed again. They're very good at getting information. Zinta blinked her right eye wildly, hinting madly, I'll fight for another 10 years, and then I'll go home to retire. Of course, I'm famous for being tight-lipped. Field raised his glass, cheers to your health. Zinta raised his glass, cheers. Ton. After drinking a glass of beer, Zinta was more relaxed. She stepped on a stone beside her and said proudly, Knights like you should go to the army. When the elf war breaks out, grab 10 or 8 female elves and let them take turns to serve you. It's better than staying here. Why does it sound a little tempting? Field sighed. I still like to be a lord. Okay. Zinta stopped persuading and changed the subject. Have you ever been curious about a question? Where did the Shadow World sect come from? What are they doing? The soldiers brought fresh mutton cuts. Field waved his hand to signal the soldiers to retreat, and he skewered a string of mutton with an iron skewer beside him and roasted it on the fire. I just want to ask, why are these lunatics everywhere? And they have the chosen one, which is incredible. They are constantly fleeing and have no territory to develop. No, they do. Zinta's eyes were sharp. Some members of the Shadow World sect come from the crazy chosen ones and the speculative nobles of the empire, and some come from the guards of the previous queen. Ah, Field's hand trembled and a little beer was spilled. The alternation of power is cruel, haha. This is not a secret. With your status, you should know. I guess your father was busy recovering from his injuries and maintaining the family and didn't talk to you about this. Indeed, he didn't talk about it. Field's mind was turning. No wonder the strength of this sect was a bit outrageous. They also have territories. Have you heard of the paradise on earth? It is said that all the people in the Shadow World sect are using flesh and blood to build a pure land full of desires and fantasies. Don't believe it, it's all false. Zinta swallowed a mouthful of mutton. Is it called the City of Slaughter? Why do you ask that? I don't know the specific name. Zinta shook his head. I don't have any clues for the time being. Field was very curious about where their pure land was. By the way, take this bounty. If you kill the hostile chosen one, you can ask me for money, high-level weapons, artifacts, or even the chosen one. Zinta took out a large roll of parchment with many portraits drawn on it. Each portrait was like a photo, lifelike, and definitely not drawn by ordinary means. The bounty price of the Empire doesn't seem to be that high. This is the first time I've heard that the bounty prize has a chosen one. Field's eyes were wide open, full of disbelief. This is not a bounty issued by His Majesty, but a private one issued by us old people. Speaking of this, Zinta lowered her eyes and casually pulled out a bounty order. For example, she is the second deacon of the Shadow World sect, Yinling. She killed my comrade Ian. And as long as you kill Lingeling, the painted feather crossbow left by Ian will belong to you. Of course, most of the artifacts are kept in the military treasury. Zinta took out the giant crossbow that was used against Rosaria before and waved it in front of Field. Similarly, my comrade's granddaughter, a newly awakened chosen one, is also willing to marry someone who achieves the bounty. I understand the so-called bounty is actually a reward for revenge. Field was so greedy. Leave it to me. If there is a chance, I will give you their bodies with incentive money. The enthusiasm will rise. It happened that I was planning to take the initiative to find fault with Yingxi. But unfortunately, he didn't have any prizes at the time. Okay, let's not talk about this. You can give me the materials with extraordinary power, and I will make a lot of staffs for you tomorrow. After that, Zinta ate something casually and fell asleep. He didn't care about the dirty environment around him at all. The next day, Field sent people to bring all the collections in the territory overnight. The magic pearls obtained by killing the deacon of the Yingxi sect, the magic cores obtained in the rebellion campaign, the elemental gems hidden by Awfully before, and the garbage collected at ordinary times, as long as there was magic, were all packed by Field. Wow, there are so many strange things. And there are dimensional pearls. Where did you find this thing? Zinta played with the warm pearls. It's a very rare treasure, and the market price will not be less than 1,000 gold coins. Captured spoils from the rebels. Field didn't expect that this thing was so valuable. Due to the threat of the rebels, he didn't dare to sell it carelessly, fearing that he would be targeted. Good stuff. I can make it into a summoning staff for you to summon dimensional monsters to fight. As for other things, at most I can make a low-level elemental staff. Field was confused. All. Zinta smiled confidently. Whether it is fragrant or smelly in my mouth. Cough cough, as long as it is a stone containing magic, I can make it into a staff. I am the forging god's choice, and I have been making staffs for the Imperial Army for 40 or 50 years, hee. Awesome. This time Field not only coveted her treasure, but also her Level 3 artifact Sky Forging Hammer. He got a huge black hammer with gorgeous crystals floating around it. Zinta carried the hammer and said, "No charge this time. I'll pay for the rest of the materials for the staff. Give me half a day." Soon, Zinta found a place and started forging the staff. Field and the heavy cavalry strolled around the salt mine outpost twice, and wiped out a small zombie tide of 50 people. Apart from being expensive, the heavy cavalry really has no major disadvantages. Having witnessed the medieval version of the tank, Field shook off the blood on his hands. When the blacksmith shop starts working, I will start building plate armor and wholesale heavy cavalry. It's just that it's too complicated to knock the plate armor with manpower. I remember there is something called a hydraulic forging hammer. Field rubbed his chin and tried his best to recall the previous knowledge. Sir, Miss Zinti said your order has been completed. A wolf sub-man came to report. So fast, the efficiency is too high. It hasn't been half a day yet. Field looked up at the gray fog above his head. He could guess the time from the changes in light and darkness. Back at the outpost, Zinta had tied a large bundle of staffs with ropes. The treasures that were usually placed on the glass counter in the weapon shop were bundled by her like sugarcane and piled up casually. Dimensional summoning staff, you give me a total of 12 dimensional pearls, and I will make you 6 second-level summoning staffs and 1 third-level summoning staff. In addition, there are 31st-level elemental staffs and 5 second-level elemental staffs, all of which are common fireballs, ice arrows, and wind blades. Please count them. Zinta rubbed his neck and said tiredly, I am exhausted from making so many staffs in one breath. Field was moved and said, thank you very much for your contribution to the night territory. That is, each staff is made of gray mercury stone. The magic power conduction speed is extremely fast, and I have engraved the corresponding magic runes. Even ordinary people can release magic as long as they have a magic core. Take over the third-level summoning staff. The cold staff is full of texture and weight, about as heavy as a long sword, not a light branch in the movie. The position of the spell array is inlaid with magic cores and magic crystals at the same time. This is the first time I've touched a staff. It's like a powerful industrial product. Field waved it twice, making a whirring sound of breaking wind, and it can be used as a stick. Of course, if it's not strong, it can't be used in war. It can't be used in war if it breaks easily. Let me try it. Field aimed at the open space and activated the staff. A dark purple ball of light suddenly appeared, and a huge flesh and blood monster walked out of it, with a face twisted into a vortex, which was indescribably weird. The monster twitched from time to time, which was particularly terrifying. The summoned monsters are all energy projections from another space. There is no need to worry about loyalty. A staff can only summon one at a time. I have to mention that the summoned creatures need magic cores to maintain them. The second-level magic core can last for about 3 days. Magic cores are consumables equivalent to batteries. Very good. Field's eyes lit up, and he said with satisfaction, in this way, the combat effectiveness of the army can be further strengthened, and it can also provide self-defense for civil servants. There is no rush to form a magician group, at least until I have a real magician. You can take the rest and play with it yourself. Zinta looked at her like a child. After all, she was already 68 years old. She looked at Field, who had just become an adult, as if she were her grandson. I'm going back first. If you meet a woman with a big sword, get on your horse and run. Don't look back, she can't catch up with you. Okay. Is Rosaria so slow? Field's mouth twitched and he thought to himself, don't scold me, don't scold me. If you scold me again, Rosaria will probably jump out and chop you. I'm going back first, take care. Zinta patted Field's shoulder with emotion. Take care, Miss Zinta. Field sent Zinta a short distance away and turned back to the salt mine outpost. Brother Field, that annoying bee has left. Rosaria changed into a little Lolita, sneaking out from the corner of the salt mine outpost, looking at the gray fog. I thought she wanted to eat young grass. I also planned to join. Ahem, don't pretend to be young, little Rosaria. Pinching her delicate face, Field was very happy. Only Rosaria in Lolita form was the easiest to bully. Hee, this form is suitable for deceiving people. Rosaria swelled her hands on her waist and changed the subject. Is my pursuitability really that bad? Fortunately, no one can be perfect. In the future, I can rely on artifacts and teammates to make up for it. Field had a plan long ago. The mediocre route is not suitable for his chosen one. After all, there is more than one chosen one. There's no need to be all round as long as someone makes up for the shortcomings. Well, this lady will continue to hunt. Rosaria cheered up and turned away. Be careful. Field stretched and called the Silver Claw stationed here, saying, Silver Claw, this month's supplies and slaves, I have transported all the slaves here. Is there anything else you need? Tell me. So the wolf subhumans are not afraid of any harsh. environment, and do not lack anything. Silverclaw knelt on the ground and answered respectfully. Don't be so polite. Hard work is a good virtue, but there is no need to deliberately create a difficult environment. You can kill the cattle and sheep I left here and eat the meat. You can distribute them specifically. Field didn't want them to starve. Yes, sir. Silverclaw bowed his head deeply. By the way, do you know about the coconut sheep subhumans? Those subhumans with dark blue hair and red horns. I don't have any impression. I guess they are weak lower-level subhumans, sir. For the subhumans, they are just a lower-level race that is not worth mentioning because of their small number and rare saints, however. Their beliefs are the same as our White Wolf clan, the goddess of winter. After all, they are all in the extreme north of the continent, covered with ice and snow. Perhaps they can do some hard labor. Women can go to herd. After saying that, Silverclaw scratched his thigh with an expression that seemed to be hesitant to speak. I know what you are going to say. Field saw through his thoughts at a glance and said with a smile, although you look down on the lower races, they all have the same faith. You don't want me to let them go to the army to become women, right? Yes, sir. Silverclaw's wolf ears drooped. He didn't expect Field to see through his thoughts at a glance, so he said bluntly, for the sake of the goddess, please be merciful, sir. Don't worry, the Night Army won't have that kind of thing. Everyone has the same faith. Only by using all your energy to cut people can the combat effectiveness be qualified. This view has been tested countless times in practice. Always stay alert. The salt mine is very important to us. Silverclaw was still in a daze, and Field mounted his warhorse and led his troops back to the manor. Put the staffs into the warehouse, and the distribution of the staffs still needs to be considered. Field felt very tired. I have been busy for a long time. It is time to slow down the pace of life and have a good rest. Frost and Snow worked together with other coconut sheep people to push down the pile of wood on the carriage. Clang, the rotten wood fell to the ground like an avalanche, and a rotten and damp smell came to her face. Frost and Snow immediately sneezed twice and her tears were choked out. After sniffing hard, Frost and Snow opened her eyes again. The tribesmen were already huddled together, all looking for the best wood. Hurry up, you incarnations of the devil, damn blue-haired demons. The human foreman glanced at the coconut sheep people with disgust, then took out a handful of crisp bread cubes from his pocket, carefully pinched some, and gave them to the other two guards. Praise the goddess, Brother Mubin. You actually have snacks. The guard holding the wooden spear took it with both hands, his face almost bursting with laughter. Being a manager is different. I can put 15 copper coins in my pocket every day. This bag of crisp bread cubes is probably worth 10 copper coins. It's so delicious, it tastes salty and dry. Another guard praised it. The dry bread crumbs tasted like broken biscuits. Ha, praised Lord Barren. The foreman Mupin waved his hand domineeringly. This is simply bread crumbs. I heard from the residents near the city hall that Lord Barren made them. Well, the biscuits were a product of failure, but I don't believe it. Lord Barren was blessed by God. How could he fail? Yes, Lord Field is our hero. The guard agreed. Mupin nodded in agreement. When he first came to Night Territory, everything was so hard. He had nothing but ragged linen pants. But the magical thing is that from the first day, they have never been out of food, but the distribution was small before. How there's no food distribution, but with shiny copper coins, you can go to the market to buy food, water, and even snacks, and life is getting better day by day. Goddess, snacks, something I dare not even dream of. I heard that the Baron also planned to enrich the food variety in the territory. Thinking of this, Mupin was so excited that he couldn't sleep. What are you looking at, blue-haired demon? Go move your wood to build a shed. Glancing at Shuangsu, Mupin changed his expression to a ferocious one and urged, all your building materials are here. If you don't build a shed, you will die when it rains. That's right, work quickly. I don't want to deduct the payment because of slaves freezing to death. The two guards kept urging. Shuangsu struggled to move her eyes away from the fragrant food, slowly picked up a piece of wood taller than her, and didn't know what to do for a while. Oh my God, it's so stupid. They should be grateful to us. If they were the first group of people to come, they would have died in the mouth of the rotten corpse. The three of them shook their heads. If they were human slaves, the people might be happy to teach them how to build huts or tents. But blue demons, forget it. These monsters with goat horns should go to hell. Frost Snow leaned on the wood, just like leaning on a tombstone, looking around, not knowing what to do. Is there a cave? We don't know how to build a house. Frost Snow asked softly in the poor language of the Griffin Empire. However, her words were as small as a mosquito, and even her fellows beside her didn't hear it. Well, If you don't want to answer, then forget it. Frost Snow was very sad. A bunch of horned idiots. A female freeman of the White Wolf clan looked at them for a long time, sighed, took out a piece of smoked bacon from her bag, and handed it to the wooden basin. For the sake of the goddess of winter, I will teach them how to build huts. If they are all killed by the rain, the adults will be angry. You are a nice person. Mupin accepted the bacon without hesitation. Meat is considered one of the hard currencies no matter where in the empire. Don't have too much contact with slaves. You know, since the last slave riot, the management has been much stricter. I won't cause any trouble. The wolf man found a thick wood, knocked it into the ground, turned around and shouted to the coconut sheep men, "You, learn from me." Most of the coconut sheep men, after a little hesitation, began to learn to build huts. Rotten wood can't be used to make bows and arrows. Simply throwing away the wood, Xuingsu didn't want to build a house, but sat aside in a daze. A whole morning was wasted like this. Hey, you haven't started working yet and you're lazy and sleeping. Frost was woken up by being called. She got up in a daze and saw Field as soon as she opened her eyes. Frost was frightened and subconsciously shrank her neck. Her amber eyes blinked pitifully, ready to face the whip or fists. However, the imagined fists and kicks did not fall. Field swung the whip fiercely in the air. The whip, blessed by the fighting spirit, was as fast as a sharp blade, directly cutting the rotten wood beside it into two smooth pieces. Next, this time it's not just the wood that is cut off. Remember, I will only give you one chance. If you don't believe me, you can go and see the mummies in the slave camp in Fenki town. They have become sunny dolls. The masterminds of the rebellion have all dried up. Yeah. The coconut sheep Asians were frightened and nodded hurriedly, especially Xuingsu, who almost had the word well-behaved written on her face. Field nodded with satisfaction. What he wanted was just warning and gratitude, not indiscriminate killing. Every time a new slave came to the territory, Field would come to take a look around, first to let the slaves know who the master was and who fed them. Second, let the people know that slaves are the property of the Lord, and he is always paying attention to them. It is not something that the people can kill or embezzle at will. For the wooden basin, it's still the old rules. Try to let them do it in the farmland, pasture, and industrial area, and pick the best one. I am your loyal servant and I will do my best. Mupin said flatteringly. Scissors, let the lady serve them food. Field sat on the recliner, crossed his legs, and casually flipped through the book in his hand. Miss Rabbits work hard. The maid Scissors waved the spoon twice. The dozen or so rabbit subhumans in front of her immediately took action and brought out bread and vegetable soup. After a period of adjustment, the rabbit subhumans met the needs of the territory. They can be found in agriculture and the service industry. Although their combat power is 0, they work very hard and are objects that can be exploited. Since Xuingsu was picked out, she was very close to the front of the queue and soon got half a piece of black bread, a ball of salted mushrooms the size of a baby's fist, and a large bowl of vegetable soup. Salted mushrooms are similar to pickles in the night territory, and they go well with rice. Recently, they are very popular in the market. So rich. Xuingsu couldn't believe her eyes. Is this something that slaves can eat? These are 2 small wooden sticks. These are chopsticks. Noticing the coconut goat girl in front of him holding 2 chopsticks like a dowsing rod, Field couldn't help but remind her. It's not that I have to install forks myself. I have to use something from my previous life. Chopsticks are really too cheap. 2 small wooden sticks can be used to make a lot of them with the scraps left over from furniture making. It's too expensive to equip slaves with soup spoons or forks, and the manpower and material resources consumed are far more than chopsticks. Iron and silver tableware, few people in the entire night territory can afford it. You should learn to eat with chopsticks from Miss Scissors. Don't eat rice with your hands. It's unhygienic. Field shouted at the slaves, but seeing how stupid they were, especially Frost, who actually chewed chopsticks as teethers, Field shook his head in despair. Let them go, it's best if someone can learn it. As for hygiene, don't eat shit directly. Field, the almond cookies you want are developed by Miss Wormwood. Tisifa brought a delicate small round plate with rough round cakes piled on it. Reward her with a silver coin. By the way, what do you think? Field picked up a piece and put it in his mouth. The biscuits with rich fragrance tasted very good. The fishy goat milk tastes much better after being made into biscuits. The newly made biscuits look ugly, but the ingredients are sufficient. Flour, butter, goat milk, and almonds are all expensive materials. After taking a bite like a lady, Tisifa said hum, and her holy eyes sparkled. It tastes great. Is it a high-end dessert you have eaten before? I have never seen this kind of dessert. Not really. Biscuits were first invented in Persia, but later they were discontinued for various reasons. It was not until the 19th century that they were reinvented, but this world has never heard of it. Let them study hamburgers, wraps, and noodles. I've explained it in detail. It's not a difficult task. I'm a little tired of eating steak. Field looked like a rich landlord. My kitchen only has a chef, QE, and there are only 2 people cooking. How can this be enough? 3 places for kitchen helpers are open to the territory. It's time to give some benefits to the people. One of the best jobs in the territory is to be a castle servant. This is the first time I've heard that enjoyment is considered a benefit for the people. Sifa covered her mouth and smiled. I'm too lazy to explain to you. Help me massage my shoulders. We will go to patrol the iron ore outpost in the evening. Okay, don't suddenly drag me this time and do something weird. Tisifa thought of the last experience and her face was burning. How could you do something to your legs? Well, I don't want to say it. Don't worry, I won't do anything to you in public. But it's hard to say in private. The slave started to work. Field enjoyed the massage of his shoulders with just the right strength. He couldn't help but sigh. No wonder so many people want to be landlords. This life is really comfortable. That night, Field took Tisifa and the guards, as well as a group of 60 laborers, to the iron mine outpost. Even laborers and soldiers have to take turns to rest regularly, otherwise they are likely to explode. After a day of marching, Field heard an excited wolf howl before he even saw the iron mine outpost. My lord! Ashina rushed over from the flank of the crowd with a giant wolf. The momentum of the impact almost scared the slaves to collapse directly. Fortunately, Asuna knew the power of the dragon wolf and hurriedly braked halfway. In the end, the dragon wolf stopped next to Field. My lord, you didn't come to see me for so long. Ashna lost her previous calmness and threw herself into Field's arms noisily, saying in a voice that only Field could hear with sticky saliva, You must punish me severely, sir. Felt goosebumps on his back, and he probably had to stay alive today. Who is afraid of who? I am a devil muscle man, and I am not weak at all. Field's unyielding spirit came up, and he waved his hand invincibly. I am not afraid at all. Sir, you are so nice. Ashna happily wagged her tail and talked about business. The iron ore outpost is just ahead. I will let everyone build a fort according to the drawings you gave me, and plan to build it in the style of a pentagram fortress. After entering the fog-free range of the iron ore outpost, Field saw the building under construction. A long trench blocked the direction of everyone's progress. The soil in the trench was used locally to build an earth wall. The slaves kept waving shovels and digging a second trench. This, a moat? Sir, are you going to build a second castle? Tisifa was shocked. To be precise, it is a defensive outpost. It will become a fortress, and finally a fortress. This will be a long process. Field said ambitiously it must be urbanized, and fortresses must be built on every main road. The iron ore fortress is located on the main road of Yunmu territory and Longqui territory. It will be much safer with a fortress. From the beginning, Field did not intend to use this place as a pure mine. Night territory is not the paradise imagined, but a place of war, the Yunmu and Chenmu around us. The Viscount territory to the north and Longqui territory are all rotten corpses. To the south are Maple Leaf and Bull territory. And the lords there are not good people, in fact. The original northern province was a place of war between elves, orcs, dwarves, and humans. Your Excellency is right. Since I was stationed here, I can clearly feel that there are constant waves of corpses coming from the other 2 territories. As a die-hard supporter of Field, Ashna immediately expressed her approval. If a fortress is built, the main city of Starry Night will undoubtedly be much safer. That's right, and based on my experience in looting, the fortress can effectively prevent enemy looting. Tisifa held her forehead. Well, you don't have to tell me this. Entering the half-built iron ore outpost, Field immediately heard a small cheer. The Baron is here. It seems that we have not been abandoned. Yes, I thought we were exiled. Almost suffocated me to death. Next time I come, I must bring some weeds. There's nothing here except gray and black. As expected by Field, the workers here have already shown serious depression. The horrible environment and constant labor are torture for anyone. Listen, everyone, I will take you back to the manor the day after tomorrow, and I will pay you the same as promised, not a single copper coin less. The same goes for slaves. You will all get the rewards you deserve, and you will soon be able to leave your slavery and go back to enjoy the fruits of your labor. Without saying a word, Field stood on a dirt slope and announced to everyone. Great! Everyone couldn't hold back any longer, and many people cried. My lord, I'm also very tired. Asana pulled Field's clothes and stuck out her cute little tongue. I want the fruits of my labor too. The next day, Field, who was sore all over, sat up in bed with sleepy eyes. The slightest movement caused his back to tingle. Field took a breath of cold air. Hiss, the little wolf cub's nails should be trimmed. Hoo-hoo meat, delicious. Hoo-hoo Field, delicious too. Ashana curled up into a ball, hugged her white wolf tail and slept very soundly, occasionally smacking her lips or shaking her ears. Although she has just reached adulthood, she is not vague about the development areas. Greedy dog. Gently covering her with a thin blanket, Field tidied his clothes, carefully opened the door of the temporary hut and walked out. Good morning, Field, your breakfast. Tisifa fried a piece of bread in front of the campfire and prepared black tea. But she looked weird. If Field had to describe it, it would be similar to awkward and hideous. In addition, she also wore a long skirt, the most rustic one. How did you sleep last night? Tisifa narrowed her eyes. It's normal. I discussed the development plan of the outpost with Ashana. It was a bit late. Field drank tea silently. The slightly bitter taste of the tea made him feel much more energetic. What about you? It's bad, sir. Don't you think the discussion is too loud? Every time I patrol and pass by, I can hear the sound of your discussion. Tisifa felt wronged for no reason, like a little wife. Field was embarrassed and smiled and said, Don't be angry. After all, Ashna has been working away from home for so long. I must take care of her. I will bring you with me next time. What the hell? There is no need to add the last sentence. Tisifa almost couldn't hold it in and instantly protested with a red face. I don't want it. Okay, let's get back to business. What do you think the outpost needs here? Talking about the development of the territory, Field put away his playful smile, held the teacup elegantly, and looked at the outpost at its starting stage. Tisifa thought for a long time and said sadly, We need a good soundproof house. Puff Field almost choked to death. Nyanshan, how about you and Rosaria perform crosstalk together next time? Hee, Tisifa snickered. Okay, I'll be frank, we need a vegetable Field. Field spread his hands. Whether it is the people or the management, they will feel anxious and uneasy when facing the gradual consumption of food, even if they know that the food will be enough for a long time. But it's different with a vegetable Field. They will have more hope. As Field has farming genes in his bones, no matter where he goes, he thinks there should be a piece of land to grow some food. That's true. Every time I go out, I always think about how many days the food can last. Tisifa nodded in approval. Hope is what everyone wants to see most. In addition, next time, assign the Stone Man puppets and the staff to the 2 outposts. Field took a small notebook to record it. As for the construction, leave it to time. The iron mine outpost cannot be built in one day. After inspecting the outposts, Field found the place where the iron ore was piled up and tested the results. So the iron ore mine these days is all here. The foreman who led the way bowed and smiled carefully. Although he had carefully washed his face several times before meeting the Lord, his face was still dirty. He even worried that the Lord, who always loved cleanliness, might hang himself. Field didn't pay attention to these. His mind was all on the ore. He once heard a saying that the quality of iron ore in the same open pit mine is high or low. For example, the iron ore in Europe and Australia is naturally high in iron content, and the sulfur content in coal mines is low. The blacksmith can make excellent quality ironware just by hammering and hammering. How is the quality of this batch of iron ore? Field asked casually with curiosity. Thanks to the blessing of the adults, this iron mine has a small amount of associated ore, black iron. We dug 15 kilograms. Only high-quality iron ore caves can produce high-grade ore. I believe that under the blessing of the goddess of gems, the iron ore will bring you endless wealth. What? Field was stunned for a moment. What he said was completely different from what the other party said. Fortunately, this was great news, so much so that Field hadn't reacted yet. Please wait. Adults, I hid the black iron. The foreman trotted into the duty room at the entrance of the mine, turned out a locked wooden box from under the table, and took out a heavy black ore. It's interesting. It's a unique ore in this world, Field said secretly. Field took the stone and was instantly shocked by its heavy and powerful sense of power. The magic power surged in the black iron, and the powerful texture was as if he was beating a thick tank. There is no doubt asked, these rare ores are materials for making high-level equipment. After using the Book of True Knowledge to identify, Field obtained the information of Woody. Woody ore. a companion ore of iron ore, with very low output, amazing defense itself, and extremely strong magic toughness. It is an excellent material for high-level armor. You did a very good job. In the future, if you dig up woody, you must preserve it intact. I will formulate corresponding reward and punishment measures. As long as you produce high-level ores, I will give you better treatment. Yes, sir. Field almost laughed out loud. He actually dug up a treasure. Rosaria didn't mention this at the beginning. It is estimated that the Xingai family didn't know about it. He rewarded the foreman with 3 silver coins on the spot. With the foreman's thousands of thanks, Field asked the workers to load the ore. After this batch of iron ore is transported to the manor, it will be immediately refined into iron to make tools and weapons. The plow that he had been thinking about can finally be made. Finally, we are going to advance from the Stone Age to the Iron Age. Field almost shed tears. The days when the territory couldn't even make an iron nail are gone forever. Materials are the cornerstone of progress. Only with qualified steel can the territory enter the real development stage. Wait, Ophelie's head is approaching. Could it be? Something happened in the Bull territory. Glancing at the small map, Field saw Ophelie's sign, moving quickly towards the iron ore outpost. After cleaning up the garbage in Starry Night City, Ophelie brought her corpse army and temporarily stationed in Kedu village, which is very close to the Bull territory, acting as an invisible outpost. Now seeing her coming quickly to the iron ore outpost, something must have happened. Feeling vaguely uneasy, Field cursed and immediately ordered, "Tishifa, go call Ashina. I think trouble may be approaching us." Although he couldn't bear to disturb Ashina's rest, any disturbance in the Bull territory was not a trivial matter. Because there might be a bunch of vicious lunatics hiding there, the Shadow World sect. On the dark and terrifying path, Anirui, known as the Little Fiery Horse, drove his war horse with a pounding heart. Dodging the rotting tentacles everywhere, the screams everywhere almost drove him crazy. This convoy of 100 people was on the verge of collapse. The rotten corpses and monsters that kept crawling out of the ground scared everyone in the Fiery Horse Castle Pale. "Sir, take a break. We should ask the craftsman to maintain the carriage. The damn tentacles are wrapped around the wheels." The knight in light armor rode to Anirui, panting, his hoarse voice like a bellows. "The women can't stand the long ride. We haven't closed our eyes for 2 days. No, we finally sneaked out. We haven't walked out of the actual control range of the Bull territory. Once the rebels catch up, my father's blood will be shed in vain." Anirui said angrily to everyone, "Reach Maple Leaf territory as quickly as possible and convey the news of the rebels to the imperial capital. But there are more and more rotten corpses. We need to rest to have the strength to fight." "Yes, sir, once we are trapped in the tide of corpses and don't have the strength to rush out, we will die." The surrounding knights only felt a burning hunger in their stomachs, and their followers and families were also exhausted. Rotten corpses are nothing. Seeing the listless look of everyone, Anirui's nose was almost crooked with anger. Can they be 1,000th as terrifying as the rebels? Even the famous Trashfield can go in and out of the Night territory. Don't tell me that you don't even have the courage to pass through the Night territory. You are even more incompetent than Field. Everyone opened their mouths, feeling aggrieved, not knowing how to reply. "You are all barons, so it's okay to curse each other, but we really don't dare to curse." The knights knew that the hatred of killing his wife and exterminating his family had blinded the eyes of the new lord. Everyone sighed helplessly, and now they could only follow him all the way to the end. "Okay, this expression right. Let me show you how fragile the corpses are. Even an old lady can easily kill them." Anirui squeezed the horse's belly, and the lance in his hand rushed out like a venomous snake. He didn't even use his fighting spirit, and the terrifying power directly blew up the heads of the 3 corpses that surrounded him, and the corpses' heads were wrapped in a large piece of filth and shot out. "Is it difficult? They are all just garbage and can be easily killed." Anirui, who was not satisfied, rushed directly into the surrounding corpses, rushed left and right, killed more than 20 rotten corpses in a moment, and returned covered in blood. "What a terrifying spearmanship! You are a real knight. You are worthy of being the heir of the Liema family. Such strength is undoubtedly top among the new generation of barons. It's a pity that there has never been a chosen one in the territory of the Liema family. Otherwise, our family will definitely be able to go further." Although everyone was still a little dissatisfied, seeing that the lord was so domineering and powerful, they dared not complain anymore and forced themselves to start the convoy. This scene was presented to everyone by Ophily's Gixu magic ball without missing a single detail. My lord, this is the corpse I controlled for reconnaissance. I saw a scene. Ophily leaned on the exquisite recliner, crossed his long fleshy legs, and swayed his white feet from time to time, very proud. I don't know what kind of force they are, so I didn't act rashly. It's commendable to report in time, but why did you take the recliner and wine with you when you ran away? Wait, where did you get this wine? Field looked at the little meat dragon who was more stylish than himself, and was quite speechless. Ophily was lying on her back as if she was sunbathing, with a corpse fanning herself beside her and another holding a plate. Just now, she ran to the iron ore outpost with an embarrassed look on her face to discuss the invaders with Ashna, and Field happened to be there. Even in war, black tea. Wine and steak are indispensable. The country barons are like this, just fighting roughly or arranging tasks. But we, the nobles of Longta, have more to consider. For example, how to steal wine from the basement of the big winery, or consider how well done the steak should be. Bang! An unceremonious blow hit Ophily's head directly. Woo! Ophily covered the bump on his head, showing his fangs, like a cat with its hair standing on end, and said fiercely, "Bug, how dare you disobey me? You actually attacked your own chosen one. Get out of the way, let me sit here." Field lifted Ophily up like a ginger cat. "You can't tell the difference between the big and small kings. It's okay to steal my wine, but you're so arrogant. Don't think I'm afraid of you just because you look like a queen. All queens don't work on me, and they all become soft and cute little lowly. I'll let you go this time so that people won't say I'm bullying the weak." That's what he said, but Ophily secretly put a corner of his tail on the chair to show that he was still sitting in the main seat. His black crow tracked Barren Fiery Horse and others, and sent a bird's eye view back to Field. The whole team was presented in his mind. "My lord, what do you need us to do next?" Asuna summoned the dragon wolf, ready to attack at any time. "They are not from the Shadow World sect. I have some impression of this baron." Field rubbed his chin and searched for the memory left by the original owner. "It seems to be the son of Barren Fiery Horse. He doesn't take the normal road but the night territory." I know." Tisif on the side didn't understand and came up to ask, "What do you know?" "If I'm not wrong, the Shadow World sect has blocked the road, and they can't take the normal road." Ophily, who was born as a commander, immediately saw the crux of the problem. She twisted her big, shiny tail and licked her lips. "How about killing them for dessert? I will personally twist off their heads and give them to you." "No, there are many useful people in this team. Black Crow can see their configuration clearly. There are 6 or 7 people dressed as craftsmen and blacksmiths. There are 21 women sitting in the open carriage, and they are not dressed as village women. The rest of the men are warriors and militiamen, including a total of 23 cavalrymen. Such a force is enough to fight a small-scale battle. Of course, it is a battle of small nobles. Tisk, every time I see an open carriage, I want a sniper rifle to let the people inside open their minds." Field's hands are itchy. "Didn't you say that we can't kill them? Trash are always troublesome." Ophily pouted and waved his paws in dissatisfaction. Field left the recliner, picked up his lance, climbed on his horse, and said coldly, "Not killing them does not mean letting them go. This is the confidence that inequality gives me. Let's go." They broke into Keidu village, a military stronghold of Night territory. "Without my permission, and seriously damaged the rights of the nobles. We must retaliate and plunder. All the supplies belong to us, including the people." Field made up an outrageous reason and declared war on his own. "The son of Baron Liema is not a nobleman in the Griffin province, so it won't be a big deal to capture him, especially since they took the initiative to invade their territory. As the provoked party, if you want to rob, you can rob. If you want to capture slaves, you can capture slaves. If you want to capture sex, forget it, it's not good. That's right, eat all the men. Send all the women to the slums of Night territory. Mass-produce high-quality soldiers for us, hee." Orpheus used a very rational and royal sister's voice to say something particularly outrageous. Tisifa couldn't stand it anymore. She sighed and comforted herself. "Corruption is like this. The brain is not working well. Just get used to it." Ashina shrugged. "Calm down. Little female dragon, use the corpse tied to block their way to Maple Leaf territory, and then drive them in my direction. Remember, try not to kill and don't show up." "Okay, although I can't kill people. It's not bad to be able to fight. I didn't slack off when you were away, but I kept strengthening the combat effectiveness of the corpse group." Ophily licked his claws. Follow your will, dear cockroach. On the other side, Anery still walked at the front of the team, constantly blowing up the slow-moving corpses around him. The number of corpses in Night territory has decreased significantly since the recovery of Starry Night City. Large-scale corpse tides will also be wiped out by the Chosen Ones, so Anery walked particularly easily. I've always heard that the North is a hell on earth and a forbidden land for life, but it's just like that. I didn't encounter many corpses along the way. With a pretentious snort, Anery took off his helmet confidently and wiped his sweat. It's really easy and smooth. As long as we keep walking along this road, we will reach Maple Leaf Fortress. Roar. In the gray fog ahead, the howling of corpses came again, and this time the roar seemed particularly uniform. Sir, listen to the noise. There are quite a few enemies. Let's test them first. The attendant on the side drew out his horse bow and shot an arrow into the gray fog, but heard a dull sound of metal clashing. The attendant couldn't help but frown. Why is it this sound? I'll do it, don't waste your energy. Anery waved her hand impatiently. It's just some rotten corpses. The border wall kills more rotten corpses every year than the bread eaten by the entire Lima castle. Anery confidently drove his horse and rushed into the gray fog, intending to knock the blind rotten corpses into another world. Killing rotten corpses has become his way of relieving stress. Only in this way can he forget the pain of losing his loved ones for a short time. Humph, prepare to be smashed to pieces. The small fog-repelling lamp quickly split the gray fog. Silent rotten corpse army, blocking the road in the middle of the road, abruptly cut off the road to Maple Leaf territory. There was no chaotic charge of the usual corpses, nor were there any meaningless screams. The corpse soldiers held up wooden spears in an orderly manner, with various rotten shields on their left hands, and stepped forward in a solemn and silent manner. The rotten armor rubbed against each other, and with the rumbling sound of footsteps, the corpses all shot their guns. Suddenly, like porcupines, countless spears stabbed in their direction. Whoa! Anery's pupils quickly dilated, and she shuddered with fear, pulling the reins violently. Fortunately, the warhorse under her was of excellent breed, and it only neighed and staggered to twist its body, so that it did not run headlong into the corpse army with its master. What's going on? These corpses are too neat. A big question mark popped up in her head, and Anery could not believe her eyes. Each corpse was equipped with rotten armor and rough, long-handled weapons. These tattered equipment were everywhere in the North. After all, it had experienced several tragic wars. But the corpses were holding flags stained with blood, which was very scary. Scattered corpses were not worth mentioning, but organized corpses were no longer ordinary thugs, and they could not be taken down even with heavy punches. Like silent ancient beasts, the corpse army moved forward again, and more corrupted soldiers emerged from the gray fog. At least 500 or more. No, this road is not passable at all. Even if you use up all your fighting spirit here, you can't make a breakthrough. Although Anery was a little impatient, it didn't mean that he was stupid. He turned his horse around and ran away. Go, 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 this road is not passable. Anery's face was pale. Although his subordinates were reluctant, they dared not disobey him. They followed him to the north and planned to take a detour. In just a quarter of an hour, Field met the caravan of the little fierce horse. Hello, sir, what are you doing in the Night territory? Emerging from the gray fog, a tall warhorse of Warcraft bloodline was filled with domineering power. Field, wearing armor and a black robe, holding a lance, walked out slowly like a level boss in the game of Wangdao. Fuck, Field's dress scared Anery. When she saw that it was a person, and there were only 2 followers beside him. Anery cursed inwardly and swore, "Who the hell are you?" Although she used a very feminine name, Anery had a bad temper. This aggressive tone made Field furious, and he frowned and said, "Can you speak properly? I still want to ask you. Bringing an army into my territory is a declaration of war." "Declare war? You are Field, damn it. You are not afraid of the gray fog. I know you are a demon. Only lords and chosen ones are immune to the gray fog." It is worth mentioning that the lords here are those who have awakened the lord talent, not just those who call passers-by lords. Normally, only those who have contracted with the chosen ones will be automatically promoted to lords. In Anery's view, Field is a complete loser. How could he be the chosen one after being exiled? That can only be a demon. Demon? Field was confused. He didn't see the 2 girls beside him. It's rumored everywhere that you made a deal with the demon, but you still don't admit it. Speechless, Field patted his chest. Is there a possibility that I have established a safe zone in the night territory, and I usually go in and out just to bring back supplies? I don't want to waste my time talking to you. The shame of mankind, wait and see how I beat you. Aniri's fighting spirit surged, and the second-level fighting spirit swept through her. At the same time, she drew out her lance and charged forward. Okay, you come to chop people just because you don't agree with me, right? Field was not without temper. He turned his head and whispered to Ashna, wait until I can't beat you, then help me. No, I have to teach this guy a lesson myself. The same second-level fighting spirit surged, and Field's momentum surged. I'm going to beat you into liquid. The clash of knights is often plain and unpretentious, with two horses crossing each other. Feeling a huge force, Aniri came back to his senses in shock, and his lance was actually knocked away in the collision. Sure enough, you have reached an agreement with the devil. Aniri glared at Field with angry eyes, but both of them were equipped with face-covering helmets and could not make eye contact. The devil is a bull demon. Field seized the opportunity and slapped Aniri's shoulder armor with his lance, trying to knock him off the horse directly. Feeling the whistling wind, Aniri, who mastered superb horsemanship, dodged the lance at an incredible angle. At the same time, he grabbed Field's weapon with his right hand. Go to hell. Drawing out the second-level long sword passed down from his family. Aniri slashed with the sharp sword in his hand, pulling a brilliant stream of light in the air. Young people don't have martial ethics. After his lance was seized, Field simply ignored it and drew out his fine steel sword to fight the opponent head-on. After more than 10 rounds, although Field had the advantage in strength, he could not resist the enemy's superb swordsmanship. The original owner was a loser, a pure saint, who was not interested in martial arts at all and did not leave any swordsmanship skills. His own fighting skills were honed in bloody battles, and he pursued killing and self-defense, but lacked agility and skills. But Aniri was different. He was born in a border cavalry family and started learning martial arts skills as soon as he could walk. He was no match for him at all. Humph, it's great that you can hold on to me for so long. Aniri's face was swollen, and his voice was muffled in his helmet, making a muffled sound, but I'm sorry, I only used 50% of my strength. Everyone in the convoy dismounted and watched. As expected of the Baron of Fiery Horse, only 50% of his fighting power is enough to defeat him. The knights cheered loudly. So handsome, I want to marry him. Aniri's maids were full of stars in their eyes, and they all cast admiring glances. It is inevitable to be exiled by the family. With such swordsmanship, I guess your family didn't hire a swordsmanship teacher for you. Aniri was very energetic, separated Field's long sword, and slashed with a sword. My lord, be careful. The two chosen ones of his family were shocked. After narrowly avoiding the sword, Field said coldly, I wanted to capture you alive, but you are so arrogant. When the lances charged just now, I attacked the other person's shoulder armor, not the death. Don't pretend. Your swordsmanship skills are far inferior to mine, and your weapons are far inferior to my second-level longsword. How can you win? Aniri smiled with a crooked mouth and said contemptuously, in this case, I will only capture you alive to save you from dissatisfaction. Okay, this is how you play. And you still show off your weapons to me. Field raised his hand, a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth, and a terrifying black ring flashed and merged directly into his wrist. You have skills, but I have numbers. Let me show you what a number monster is, the Sin Ring. The artifact that can improve physical fitness by 30% in all aspects is extremely terrifying for its own combat power. What's going on? I only felt a black light flashing in front of my eyes, and Aniri didn't even see what happened clearly. Second-level long sword, right? I'll let you be stupid. Field swung his sword plainly. I only felt my wrist numb, and the long sword in Aniri's hand was knocked away and flew far away while spinning. Aniri was stunned. The crowd watching was also confused and exclaimed, how could Field have the upper hand in the blink of an eye? I just wanted to hone my skills, and you pretended. I wanted to get along with you as a mortal, but you forced me to cheat. Why bother? Field put away his sword and threw a punch plainly, but with the blessing of fighting spirit and artifacts, the power of this punch was comparable to a heavy hammer, containing terrifying murderous aura. Bang! Aniri, who had just reacted, crossed his arms to try to block, but was knocked off the horse by a punch. Your Excellency is great. Ashna cheered, Your Excellency will not do anything you are not sure of. Tisifa wiped the cold sweat from his sweat and breathed a sigh of relief. Lord, there is no need to fight alone, it's scary. Still foul-mouthed. Field jumped off the horse. You, Anarui's face turned purple with shame and anger, and he struggled to get up. How dare you play tricks on me, you stinky shit. You didn't need to use such great strength just now. Are you really using me to practice swordsmanship? You scold me again. Field laughed angrily. If you have any objections, go to the property management. The exiled loser, the shame of the Ross family, and the traitor of mankind. Anarui roared unconvinced. Okay, okay. Field pounced on him like a wolf, punching left and right, and the screams immediately resounded through the sky. Standing still. What are you doing? Go and save the Baron. Let go of our master. Until Anarui was beaten into a pig's head, the knights of the fiery horse territory barely reacted and immediately surrounded him to save him. Who dares? Those who cross the line will die. Tisifa stopped pretending, and the gorgeous holy wings of embrace bloomed. With a wave of the wings, a row of slender feathers pierced a straight horizontal line on the ground. Ashina raised her hand, and the huge dragon wolf fell to the ground frantically, stirring up countless dust, and the surging dragon flames swept around, almost scaring everyone. The chosen one or two. Everyone was shocked. The knights who had originally planned to charge were instantly wilted. If there was only one chosen one, they would still have the strength to fight, but with two, there was no chance of winning at all, not to mention that their own master had been controlled. Aha! After being beaten and swollen twice, Anarui sat up and spoke incoherently twice, with a look of shock and despair. Then Anarui, who couldn't stand the reality, rolled his eyes and fainted directly. I know what you want to say. What should be said is, damn it, you have the chosen one, why are you fighting me alone? Field wiped the blood from his hands, tied Anarui with a rope, got back on the horse and waved his hand. Give up resistance, you have been captured by me, don't have any evil thoughts, my army is also nearby, those who have any opinions can die immediately. Of course, your master will die before you. Everyone looked at each other and no one dared to resist, so they could only helplessly drop their weapons. We surrender, please don't hurt the Baron. Very good, follow me. Field was very satisfied with their non-resistance. Ashina, if one person wants to escape, kill 10 in one breath. The captives were frightened by Field's murderous words. All of them turned pale and worried about their fate. They went to the iron ore outpost and took away all the iron ore. Ashina escorted everyone back to Starry Night City, and she returned to the iron ore outpost reluctantly. Afali returned to Kedu village, continued to monitor the situation in Kedu village, and picked up scraps to strengthen the combat power of the corpse core. At this time Kao, along with 2 former members of the Turtle School, was counting and measuring the land in various parts of Starry Night City to lay the foundation for the development of Starry Night City. Goddess, why did you design so many canals, sewers, and public toilets? Kao looked at the drawings, grabbed his sparse hair and collapsed. And what is this water tower? Why put the water so high? Just finished shouting. Looking back, seeing Field leading a team of knights and marching into the city in a swagger, Kao rubbed his eyes. Am I still dreaming? I actually saw that the Lord captured a series of knights. You are not dreaming, Mr. Butler. Field waved his hand. Send someone to search my captives and plunder all the supplies of the convoy, even the crumbs, and report them to me. These people are, shit, pigs in armor, who is so rich that he actually puts armor on pigs. Kao opened his mouth wide and pointed at Anarui, who was not in human form with his pupils shaking. This is not a pig, this is a compressed towel. Which turns into, this is Mr. Anarui. He has inherited his father's title. He is no longer little fiery horse, but Baron Fiery Horse. Field introduced. He took the initiative to invade the Night territory, trying to do something illegal to my territory, and took the initiative to attack me, which is too numerous to mention. He has been captured by me, and now all these more than 100 people are captives. Invasion? Speak with conscience, okay? Anarui rolled on the ground in anger. Even the dogs of the Night territory didn't come. If he hadn't had to, he wouldn't even look at this damn place. You actually said I was robbing. What the hell is this rotting wool ball? What else is there here besides rotting corpses? My lord, you must be so awesome. Kao grinned exaggeratedly. This is a hearty victory. You defeated a famous baron. This is worth recording in the family history. No, it should be a new page in the family tree. Not really, it's just a piece of cake. Field folded his hands across his chest, looking invincible. The other side doesn't have a chosen one. I don't feel anything when I win, so there's no need to hold a celebration. There are also differences among barons. The barons of Maple Leaf Territory and Bull Territory have fortresses, 1,000 regular troops and third-level chosen ones, which are completely different from the Baron of Fiery Horse. Go and arrange a body search. Send the combatants to Silver Claw to pick up soap. Send the craftsmen and blacksmiths to me after interrogation. These people are what we need most. By the way, give Mr. Anery potion. I have something to ask him. Anery drank a bottle of healing potion and applied the wound medicine to him. He quickly recovered his human appearance, but his bruised face and swollen face looked particularly miserable. We actually recaptured Starry Night City. This is impossible. Anery spat out the rag in his mouth and looked around the city in disbelief. It's just like a dream. 2 stone puppets carried wood, stones, and some long bricks and slowly piled them up. A snow-white spider climbed on the top of a building in the distance and used spider silk to hang a wooden barrel full of bread to the roof. The workers above were talking and laughing while distributing food, and there was even a demi-human with wolf ears among them. Yes, the chosen one who escorted them back before was the wolf demi-human woman. Oh my God, monsters are actually mixed with humans. Anery was shocked. Field chuckled, don't judge people by appearances. I always like to give opportunities to people I don't know, but if he doesn't cherish the opportunities I give, he will disappear in front of me. Fortunately, so far, most people have not let me down. After Starry Night City was recovered, Field did not move directly. After all, Starry Night City has no lawns, and the environment is not as good as the big manor. The only advantage is the towering stone walls and the buildings that have not collapsed. It seems that the rumors outside are really wrong. They all say that you sold your soul. No, in fact, this is just a part of my city. And so are the people. Let's go to the Lord's Hall to talk. There are chairs there. Field untied him and made a gesture of invitation. The recovery ability of the fighting knight is really amazing. He can still talk in this state. It's not you who did it. Anery's mouth twitched and immediately involved his muscles, and he grimaced in pain. If I'm not mistaken, something big happened in Bull territory. Yes, it was a complete disaster. Thinking of what happened in Rick Province, Anery couldn't help trembling. The Shadow World sect has swallowed up half of the northern part of Rick, and no one has stopped it. Tusk, I knew it. It's no surprise that it has become a purgatory on Earth. Field rubbed his eyebrows. Your worries have come true. No wonder you never go to Bull territory and have to guard against that direction. Tisifa seemed to have just met Field for the first time. She stared blankly at the Lord, who usually laughed and joked with her. How did you guess that? By the way, the governor of the province wouldn't. Governor? A guy who only recognizes money and women is probably busy enjoying himself. Field patted Tisifa's head and motioned her not to speak. However, this simple move deeply shocked Anery. What the hell? He actually asked the Chosen One to stop talking like he was comforting a kitten. You? How did you do it? Wait, isn't this the Chosen One of Holy Light? Anery almost bit off her tongue. Keep quiet, I'm questioning you, not you questioning me. Field sat in the main seat in the Lord's Hall. He looked like an adult and didn't wear complicated decorative robes. A sense of oppression from a superior made Anery uncomfortable and weak in the knees. Tell me everything you know in detail. Even if it's a dog, you have to describe its fur color. Field was particularly concerned about the lunatics of the Shadow World sect. He snapped his fingers and said, Tisifa, record the whole process. Yes, sir. Tisifa picked up the feather pen and wrote down the date. Carefully. She can write beautiful and beautiful words, and she is perfect for being a secretary. Richard, the unfilial son of Baron Bull, was named Deacon No. 10 by the rebels after killing Baron Old Fiery Horse. He succeeded his father's title and territory and became the real master of Bull territory. Then the 3 territories of Fiery Horse, Argali, and Mountain Monkey fell, and the other 3 deacons occupied there. It is interesting that they did not go crazy directly like last time, but adopted the means of cannibalization. Bribing the governor. Even the taxes of the empire were paid as usual. Anery contacted the patriots around him who were loyal to the empire under the continuous siege, trying to report the matter to the queen. But the rebel blockade was very tight. In desperation, Anery secretly crossed the Bull territory fortress and ran to the night territory of the land of death, hoping to take a detour. Hiss, interesting. Why do I smell the fragrance of benefits? Field is not worried but happy. Field, you don't look worried at all but happy. Hearing that the situation was not optimistic, Tisifa was full of worries. She said anxiously, My lord, it would be bad if they had any ideas about the Night Lord. Ideas? Don't think so, little angel, stay calm. Field couldn't laugh anymore and looked up and asked Anery, Did you have any ideas about the Night Lord before? No, Damn, I didn't even know there were any living people here, I swear. Annery blushed and jumped up in anger. Let us go quickly. We have no intention of invading at all. From the perspective of our side, it is indeed scary to have a madman next to us for fear of being targeted. But the key to the problem is that the other party didn't expect that Starry Night City was recaptured. Even if they knew, they would not be very interested in a shabby place. Don't worry, sir. How can I not be anxious? The peace of the Empire is threatened. I must report it to the Queen immediately. Sure enough, there is only a wrong name, not a wrong title. Field's eyes were calm. He raised his hand and pressed it down, signaling him to calm down, and then he said shamelessly, "You really deserve the title of Little Wild Horse, just like my title is the Lion of the North. It's time to promote your cool and cool title. Your title is only the Baron of Happy Beans. Oh, the Untouchables will call you a devil." Okay. Field laughed and said at the speed of light, "Fork out." After Annery's equipment was confiscated, he was sent directly to Silver Claw for questioning. Field obtained a full set of second-level knight equipment. Second-level Warcraft Nightmare Horse, belonging to the Warhorse species, courageous and tenacious. The disadvantage is that it is stubborn and only recognizes one master, so it can only be left to have foals. In addition, the full set of armor, lance, long sword, and flying hammer are all customized products of the second level and are extremely valuable. How come everyone is so rich, but I am the poorest? Field sighed. He only used a warhorse with Warcraft blood, good guy. Other people directly rode Warcraft horses. Field, are we going to pass the message to Her Majesty the Queen? Still worried about the rebels, Tisifa stepped forward and grabbed Field's arm and shook it non-stop. Report to the Queen. If she can reward herself, she will definitely report. Wait a little longer. I always feel that things are not that simple, and I need to plan a lot of things. The soft fragrance rubbed against his elbow from time to time made Field happy, but he didn't say it very bluntly. The so-called planning, of course, is to prepare to benefit himself. Let Silver Claw and the others interrogate it first, and then make a decision. By the way, accompany me to the industrial zone. Back to the industrial zone of the manor, Field couldn't wait to prepare for iron-making, called the little fox Gao Gris and all the blacksmiths in the Night Territory. Well, there were only 3 blacksmith apprentices, and they had just learned it not long ago, and Simon used them to fool people. But for Field, it was nothing. As long as he studied hard, he would become a qualified blacksmith sooner or later. Scanned everyone present. Everyone is here. Let me see your work process. I need to understand the iron-making technology. Due to the urgency of farming, Field's idea of building an iron-making blast furnace has not been realized yet. Now, he had to let the blacksmith show his method, which happened to let him understand the iron-making method of this world. Yes, the 3 blacksmiths looked good. Since coming to the Night Territory, they have not had the opportunity to forge iron, but have been engaged in the repair and maintenance of ironware, and their income is not low. Sir, this is the iron-making furnace we built in advance. Hey, you mean these mud piles? Small chimneys. Field pointed at the small mud furnace, his face full of disbelief. I thought it was built by a child. The volcano-shaped hollow earth pile, 3.5 people high and made entirely of clay, looks like something that primitive people would use, and it is difficult to associate it with industrial behavior such as iron-making. In most places in the Griffin Empire, iron-making uses the extremely backward block smelting method. Sir, this is the technology taught by my teacher. There is no mistake. A blacksmith apprentice scratched his head awkwardly, then let's start smelting iron. Don't worry about me, you do it your own way. Field prepared paper and pen to record the whole process. The ancient block smelting method is very primitive. In simple terms, it is pure burning of stones, which can be done by farmers in later generations. Pour the crushed iron ore into the small blast furnace, light the fire under the small blast furnace, and use the mud door prepared in advance to block the bottom of the small blast furnace to prevent heat loss. Add charcoal while burning, and then use a blower to blow air to burn the fire. The core of all steps is to increase the temperature, remove impurities. After tinkering for a long time, the blacksmiths was sweating all over, just like being fished out of water. After firing for a while, the leading blacksmith nodded with experience and said, "It's almost done, let's open the furnace." The other 2 picked up hoes, yes, it was a hoe, and smashed the bottom seal, smashing the furnace. Field was shocked. It's a one-time thing. It takes most of the day to build a furnace, but they smashed it after using it. There is magma coming out. Tisifa widened his eyes and pointed to the bottom of the small blast furnace. This is an impurity in the ore, and it's not wrong to say it's magma. Field did not correct rigidly. Some people mistakenly think that what flows out is molten iron, but it is only more than 800 degrees when burned with charcoal. The block refining method cannot burn iron into molten iron and can only get honeycomb iron. Therefore, it is impossible to cast the barrel directly with molten iron and mold by block refining. There should be glass or something like that in it. Glass. Impossible. Glass is one of the most noble minerals, especially crystal glass. Tisifa shook his head as if to coax a child. Field patted Tisifa's head like coaxing a child. "Ha, it's just glass and crystal. I'll sell it to you wholesale in the future." No. Tisifa shyly drew circles on the ground with his toes. "It's too expensive." Field concentrated on finding out the mass industrial level of the Griffin Empire. After smashing the furnace, the blacksmith shoveled away the waste slag and used pliers to pick out a red honeycomb bigger than a basketball. "It's honeycomb iron, so backward." Field's brows relaxed. Due to the existence of a large number of magical creations and special ores, he has always maintained a low-key learning attitude. After all, who knows if there will be magic iron smelting? But now it seems that this is the ancient iron smelting method in his impression. His previous life, the Western Han Dynasty eliminated this technology and used blast furnaces to smelt iron. Europe maintained the block smelting method for a long time, while the iron casting and steelmaking technologies were not first developed in Europe until the Song and Yuan dynasties. It was not until the Industrial Revolution that Western iron-making technology achieved all-round advancement. Ding, 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 the blacksmiths put the honeycomb iron on the anvil and performed the random wind hammer method, one after another, first using a wooden hammer to smash out large pieces of spark like impurities, and then using an iron hammer to smash them. The three of them were almost exhausted, and they hadn't smashed it into shape yet, but the Lord was watching from the side, and they didn't dare to slack off at all. "Let me help, artifact, clever fox." Gao Gris was kind-hearted, and seeing the blacksmiths panting, she immediately summoned the artifact to help. With a flash of light, the clever fox puppet fell down, and two hammers stretched out from the left and right sides of the body, quickly and accurately hammering at the honeycomb iron, and finally knocked it into a gray-silver iron block, only slightly larger than a fist. "Thank you, sir." The blacksmith hurriedly expressed his gratitude. Such a large honeycomb iron, so busy for so long only to smelt such a little iron. Field sighed. 3 skilled laborers worked hard for a whole day just for such a small piece of iron. No wonder weapons and armor are so expensive. The cost is too high. If you want to make equipment, you have to forge iron. This is another long process. A set of ordinary armor takes a blacksmith a whole year to make. After thinking for a while, Gao Glai suggested, "Maybe we can improve some steps." "Oh, you can find the improvement point so quickly." Field raised his eyebrows. "Tell me about it." He didn't rush to come up with a mature blast furnace design. He always gave his men some opportunities to use their brains. "We can make the furnace bigger." "Well, every time we smelt iron, we have to start from pinching the furnace. It's really hard." Gao Glais organized her words. She tried not to deny the blacksmith, fearing that she would make him angry. "You can use bricks to build a slightly larger blast furnace as the overall structure, and then just use mud to cover the inner wall to prevent the temperature from being too low." "But how do you get the iron out?" Iron Ingot asked boldly. "Use a hook. We can use it to hook the iron block out from the top." Hiss, the blacksmiths were stunned. After thinking about it, they exclaimed, "Why didn't I think of it?" "Well said. In this way, we can save the time of building and dismantling the furnace." Field laughed and said, "Not only that, although charcoal has many functions, its composition is complex and uncontrollable, and the combustion temperature is only 800 degrees. It is better to use it with wrought iron to make steel. We can use coke to burn and limestone as a reducing agent. The blast can also be improved. Can be driven by a water wheel or a steam engine instead of relying on people to blow. Well, the whole furnace is really too backward. It should have been a blast furnace or a one-step method, crucible steelmaking." As he spoke, Field found that everyone was silent. They blinked their eyes one by one, dumbfounded. Although they could understand every word the adults said, they had no idea what they were saying when they were put together. "Although I don't understand, it feels so awesome." Everyone was dumbfounded. "I accidentally talked too much again. Let's transform it according to Miss Gaegles's instructions. It will take some time to design the drawings and the materials are also lacking. Field sighed, industry is always a system. Without a foundation, everything is empty. Sir, the blast furnace you mentioned, I have heard of the vertical furnace. In the Griffin province, some great nobles of the empire, as well as some countries, have mastered this technology, and I have also heard of building larger furnaces. It is estimated that the new technology has begun to spread, but the speed is not fast. Okay, I know, let's accumulate experience first. When I need you, I will notify you in advance. After assigning the task, Field didn't want to go to the city hall to work, so he went straight back to the backyard of Starry Night Castle. I'm lazy, I don't want to move recently. Stretching, Field took the drawing board and charcoal pencil, intending to doodle for fun. Field, you can actually draw. Tisifa tucked the hair by her ears. No, I can't. With a regretful sigh, Field showed the drawing board, and an abstract, even distorted cartoon dinosaur was pasted on the paper. Next to it is tic-tac-toe, and the products that Field happened to think of and recorded. Tisifa couldn't hold back and laughed out loud. Ha, sir, don't waste paper. Well, when the trees in Nightland grow longer. Paper will be wholesale in the future. Okay, I'm looking forward to it. Lying lazily on the chair, Field couldn't help but sigh. Entertainment in this era is so scarce. Apart from pulling carrots, there's almost no serious entertainment. Bored, Field observed Tisifa. She went to a pot of rabbit ear flowers in the corner of the garden and sniffed the fragrance of the flowers. As if sensing that Field was looking at her, she looked back and smiled seductively, with peach blossoms in her eyes like a wife with evil thoughts. Matching with a bulging bunny, a slender waist, and leg rings that are full of elements, she is a vixen. In comparison, Gal Gris doesn't look like a fox at all, this one does. Hey, Miss Allison, come and chat with me. I'm going to help Miss Wormwood bake bread in the evening. Allison greeted from a distance. I haven't seen her for a long time. She's hanging out with those naughty kids. Field was shocked. Allison has been depressed since she came to the Night Territory, as if she had Jade syndrome. Yeah, I guess you've given up on men. After glaring at Field charmingly, Tisifa stepped forward, made a sword gesture with her hand, and threatened playfully. If you dare to hurt me, I will also give up, and I will give you a sword directly then. Little girl dares to threaten me, I have to discipline you today, otherwise you will dare to go to the roof and tear down the tiles tomorrow. Field raised his hand and slapped her thigh, leaving a slightly red mark. Well, you. Tisifa was embarrassed and annoyed, and protested with a red face. You are too ungentlemanly and immoral. If you do this again, I will. So what? Field knew her thoughts very well. Gently pinching the flesh on her long legs, the smooth and silky touch made people feel good. You. Roar, still not convinced, you have a bad temper. Field rolled up her waterfall like long hair along the bony collarbone and directly soothed Tudu's emotions. Tisifa lost her temper instantly, shrank her neck, and didn't want to move like a quail. Okay, are you still giving up on me? Will you give me another sword? Actually, I can guarantee that I will be absolutely gentlemanly. Field immediately withdrew his hand, and even saw the reluctance and grievance in Tisifa's eyes for a moment. No, I was just fooling around. Tisifa opened her mouth, a little embarrassed, and wanted to blame Field, but she didn't hide just now. She knew that she liked the Lord's overstepping behavior, but her reason made her resist, and her mind was full of twisted thoughts. You can rest assured that I will never do what my brother did, killing people for fun, Field promised solemnly and changed the subject. Go get me a cup of afternoon tea. Okay. Tisifa glared at Field, barely getting back on her feet. On the other side in the gray fog. Look, that's another group of corrupted cavalry pouring into the Bull territory without stopping, and they haven't been stopped by the fortress yet. Oh, really? Violet, you didn't lie. Behind a large rock, two figures were hiding in it, sticking half of their heads out to observe. And on the path not far from them, there were gray, rotten, corrupted heavy cavalry heading towards the human fortress. The rotten armor could still reflect the cold light in the gray fog. The iron hooves of the war horses stepped on the ground, and the corpse cavalry seemed to have returned from hell, with a strong sense of oppression that was almost suffocating. This is very unusual. Those rotten corpses should be the subordinates of some powerful corrupted one. Yes, there are very few of them, and they deliberately avoided the supervision of pure white. Violet's face was not very good. Although she was pale like a vampire, she looked particularly depressed today. Please take this message back. Although Violet is a corrupted creature, she is the #1 corrupted 500,000 gold coins, a pure spy. I will. Rosaria wanted to tease Violet, but seeing Violet's pale face, she didn't do it. After noting this matter, the two left the migrating corpse group and came to a safe area. What did you collect? Violet pointed to the wooden box in front of Rosaria, which was filled with a bunch of things in a mess. My lord asked me to collect minerals and magic items along the way, but unfortunately I didn't find any magic plants. Rosaria sighed rarely. After advancing to the 3rd level, I will need a lot of supplies. I'm really worried that field can't afford me. Magical plants, I've seen this thing a few times. Violet thought, but it's useless to me, so I didn't care if you need it. Please send it to me. Rosaria's eyes lit up and she asked softly, I can't do anything, but I still hope you can send it to me. You are really? Okay, but in a few days those magical plants will be in the Viscount's territory. Violet came to Rosaria's box, looked around, and couldn't help but outline a weak smile on her pale face. Dear Miss, although I know nothing about ore, why do you collect dry dog shit? Ah, isn't this ore? Rosaria's pupils trembled. Oh no, I'm not clean anymore. Not really, but as a noble lady, it's really unexpected that I can help with these rough work. After picking up the garbage she knew, Violet turned around and said, I thought only people like us who are at the bottom of the world would be able to do this. The girls of the lower class will help with the rough housework at home. We have been dead for 10 years. Why do we still mention these things? Besides, the status of the chosen ones is not worse than that of the nobles. Waving her hand, Rosaria said nonchalantly, But you, why are you so weak as if you have performed 100 defeat animations? No, if you really performed a defeat animation, you should be rosy-cheeked. No, you are still so rude. Violet was almost angry to death. I was seriously injured when I fought the zombies. Maybe you should find a master to tie you up as a sex. You should find a lord such as Field. I don't mind if you're a corrupted creature or a subhuman. Rosaria's pretty face turned red, and she smacked her lips twice. Forget it, you'd better not come, there's not enough points. How can you recruit people like you? How can you drive people away before you finish talking? Violet couldn't complain and was completely speechless. I don't want to talk to you, I'm leaving. I'm not interested in the contract, I have more important things to do. Goodbye, find a lord quickly. After so long, not only have you not become stronger, but you are also visibly weaker. The chosen ones have the ability to advance only after making a contract with the Lord. Carrying the box, Rosaria seriously suggested, Find your position. If you don't want to live, come to me. I will inherit your will and eat you, hee. After that, Rosaria returned to the manor without stopping. Field was handling government affairs in the city hall of the manor. Another 163 people have been granted the status of free citizens, which is a far greater return on investment. While humming a little tune, Field piled the gold coins used for their redemption on the table, looking like a greedy minister in a movie. Sir, in addition, the number of pregnant women in Nightfall has increased significantly. I think in a few months, the number of babies will increase. Cal presented the statistical data. We can issue the population tax in advance. The new population will burden the territory's agriculture. Food is not a big problem. The second round of harvest will be enough to feed the new population. Besides, he was also going to the bull territory to hunt for grass. Field knocked on the table. The population tax is exempted, but the commodity tax can be put on the agenda. That's the big deal. The market is now small, but the goods have begun to flow. Many free people, especially the first batch, rely on selling sundries and vegetables to live a comfortable life, and they are likely to gradually become businessmen. Your kindness is shocking. Cal sighed. In his opinion, his lord is good at everything, but he likes to give profits to the untouchables. It's just to encourage childbirth. Newborns are pure white paper. It will get better education and become the strong cornerstone of the Night territory. Field put the gold coins into a small linen bag and put it in a drawer casually. Have you finished the statistics of the Fiery Horse Territory's caravan? Of course. Cal straightened his chest and meticulously pulled his shirt to show his professionalism. He was extremely proud of it. There are 3 carts of food, dried beans, salted fish, bacon, and bread. They have been checked and are not poisonous. A box of gold coins, 3,200 in total. I think it is all the private treasury of Baron Lima. Excellent knight armor, including spares. A total of 35 pieces, 20 heavy infantry armor. 2 carts of various weapons and equipment. As an important fortress on the border and a knight family, Baron Lima has an excellent foundation. Speaking of this, Cal, who could not even fight on the battlefield, squeezed a smile on his old face. These are all excellent armors. more than enough to support a small-scale battle. Fortunately, Ashina was present at the time, otherwise it would be difficult for Tisifa, the first-level chosen one, to fight against so many knights. Yes, Field laughed happily but also sighed, this is the family heritage. With the current technology, it would be impossible to forge so many armors without 10 years of accumulation. You have to know that his initial capital was only 500 gold coins. A cart of worthless sundries, all of which are clothes for changing, daily necessities, etc. Maybe they can be sold in the market. As he said this, Cao handed over the details which listed the number of spoils in detail, using the statistical method that Field taught him. Let's do it. Field nodded with satisfaction. Send the armor and weapons to the armory, and we can add another 30 heavy cavalry. Sir, we have to expand the army again. Hearing that the number of soldiers was to be increased, Cao had a sad face. After all, he didn't care about the army, but the increase in the number of troops would greatly increase the financial and food pressure of the territory. Are you going to confer knighthood? Of course not. Confer knighthood. Didn't even have a few acres of land, and it was impossible to confer the territory to others, and it would never be conferred in this life. Your rationality is convincing. I'll take my leave first. Cao breathed a sigh of relief and left the city hall. Tisifa saw that Field had finished his work, so he strolled out like a kitten, sticking to Field, and said something to make conversation. My lord, are you going out to patrol the territory later? I'll go with you. Don't worry about that, I have to arrange the supplies and prisoners. Henry is a trouble, we can't kill him randomly, nor can we let him go. Forget it, let's plan the weapons first. Fields thought for a moment. Select 20 people from the guards and the First Army for cavalry training, and finally select 30 people to join the heavy cavalry. The vacancies of the guards will be filled by the outstanding people of the First Army. In addition, select wolf sub-people from the First Army to add to the plundering cavalry, so that the size of the plundering cavalry will reach 50 people. The Knight territory has no shortage of war horses. Now, with sophisticated armor and weapons, it is more suitable to form a cavalry. Then should we expand the infantry of the First Army? No, we have Ophelia's Corps of Corpses. And the living army. We need to develop quality and mobility in the future. Large-scale cavalry can effectively expand the results of the war. When he first came into contact with the army, Field was dismissive of the cavalry, thinking that they were just targets for muskets. But after leading the army in battle for so long, Field deeply realized the terribleness of mobile forces. Just the fact that they are efficient in robbing is worth training them. In addition, one stone man puppet will be distributed to each outpost. 5 first-level staffs will be distributed to each station. We can't produce magic cores, so we have to use them sparingly. The magic cores that we didn't pay attention to at the beginning seem to be too few now. High-end magic technology all needs magic cores to support it. With a stroke of the pen, Field settled the military affairs and stamped his seal. Done. Field sealed the signed document with ink and said easily, "Let's go see Anery. He's a man who lays golden eggs. If we want to get rich, the key may be him." Oh, Tisifa didn't understand. Her holy eyes were full of curiosity. She took Field's hand and said, "Tell me about it. You can't hide anything from your chosen one. It's very simple. As a native border man, he is very familiar with several territories in Rick Province and is a qualified guide. Besides, he and the people of the Shadow World sect have a genocide." "Do you mean that we should take the initiative to deal with the Shadow World sect?" Tisifa was shocked. "Although I also want to kill those crazy people who kill innocent people, their strength is far stronger than ours. Before, they were guarding against the rebels like thieves, but this time they have to take the initiative to provoke them. It seems to be a very contradictory thing. Offense is the best defense. Take the initiative to find out the enemy's details and weaken the enemy's strength. It's not my style to hide." Field smiled slightly. "I plan to take the initiative from the beginning, otherwise I would only deploy awfully near Starry Night City. Our territory needs to accumulate supplies, even if the opponent is a vicious thug or a corrupt creature." Field said cruelly, "But who stipulates that thugs cannot be robbed?" "Then we must plan carefully." Tisifa pinched the hem of her skirt, seeming to understand, and said excitedly, "It's great to be able to fight against evil forces and get supplies. I will do my best." Before the two walked out of the door, Field heard a soft clearing of the throat behind him. With light golden long hair and a black gauze aristocratic long skirt, Rosaria sat on Field's desk with her long legs crossed, looking a little naughty in her aloofness. Field, I'm back from clearing out the corpses and I brought news about Violet. Thank you for your hard work. Of course. Rosaria responded very impolitely and then said, my feet are sweating from exhaustion. Please help me clean them up tonight. You can do it yourself. God, don't put the angel has taught me bad things. It seems that she is bad enough. Wiping the cold sweat, Field was embarrassed, while Tisifa next to him had an eye-opening expression. To be honest, Tisifa is actually the third most powerful person in the territory. The most tragic thing is that Rosaria and Ophelia are both corrupted creatures, so it is understandable that they are powerful. This is a gift to you. Cats will be very happy to lick their paws. Field, I think you will like it too. Rosaria tilted her head slightly, with a strong temperament of a superior and a slender and white jade neck, showing perfect lines. What a weird and perverse theory, that is a cat. Can people be the same? Hiss, if you think about it carefully, it seems to be really good. Cough cough, I feel like you are going to teach me bad things. Hee hee. Rosaria proudly put her hands on her waist. I remember another great beauty in the north, when she was alive. She was more powerful than me now, but it's a pity that she also died in this disaster. Whose general is he? There is still a powerful person. Franita, known as the Golden Persian Cat, is a noble lady in the north who is famous for her gentleness. It is rumored that she is also the top plaything of the Grand Duke of the Golden Lion. Rosaria tilted her head. Although her appearance and figure are similar to mine, her methods of dealing with men are too powerful. Even a toe can make countless people bow down. As a noble, Field had of course heard rumors that there were many beauties in the north. Before the corruption disaster came, the north accounted for 3 of the top 10 beauties in the empire: the pearl of the Golden Lion, the Persian cat of the goddess of beauty, and the stars of the night. What does this have to do with defying the heavens? Field asked innocently. She takes care of her feet every day and she uses the little boys. Don't say it, don't say it, don't say anything that is not conducive to unity. Field, who was sweating profusely, almost rushed up to cover her mouth. Field wiped his sweat and said, it is indeed a world of butter and there are crouching dragons and phoenixes everywhere. Let's get back to business. Thinking of Violet's news, Field said seriously, is it about the corpses entering the bull territory? Hey, my lord, you actually knew it in advance. Rosaria jumped down from the table and puffed up her cheeks. What a waste, I thought you would be happy. You tricked me into making a wasted trip. I only know the general idea. We captured the Baron of Fiery Horse and learned that the Shadow World sect had the help of the corrupted Chosen Ones, but the specific details are still unclear. Rosaria, thanks to you this time. You are worthy of being the eldest lady and the second hardworking model of the Night Territory. Field gave a thumbs up and praised him without hesitation. Hee hee, that's right. Rosaria shook her long hair. This time I went out. I accumulated enough strength to help you advance to the 3rd level Dukai Knight. Oh, how could I forget about Dukai Knight? I sacrificed too much for the territory. Field slapped his head. Rosaria has the ability to feed back Dukai. He was too busy and even forgot such an important thing. This time I'm invincible. He put his hands on his waist and was very excited. 3rd level Fighting Knight could fight with a 1st level Chosen One for a long time, which was considered to have a good ability to save his life. After returning to Starry Night Castle, Field immediately began to upgrade to a 3rd level Fighting Knight. Countless bloodlines flowed out from the Gluttony Greatsword. Field immediately felt that every cell was beating violently, the power like a torrent kept rolling, and the bones all over his body made a crackling sound. If Baron Liema was present, he would definitely swallow his tongue in shock. There was such a violent way to upgrade. An 18-year-old 3rd level Fighting Knight was unheard of. Countless people could not reach the 3rd level in their entire lives. Now the serfs who have turned over are singing. He threw a punch plainly. The sound of the air bursting like a torn cloth was particularly pleasant. Hee hee, Shadow World Sect, your brother Faye is here to teach you a lesson. Thinking of what happened in the Bull Territory and the Shadow World Sect's crazy style of doing things, Field was particularly unhappy. Thank you very much, Rosaria. Field thanks sincerely. I want a rest, I'm so sleepy. Rosaria, who had consumed a lot of energy, swayed slightly, yawned tiredly, and even her voice became soft and sticky. I have consumed a lot of accumulated life energy. I feel dizzy. Do you want to add some? Field was distressed. Although Rosaria's vitality could be supplemented by killing corpses, she rarely felt so tired. Sense of guilt arose spontaneously, but since I felt guilty anyway, I didn't care more. Hey, Rosaria's eyes suddenly widened and she couldn't help but take 2 steps back. What do you mean? It won't be like last time. No, it's too dirty. Hee, this is not up to you. Field stepped forward and grabbed Rosaria by the waist like a chicken. After feeling her slight struggle, Field laughed like an elder of the Soul Hall. Heh, you are so weak and still struggling. It's lighter than expected. Is it because you have become stronger? It feels particularly strange to be caught by yourself when you are obviously a very powerful person. You are so mean. Rosaria was blushing and was stunned. She protested in anger. How can you thank someone 1 second and turn your face the next second? It's too mean. I'm afraid of you. I'm really a little hungry. Rosaria licked the corner of her mouth, feeling helpless and expectant. Just don't push it too far. The two had a deep discussion on the topic of fighting Kai use and oral cleansing the next morning. Tisifa came to Field to work as usual. He ran into the dignified Rosaria, who was walking around the sand table map of the night territory in the lobby on the 3rd floor with her skirt lifted. Tisifa narrowed his eyes and glanced at Rosaria's skirt unconsciously with a strange look. Don't look at me like that. I'm fine and haven't done anything out of line. Rosaria couldn't stand it anymore and said in a cold and serious tone, any qualified noble lady will not accept unspeakable behavior before marriage. This is true, most of the nobles are like this. Even Simon, he really let himself go after getting married. This is about family inheritance. So in this world, even if there are courtyards everywhere, the purity rate of nobles before marriage is surprisingly high. Not to mention the commoners, most of the messes are after marriage. As for the right of first night, the Lord can issue this decree at any time, but no noble will do such a boring thing. Commoners' daughters are not the cute Cinderellas in the movies. Most of them are dirty, ignorant of etiquette, and ugly. The pretty ones are selected as maids or married to merchants. No, that's not what I meant. Tisifa waved her hand quickly. This is in line with the teachings of the Holy Light. Righteousness? I know. I was also a loyal believer of the Holy Light 10 years ago and I almost entered the monastery. Rosaria shrugged and joked. It's a pity that the Holy Light can't save anyone, but it is used to kill. The Holy Light will be a sharp knife. Tisifa wanted to refute, but there was nothing to say. The Northland was full of believers in the Holy Light, but they were all corrupted by the disaster and turned into monsters. What are you talking about? Field walked out with a depressed look, no longer the kingly aura of yesterday with dark circles under his eyes. Level 3 Dukai is not enough. What level 3 Dukai knight? Just a piece of chicken. Nothing, just saying hello. Rosaria smiled. If you want to fight, just call me miss. After saying that, Rosaria returned to the greatsword. Putting the greatsword on his back, Field stretched his arms twice, patted his cheeks, and made himself energetic. Let's go visit Baron Lima. Okay, you yesterday. Tisifa shook his head. Compared with thinking about things 10 years ago, yesterday's things are more concerning. Oh, just discussing the future of the night territory. If you want, I can talk to you. Field looked vicissitudes, raised his head at a 45-degree angle to the sky with an expression of worrying about the country and the people. I don't believe it. Tisifa rolled his eyes coquettishly. As a baron and a fighting knight, he naturally cannot be a slave. Anuri was imprisoned in the basement of the Lord's Hall of Starry Night City and was guarded by the corrupted great swordsman. Damn, Field actually has a special fighting warrior. Let me go. If the Empire suffers losses, you can't take this responsibility. I knew you had made a deal with the devil. Anuri pulled at the iron window and occasionally leaned on the rusty iron window and yelled. What responsibility do I have? You even lost the territory you were guarding. You are more responsible anyway. Field walked down the steps unhurriedly and walked to Anuri. I just got a message that there is no suspected spy in your convoy. Moreover, there are no rebels chasing you. What do you mean? Are you questioning us? Anuri frowned and said impatiently, just say what you want to say, don't beat around the bush. This is unreasonable. The Shadow World sect has no effective measures to prevent people from leaking secrets. But these days, the news of the rebellion has never been heard from Rick Province. Don't you think it's contradictory? Field narrowed his eyes and said in a terrifying tone, unless the Shadow World sect is not afraid of you arriving in Maple Leaf territory. Maple Leaf territory has an insider of the rebels, or did the Shadow World sect prepare a big pit? Both are possible. It's a fuzz. It's just that we took the secret passage, and the rebels didn't notice it. Anuri was very persistent and denied it without even listening carefully. Okay, let's sign a win-win agreement. Feld was too lazy to talk to Anuri, so he said directly, Because of your aggressive behavior, you need to spend money to redeem your freedom. In addition, you have to assist me in launching military operations. Impossible, the devil's lackey bah. Annery spat in a very uncivilized manner, but fortunately Field was quick-witted and dodged quickly. Isn't it disgusting? You are still a noble. Field was furious, raised his hand and hit Annery in the face with an electric cannon, which swole in his right eye. Take my punch, and I will beat you into a horse racing. Girl! Ah, you abused the prisoners. I will go to Her Majesty the Queen to sue you. Annery covered his panda eyes and roared angrily. If you still want revenge, you'd better listen to my advice. Field took a deep breath and resisted the urge to kill this guy. Revenge? As if he had heard a safe word, Annery calmed down instantly. What revenge? Of course, it's to kill all the rebels and avenge your fiancé, father, and family. Field took out a magic contract worth 15 gold coins like a demon. Sign it, you lead the way for me, and I will help you get revenge, a win-win situation. Just you. The rebels' chosen ones are not something you can deal with. It's not that I look down on you, you're just going to die. Annery clenched his fists involuntarily and was obviously moved. But thinking of the terrifying strength of the rebels, Annery sneered and said disdainfully, even if your dead brother came, he couldn't take down the rebels, let alone you, who are only worthy of living in the night territory. Okay, I'll give you another choice. Field said coldly, if you don't agree within 3 seconds, I will send you to hell. I sign. Annery didn't dare to hesitate for a moment. He really felt Field's murderous aura, even though Field was still smiling at this time. Squeak, the prison door made a harsh friction sound. Because of long-term disrepair. Annery, who was forced to sign the humiliating territory, walked out of the prison with an unhappy face. Watching the magic contract turn into a stream of light, Annery sighed helplessly. The treaty stipulates that all the property of his fiery horse territory belongs to Field, and at the same time, he unconditionally assists Field's military operations and shall not harm anyone in the night territory. Correspondingly, Field will help him kill Richard. Field, what's your plan? Annery sulked. No plan. Field said bluntly, spreading his hands. Take your time, collect intelligence first. This is not a race. By the way, our main enemy is the Shadow World sect. The corrupted creatures are not worth mentioning. They are all garbage. So awesome? Field was shocked. The combat power of the corrupted creatures is obvious to all, and he actually called the corrupted garbage. That's right. When the corruption disaster came, in order to control the endless tide of corpses, the sages planned powerful border fortresses. Each fortress that serves as a key node has an underground holy hub, which contains a powerful artifact that restrains corruption. What? Field's heart skipped a beat, and he felt a chill on his back. Artifact? Is it the holy light artifact? It is the treasure of the goddess of life. The 8-direction tide lifelock, which is placed in the 8 fortresses of the empire. I don't know what other effects it has, but the key effect is what my father told me. After a pause, seeing Field's shocked face, Annery was very proud. Stupid, there are things you don't know too. As long as the life rope is activated, people within the range of the lifelock formation will obtain the purest life energy. Annery chuckled. Ordinary people will be cured of diseases, and Dowky knights will practice faster. But those ghosts such as the undead and the corrupted, will be cured, resurrected, and then die suddenly. It is said that corrupted creatures below the 5th level can be killed instantly. The 3rd level corrupted gods are severely injured in an instant. Corrupted creatures are dead people. For them, death and blood are delicacies. It is the corrupted creatures that are dead. The corruption gave them the ability to move. Once the corruption was cured, there was only one outcome: death. How terrifying! Field broke out in a cold sweat. He actually had such important information. Fortunately, he knew it in advance. No wonder no nobles panicked when the corruption spread in the empire. No wonder Pure White asked the corrupt to stay away from the city walls. It turned out that the empire had hidden such a sharp weapon. What's so scary about that? Annery sneered. It's only good for us. If it weren't for the fact that the life rope can't be opened for a long time, we would open it every day. How big is the range of the artifact? I don't know, but it certainly can't cover Starry Night City, otherwise the rotten corpses here would have been killed long ago. Annery said disdainfully, why ask such a question, as if you have an affair with the corrupted creatures? That's true. Field scratched his head awkwardly and changed the subject. The room assigned to you is the first stone house in the first row of Starry Night City. It's a very retro house with good feng shui and a beautiful view of the water. I don't want your shabby house, I want my Lima castle. Annery didn't appreciate it at all. He punched the wall in anger. He felt a heartache when he thought that the territory that his family had run for generations was gone. What did our starry night city do to you? Field was very upset that an outsider was still picky. He never indulged outsiders. 1,000 years later, this place might be a property worth over 100 million yuan, so just be happy. That's easy, I'll assign you a fiery horse territory. Patting his chest generously, Field took out a pen and paper and wrote the words Fiery Horse Castle in a flamboyant manner. Here, your house number from now on, that stone house will be officially renamed Fiery Horse Territory. Rounding it off, you have already regained the territory. Asshole, I protest against such unfair treatment. Anuri almost fainted with anger and was so anxious that he wanted to roll on the ground. You think you are very humorous, this is not funny. Putchai, it is indeed very humorous. Tisifa was already unhappy with the guy in front of her, and she suppressed her laughter and said, We have been professionally trained and generally don't laugh. Well, it's better than prison. Field patted Anuri's shoulder and comforted him. Save some strength and prepare for revenge. I mean what I say. After arranging Anuri, Field still left the great swordsman to guard him. He didn't want to make any mistakes, even if the agreement had been signed. The looting plan takes time. Taking advantage of this time, Field plans to make arrangements for all aspects of the territory. The first is agricultural development and planting. Field issued a new agricultural plan, and 90% of the arable land was planted with oats and barley. Wheat is not suitable for planting in the current season due to seasonal issues, and the rest is planted with vegetables. Cow, the eggs and mushrooms on the market are now provided by a few fixed families. After flipping through the information twice, Field raised his eyebrows. Yes, they are the first few people to escape from slavery. They were the ones who applied to raise kunkun. How big is their breeding scale? Well, I don't know the details. Maybe there are 3 or 4 in a family. Every time he couldn't answer the specific data, Cow felt guilty. They usually sell eggs once a week, about 10 or so. Only 3 or 4 kunkun can sell so many eggs. In comparison, the production efficiency of my ranch is too low. After all, the people in the territory are intensively cultivating and treat kunkun as a treasure. Their own ranch is inevitably rougher. The small peasant economy still has its merits and adapts to the current productivity. Field pondered for a moment, stood up and said, Let's go to the grassroots and take a walk. Wallaby became one of the first people in the territory to escape slavery by hard work. He walked out of the market door, holding the coins in his arms carefully. Although there are patrols and there will be no robbers or thieves, coins are more precious than life and cannot be sloppy. Mr. Rubble, you're here to sell eggs again. The soldier at the entrance of the market waved at him. Why don't you sell mushrooms? Good day, I've lost the protection of the goddess recently. And mushrooms can't grow. Rubble nodded and smiled ingratiatingly. I still remember that the first time the soldier greeted him, he almost pissed himself. After all, outside the night territory, if the soldiers notice you, you'll get into trouble. Only the Lord's army has incredible military discipline. Praise the Lord. After handing over a copper coin as a market stall fee, Rubble left the convenience market. The market in the night territory was divided into 2 parts by the Lord. The west side is the convenience market, where the people of the territory trade freely and can set up stalls for a copper coin. The goods here are almost all agricultural products, and their own eggs are one of the most sought-after goods. The convenience market is only open in the early morning and evening, and is a place frequented by housewives in the territory. The east side is the Lord's temporary commercial area, and Rubble doesn't even dare to approach it. Because everything there exudes a high-end atmosphere. Every time he walks over, Rubble feels like a country bumpkin and dares to only look at his toes as he walks. White salt is the only thing Rubble will buy there. He dares to swear that he has never eaten such high-quality salt in his life. It has no bitterness and exudes a fresh fragrance. Whether it is used to make soup or dip in crispy bread, it is a kind of enjoyment. His wife kept asking him to buy a bar of soap. That thing is almost like gold. Any woman who buys a piece will be enough to become the focus. In addition, there will be snacks, white bread and clothes for sale in the commercial area. Rubble guessed that only officers and castle maids can afford it. Rubble, stop. Cow called his name in a serious tone from a distance. Turning his head, he saw the Lord. Rubble almost frightened his pants off. His legs softened and he knelt down. Good day, Lord Baron. Don't be so nervous. Field kept a faint smile. I want to see your current living standards. Do you mind if I visit your house? Field didn't think that the lower-level people would live a good life just by opening his mouth in the city hall. Appropriate spot checks and visits are conducive to understanding the status of the territory. You must know that the wealth of the territory will feed back to the chosen one. Please check, but my wife and daughter are working. Rubble was shaking like a sieve. He still retained the view when he was a slave, thinking that if he didn't behave well, he might be beheaded at any time. I'm just visiting, not meeting anyone, don't think too much. Field's mouth twitched. He looked like a pervert. Why did he think of his wife and daughter first? Don't you think about why the adults would like your daughter? Cow rolled his eyes, kicked the Rubble's leg, and said sarcastically, "Shut up, you are lucky that the adults can come to visit. The goddess has blessed me." Field wanted to ask Cow to be more civilized. But Cow's vulgar words made Rubble feel relieved, and even smiled with relief. Such an arrogant and condescending tone of speaking is right. It makes people feel at ease. Your Excellency is right. I hope my house will not dirty your boots. Rubble immediately found his comfort zone and invited Field to visit his home. Entering his mud house, Field looked around. It was a classic medieval civilian hut. A fire pit served as the kitchen and was arranged in the middle of the hut. There was no bed, only a tattered floor. The most valuable thing was the food and seeds placed in the wooden cabinet, which was well protected by the wooden cabinet. This living standard was worse than that of the tramps in later generations. Sure enough, the living standard of ordinary people in the territory is still extremely poor. Field felt heavy in his heart. Cow disagreed. Sir Field, as long as they still have a breath, they should be grateful for your kindness. Besides, they have food to eat and houses, and their life is good enough. Yes, sir. Scratching his head, Rubble said happily, "Let me think about it. I can't think of anything good. I can't replace the cabinet with gold." Hayfield shook his head with a smile. "These jars are. The most eye-catching thing is the series of clay jars in the corner. Sir, these are broken jars bought from the convenience market." "I mean, what's in them?" "Mushrooms, the kind in Cato Village. I don't know why, they haven't grown recently." Rubble scratched his thigh and said in a trembling voice, "I have thought of countless ways, tried to use fertilizer or change water, but I can't make them grow." "Is that so? I know." Field turned to Cow and instructed, "Ask other families to see if this phenomenon is common." "Yes, sir." Although Cow didn't understand why the Baron was so concerned about the lives of his subjects, he would never go wrong if he followed his orders. "There are lettuce and garlic sprouts for sale in the commercial district. These are vegetables that can be grown indoors. Maybe you can all try them." "Definitely." Rubble nodded hurriedly. These crops were brought back by Field last time to expand the menu. Field went to the backyard to look at Rubble's chicken coop. The chicken coop was made of wood and covered with thatch. It was better to live in than Rubble's floor. Back at the city hall, Field ordered, "Cow, open some more chickens and ducks to the market, and the price will be the same as before." "Yes, sir." The small peasant economy can promote the development of productivity in the early development of night territory. Maybe it will be eliminated soon, but not now. After making a small change to the economic model of night territory, Field rubbed his chin and said to himself, "It's too slow to accumulate slowly by myself. I still have to go to plunder to have a future. But how can I grab the supplies of bull territory at the lowest cost?" Thinking of the mountains of military supplies, food, and magic props in the border fortress, Field felt itchy. At the beginning, he only searched a military camp and armed the First Army. Let's go for a detailed reconnaissance first. The development of the territory cannot be stagnant. After making a decision, Field knocked on the table. "Guards, help me call Alexia and the others. I have something to arrange." Soon, several people named by Field came. "My lord, what do you want?" "Go explore the surrounding resource points." Field smiled slightly. "Finally, I can go on an adventure. You really have a good eye for talent." Alexia turned around excitedly. "I am the captain of the Nightfall expedition team. I finally have a place to use my skills." Field looked at the girl in front of him, who was only a little younger than him but was as noisy as a child, and just smiled gently. "It's not an adventure, but an opportunity for you to exercise. Did you clamor to prove yourself before?" Turning to look at Yago, the young man who helped him find limestone, "And Mr. Yago, I believe your knowledge will help me find valuable things. Of course, you don't have to feel pressured." Yago said seriously, "Please leave it to me. Thanks to the adults for taking care of me these days. I need you to find the collection site of the star color stone. The star color stone found in the turtle school contains the power of holy light. Since the magic core has become the most scarce material in the territory, Field has unconsciously focused his attention on these strange minerals. Alexia, I will temporarily allocate 10 slaves to you and 2 free quotas, and allow you to bring your own friends. Field had a good impression of this smart and brave girl. You and the soldiers of the First Army will find the star color stone mine together. No problem, Alexia agreed without thinking. Newt, you will lead 50 veterans and 10 new recruits of the First Army. You will be responsible for protecting Mr. Yago, Alexia, and the slaves. Of course, when there are few corpses, let the soldiers practice their courage. Since the recovery of Starry Night City, the number of corpses around the city has dropped sharply. Most of the new recruits can only shoot arrows and do not have the courage to fight in close combat. It is time to fight and practice courage. Yes, Newt saluted resolutely. This is a mission. I won't come in person, but I will examine all of you. You can make your own decisions. I won't interfere. Field smiled mysteriously. Of course, please don't disappoint me. He will also send a great swordsman to supervise and examine them throughout the process. After the plan was completed, Field asked Tisifa to stay in the manor, and he took Rosaria with him. He met Ashna and Ophelie successively and came to the path where the corpse is smuggled. My lord, are you not bringing the army this time? Ashna wiped the black lance in her hand. This lance is not a divine weapon, but the quality of the 3rd level is enough to deal with most situations. If we want to plunder, we may not be able to eat much goods. Once talking about plunder, Ashna's eyes sparkled, and her scarlet eyes were full of desire for supplies. Just get some information first. Besides, we have to rely on Ophelie's corpse core this time. Hee, poor bug, you finally came to me. Ophelie licked his paws proudly. Submit to me. Rosaria snorted coldly. Sorry, but I have to remind you that Field is my foot. Okay, stop making trouble. Follow the direction of the corrupted creatures and push into the wall of the bull territory before. Talking nonsense. With Ashna, the top scout, leading the way, everyone easily approached the perimeter of the bull territory fortress. When Field first came out of the fortress, it was difficult for him to feel the grandeur of the border fortress, but now he has only when I was outside did I realize the horror of the border fortress. There were layers of walls, passes, barbicans, gates, and everything else. The crossbows and flame towers on the walls made any enemy a joke. Field, look. The rotten corpses are patrolling for humans. Ophelie widened his eyes and pointed at the gate of the fortress. Your eyesight is just good. From a distance, Field could only see a bunch of blurry and shaking shadows. He looked around for a while, found the ruins of an inn, climbed onto the broken roof, took out the artifact telescope from his arms, and aimed it at the gate of the border fortress. The field of vision was instantly enlarged, and everything at the gate of the city was in full view. The rotten corpses gathered from all over, roaring and approaching the wall. And they saw the soldiers on duty on the wall. They wanted to roar out their internal organs, and their gray pupils were full of excitement. But when they rushed into an invisible range, they stopped instantly, and most of the corpses showed their twisted bodies and left in the opposite direction. Only a few corpses slowed down and walked slowly into the open city gate. They were selected. The corrupted god of the opposite side has the same type of god of the chosen as me. Well, it's not the same, but there are similarities. Ophelie closed his eyes, swung his fat dragon tail twice, and the magic ball in his hand glowed slightly. The other party selected wild corpses and expelled them. Only their own corpses were allowed to enter. It's a very smart manipulation. I can see it. Field nodded and continued to observe. A woman in green and gray hunter clothes stood at the gate of the city. Her wild brown skin was a black-skinned hottie that was rarely seen in the Griffin Empire. His damn, I thought she was a living person. It would be better if she had a jaw. When Field saw the other person's appearance clearly, he felt a chill on his back and swallowed his saliva silently. At the gate of the fortress, Kemi hummed a little tune and came to the exit of the fortress with 2 men in black robes. My respected guests from the Rose family, let's confirm the content of the contract. Kill Field, right? Don't slander good people. We just have a grudge against them, not from the Ross family. That's right, don't talk so much nonsense, we pay, you just do the work. The 2 black-robed men were frightened by Kemi's sudden words. They dared not admit such a horrible thing. I really can't think of anyone else who would be so bored to kill a worthless good man. It must be for the family inheritance. Kemi tilted his head and looked at the 2 people in front of him. How about letting your master join the Shadow World sect? Killing relatives is too consistent with the style of our sect. Don't talk nonsense, I just have a grudge against him. The black-robed man felt guilty. Just as Kemi thought, it was Field's eldest brother who arranged a killer to kill his younger brother. They silently complained in their hearts. Damn, he actually hired cultists as killers instead of sending his trusted assassins. This style is too casual. Okay, since there are shiny gold coins coming in, I don't bother to ask. Kemi rolled his eyes. I've been really worried about the church's funds. Don't worry, 150,000 gold coins, 3 portions of the blood of the chosen elves, not a penny less. We have stored the reward in a safe place, and we will pay you when you achieve your goal. Sage's 2 men were very impatient. Deal, I'll talk to Miss Jay first. She has the final say on whether to go out now. Hearing that there was the blood of the elves, Kemi's mouth drew a sweet smile. It's worthy of the Ross family that has fought blood with the elves for hundreds of years, and even has such a rare treasure. Kemi took the 2 out of the city gate, and the corrupted female hunter came up coldly. As the chosen one, she has a very perfect figure and eyes as clear as a lake. But Jay has no chin, instead it has the jaws of an insect, and even tentacles are constantly wriggling in it. Oh my god, there's a monster. The 2 of them almost got their pants blown off. Don't panic, this is Miss Jay. A powerful corrupted God's chosen. Corrupted creatures can also have God's chosen. Holy light, please bless this world. Kemi raised her eyelids. Haha, holy light, how funny. Feed me, I need food and a warm bed. Jay's neck kept twitching as if a huge insect was about to break out of her body. She made a hoarse, insect-like cry and asked for food. Can these 2 people pay next time? Kemi gestured and explained, next time I will bring you more villagers and let them go. They are partners. Partners, delicious chicken flavor. Jay shook his head resolutely but made a concession. I will only eat one of the 3 of you. You heard it. Kemi turned his head. You 2 choose for yourselves. Looking at each other, both of them saw confusion in each other's eyes. What a joke. We paid you to kill people, not to come here and talk nonsense with the damn insect monster in human skin. Let's go. After you kill Field, bring his head out to see us. The 2 turned around and left in anger. Wait, the brain of the corrupted creature is very rigid, and it won't be a big deal if you don't arouse her interest. But since you have been named, one must be left behind today. She didn't want to offend a terrible monster because of an ordinary person. Kemi's powerful 3rd-level divine power burst out, and layers of black energy ripples spread out, which was particularly terrifying. Damn it, you Shadow World sect are not trustworthy. I will go back and report to the adults that the Ross family will cancel their neutrality and immediately join the encirclement and suppression of you. The black-robed man pointed at Kemi's nose and roared. The Ross family was a pure loser in dealing with the internal conflicts of the empire. Whether it was rebels, thugs, or other nobles, the Ross family always maintained a gentle attitude, with one main point. Whoever is the emperor is fine, just don't interfere with me killing elves. Don't take me with you if you want to die, idiot. Before he finished speaking, the silent partner beside him directly grabbed his neck and threw him fiercely at Jay. Then he is yours. Just kidding, daring to yell at a 3rd-level god chosen like this is a long life. The family will not change the direction of diplomacy because of 1 or 2 insignificant people. Squeak fresh food. Jay made a pleasant insect sound, and the seemingly delicate arms, like iron clamps, firmly grasped the black-robed man. With the crisp sound of clothes tearing, Jay stretched out twisted tentacles from her mouth in an extremely perverted way, and she even tore off her clothes. Help, let me go. Don't touch there, that's the toilet. No matter how the man screamed, the surroundings where no one looked at him. Damn it, drag him to a secluded place, otherwise we'll have to clean up the garbage here. Kemi turned his head away with disgust. Okay, now that the toll has been paid, let's set off immediately to get rid of Field. I still have a lot of things to do, such as finding more unlucky people for these disgusting monsters. My former companion, will he be eaten? Why doesn't it look like it? If he survives, I'll be unlucky. The remaining black-robed man couldn't help but glance back, only to see his companion being dragged into a corner with his wings broken. And soon, a blushing sound rang throughout his ears. Of course she will be eaten. But she will be eaten together with Jay and her children. She is breeding and laying eggs. Corruption will stitch humans with a bunch of strange monsters. I guess she has merged with Queen Chalice, a disgusting insect demon that lives in a humid environment. The black-robed man shrank his neck. Oh, I've heard of it. Whether male or female, Chalice has a strong, Interest in humans. Stop talking nonsense, get ready to go. Fortunately, I have met Field before. I invited him to the underground dance. Kemi smiled slightly. Third-level magic skill, Death Banquet. A series of bright red ghosts crawled out of Kemi's shadow, all of which were innocent people who were tortured to death by her. The driven ghosts screamed and rushed into the gray fog. Just wait a moment, and we'll find Field's location. Before Kemi finished speaking, she sensed Field's location. She looked like an old man on the subway looking at his phone and said in confusion, "What a coincidence, so close." "Never mind, he's just a baron with no background, it's like killing a mouse." Kemi pulled out the whip, swung it casually, and made a terrifying sonic boom. Hee, I have to make up for the regret last time and torture him well. On the other side, Field was spying on the situation at the city gate with a telescope. He was watching with great interest when suddenly a ghost shadow appeared on his face, almost scaring him to death. "Fuck, what is that?" He immediately touched the position of his heart, patted his head. Only after confirming that he was still alive did Field breathe a sigh of relief. It's a positioning skill. Rosaria, who has more knowledge of the Chosen Ones, saw the clues at the first time. "We are exposed. Let's go quickly. This place is too close to the city gate. Once we get into a fierce battle, we will be easily surrounded by the enemy." After that, Field rode on his warhorse and ran quickly in the opposite direction. "Wait for me, Bug," Ophelie grunted and ran trembling behind. If Rosaria hadn't hidden in the big sword and ran with Field, she would probably have fallen behind at this moment. "Ah, little fat dragon, you're also a snail." Field was shocked. How could this long leg with perfect curves run so slowly? Could it be that the corrupted Chosen Ones are born slow? "Humph, you're riding a warhorse, so of course you can run fast." Ophelie gritted his teeth and said, "And my big tail slows me down. Stop messing around, get on top." Ashina reached out her hand very loyally and pulled Ophelie onto the back of the dragon wolf, and everyone retreated quickly. "Don't bring the enemy to the manor, let's find an open space. If she really dares to come alone, just surround and kill her." Field snorted coldly. He didn't like to run away. Taking the initiative was his style. "She's just a deacon of the Shadow World sect. I must hit her hard. Everyone treats me as a soft persimmon. How can this be tolerated? Today I have to severely expose her defeat animation. Ashina, take the little fat dragon and hide first. Don't get too close to me. If we scare the enemy away directly, there will be no fun." "Yes, sir, please be careful. Rosaria, please protect sir." Asuna looked at Field worriedly, and thinking of her own lack of strength, she sighed helplessly, turned around and rushed into the gray fog. Field carried the gluttony great sword on his back and let Rosaria hide in the great sword. A person riding a horse, relying on his familiarity with the terrain of the night territory, quickly passed through the gray fog. Just after running for a quarter of an hour, there was a whistling sound of strong wind behind him. "Danger, Field, there are enemies approaching at high speed," Rosaria hurriedly reminded. Turning his head, he saw a scarlet stream of light like an arrow from a string, crushing over fiercely. Just when Field turned his head and was ready to fight hard, the red stream of light gathered into a human shape and fell to the ground. The stench of decay in the air was dispelled, replaced by a disgusting smell of blood and a mixture of indescribable smells. "Hello, Field, someone wants to buy your life." Kimmy stood with one hand on her waist in a seductive posture, quietly admiring Field's shocked expression. What she liked most was to admire her prey, from shock to fear, and finally to desperately trying to please herself. However, Field disappointed her. He was only slightly shocked and quickly calmed down. Disheveled hair, loose white long skirt, perverted smile, and trembling body from time to time, I seem to have seen this woman somewhere. An idea popped into his mind. Field shook his head. Now is not the time to be distracted. Coming back to his senses, Field cooperated and said in a shocked tone, "Who are you? Whoever wants my life, I can pay 3 times the price." "Let me introduce myself. I am Kimmy of the Shadow World sect, the god of killing. As for who wants your life, I can tell you, but it depends on your performance. Don't worry, I won't kill you right away. I like strong and handsome boys like you the most, especially the moment when I twist their heads off." Kimmy licked the corner of his mouth, so perverted, Field shuddered. "Is it my brother, or maybe my sister?" After a wild guess, Field looked at the man in black robe who was in a hurry and took out the fog lights. "Don't disturb my clients, Field dessert. The good times belong only to the 2 of us." Kemi pulled out the artifact whip, swung it with a queen's aura and made a crisp sound. Kemi laughed foolishly. "Heh, you have to persist, that's fun. Every year I hunt geese, but today I was pecked by geese." Field wiped the cold sweat. Usually I had to go to explode other people's animations by myself, but today I met a crazy woman who wanted me to perform a defeat animation. Hee hee, my nickname is Human Goblin, I'm not afraid at all, I advise you to eat the juice. While arguing, Field's brain was working quickly, and a bold plan came into his mind. After quickly communicating with Rosaria through his mind, Field hooked his finger provocatively, looking invincible. Come here. You will regret it. The week's bravado is just a joke. In Kemi's eyes, the cold light flashed, replaced by morbid desire. The toes stepped on the ground, and the disgusting smell of blood filled the air. Kemi's speed was extremely fast. What a perverted speed, meow. It's just Rosaria's weakness. I hope I can hit her hard with one blow, otherwise there will be trouble. In the blink of an eye, I only saw the afterimage left by Kemi. The scarlet long whip came from the right side 2 meters away from me. The vicious whip, with the blessing of divine power, was like a spear, unstoppable. Field pulled out the gluttonous sword domineeringly. With Rosaria there, he was really not afraid. You dare to fight back? You are much more ignorant than I thought. Because the gluttonous sword was wrapped in linen, Kemi mistakenly thought it was a non-grade weapon and laughed at it immediately. Clang, the artifacts collided, making a soul-shaking buzzing sound, and layers of divine power rippled, and Kemi was immediately shocked. Artifact, it seems that there is an unexpected gain today. Even if it is a first-level artifact, it cannot be bought with 1,000,000 gold coins. Artifacts are good things to inherit the family. The killing power rushed into the whip crazily, and Kemi couldn't wait to roll up the gluttonous sword and pulled it back fiercely. It's mine. Field let go without hesitation, allowing Kemi to snatch it. At the same time, he drew out the spear with his right hand, and while his fighting spirit was surging, he pretended to shout anxiously. Okay, it's all yours. I have accumulated fighting spirit for 7 days, and I will give it all to you. Fighting skills 100 waves. The third-level fighting skills attack the third-level god selection, and it is estimated that it can only polish the opponent's skin and open a beauty filter. Kemi, who knew this well, sneered. You are a fool without brains. You don't even know the difference between the chosen ones and mortals. It's a miracle that you can survive in the Night Lord for so long. As soon as the whip rolled over the gluttony great sword, Kemi was ready to wave his hand to defend against Field's fighting spirit attack. Hey, heart, why is it beating so fast suddenly? Strong uneasiness and death, like a haze, enveloped his heart, and Kemi suddenly felt a bad mood. Kill Field quickly, the money is yours. The black-robed man couldn't wait any longer. He wanted to complete the task as soon as possible and report back to the Lord. He didn't want to stay in this hellhole for a moment. Just as Kemi was exuding his divine power and preparing to crush Field to death, countless blood threads flowed out of the gluttony sword. Rosaria gathered in mid-air, grabbed the sword domineeringly, and pulled the sword out of Kemi's whip with countless sparks. Third-level divine skill, endless slash. The mixed sword energy slashed out densely, and the air was full of gorgeous sword light. Incarnation and fighting, endless slash. The space was torn apart. The huge dragon claws suddenly stretched out like a truck that crushed the isolation belt, cooperating with Rosaria's divine skills. Another ripple-shaped, terrifying sword energy followed the first sword energy, forming a cross-shaped slash, sweeping the murderous aura all over the sky. What the hell? What the hell? Kemi's eyes almost popped out. A third-level god chosen suddenly appeared in the stolen artifact. What a situation. The cruel smile on his face froze instantly. It was too late to escape at this moment. There was no place to hide from the skills released close to the face. Buzz after the deafening sound. Violent explosion broke out with Kemi as the center. Everything around was involved in the annihilation range of the sword energy. The one who suffered the most damage was undoubtedly Kemi, who was hit in the face. A red figure flew backwards, splashing a bloody rain in the sky, like a kite with a broken string, smashing into the surrounding pile of rocks, rolling for more than 10 meters before barely stopping. What's going on? The black-robed man was stunned. The incident happened suddenly, and he didn't even react. In his opinion, a powerful third-level god chosen could easily kill an ordinary person in seconds. Rosaria landed gracefully, carrying a big sword, and started chasing. Damn idiot. This is what you said, the exiled barren without foundation. With a scream like a ghost, Kemi stood up covered in blood. His coat had been annihilated into powder, and blood kept pouring out from all over his body, and even pale bones could be seen. Fortunately, the third-level god chosen had the vitality of a cockroach and a powerful defensive coat. Even so, Kemi's right leg was almost crippled, and his left arm was directly crushed by the sword because of blocking. I don't know. The black-robed man felt a chill on his back, and a chill rushed from the soles of his feet to his forehead. At the time his own lord Surge swore, Field was just a family-abandoned child, a pure waste, and he could be killed at will. You call this trash? Even if he is trash, his chosen one can instantly injure the arrogant deacon of the Shadow World sect. Now he is in danger. Thinking of this, the black-robed man quietly retreated with the fog lights. Wait, are you also a corrupted creature? Kemi wanted to escape, but the injuries all over her body made it difficult for her to even use her divine power. She begged for mercy loudly. I know your partner, we are family. Let's sign an agreement immediately and bring you humans to eat, how about it? Partner, delicious. Rosaria smiled strangely and crushed over fiercely. Damn corrupted creatures are really the same. And we need the help of Polly and others. Cursing angrily, Kemi hooked his finger, and several ghosts crawled out of the shadow and flew quickly towards the bull leader. It's terrible. This guy summoned the ghost without even a pre-swing. Field frowned and held his forehead helplessly. I wanted to take action at the critical moment. Now I have to let Ashna intercept it. Whistling, Field shouted to the gray fog. Ashna tried to intercept the ghost. Leave it to me. A response came from the gray fog. Field could only see the dark blue flames spit out by the dragon wolf. Like lightning in the dark clouds, bursting out strong light from time to time. The ghost cries from the gray fog proved that dragon flames can effectively kill ghosts. This desperate scene made Kemi laugh. Ha ha ha, another chosen one. If you Ross family want to kill me, just say it directly. Why beat around the bush and make a commission? At this moment, in Kemi's view, it was a complete conspiracy. Numb yourself, let yourself be careless, and then run into the preset encirclement. Well, if that's the case, then don't even think about having an easy life. I want you to be buried with me. Biting his tongue, Kemi's blood boiled, and he swung the long whip in his hand like a sharp blade. The bright red artifact whip was obviously very conspicuous, but the moment it attacked, the speed was so fast that it could not be captured by the naked eye. Such combat power is like a third-level god chosen. The Emperor Guard at the time was simply no fun at all. Rosalia was inspired, and his eyes quickly scanned, catching the fluctuations in space, and immediately controlled the dragon claw to defend the left side. Puff! The long whip that suddenly appeared carved a deep tear on the huge dragon arm. After resolving the attack, Rosaria took advantage of the gap, quickly approached, and swung the sword fiercely. The great sword of great power, wrapped in strong wind, almost covered all of Kemi's range. At the critical moment, Kemi retracted the whip and swung it into a gorgeous stream of light, forming a defense network that was difficult to penetrate even with water. With the sword smashed down, the surrounding stones and soil were instantly shattered and turned into powder. Hey, with such injuries you can still move. Seeing that there was no one in front of her, Rosaria knew that this attack would be chopped off and immediately took a defensive posture. Ding ding dang dang, the next moment. Countless dense streams of light enveloped, gold and iron intertwined. Kemi's attack hit the dragon claws and the gluttonous sword, and brilliant flames would burst out. Occasionally, attacks fell on Rosaria, but they did not pose any threat to her at all. Now, Rosaria's mind moved, and the dragon claws turned around, grabbing Kemi's whip in midair. I only felt an irresistible force coming, and the artifact in Kemi's hand was actually pulled away directly. In this way, there is no need to worry about the artifact disintegrating. Rosaria swelled her hips and had an expression of, let me show off for a while. Such a terrifying power. Is it really the corrupted chosen one, Field, you? Cough cough, how did you make her obedient? Kemi fell to the ground miserably. Because of the severe injury to her legs, she looked shaky at the moment. Kemi turned her head and looked at Field, who was hiding behind a big rock with only half of his head exposed. Don't chat with my lord, especially when he is disheveled. Rosaria frowned and drew out her greatsword to kill Kemi directly. We can talk. Kemi vomited a large mouthful of blood, spread his hands as if nothing had happened, and glanced around. Just when Field thought that she was going to take the opportunity to slip away or rush over to behead him, Kemi's bloody hand reached out to the place where he had mossed. What is she doing? Even the amazing Rosaria was frightened and took a step back. Covering her mouth with her slender hand, is she healing herself? Field was also confused, his pupils trembled and he coughed twice. This is not soul, Even if you create water elements, you can't react to the elements. This guy is actually performing a defeat animation by himself. Unfortunately, she only looks terrifying at the moment. I'm negotiating with you, Field. Let me go. I can bring you a generous reward. A scene that shattered the three views appeared. She actually took out a palm-length crystal bottle from the other dimension. Hey, no, where did you hide it? Wait, you can actually fight with this thing. Field wanted to dig out his eyes and kept a lot of complaints in his mouth, but he thought about it and held back. Well, I shouldn't ask such a simple question in this world. Don't shake your values. Even if we are corrupted creatures, we won't do such a weird thing. Rosaria held her forehead and turned her face away in disgust. Slowly walking forward, the big sword smashed down, breaking Kemi's leg directly. Don't talk to the nobles while standing, especially when you take the initiative to ask for peace. Ugh! Kemi screamed and crawled on the ground. She gritted her teeth and wanted to pounce on Rosaria and die together, but she raised her head flatteringly. This is the divine blood of destruction disaster, which can revive the legendary 5 disaster gods. Destruction. Destruction. Disaster. Field instantly became interested and no longer hid behind Rosaria. While adjusting his clothes, he walked out slowly. Could it be that you, the chosen ones of the killing gods, are not the 5 disasters? Yes, not only is we not a disaster, it was still the Empire's regular army. If we have betrayed the Empire, it is better to say that the Empire has betrayed us. Zai began to be dyed. This is a topic that can't be touched. In fact, I know very little. I just think about those things and my mind will burst. It feels like a kitten is scratching himself. Phil is really wanting to ask, but when you think of my poor combat power, you know too much but unhappy. Okay, I'm Field. I'm a real person. Tell me your conditions. If you can impress me, it's not impossible to negotiate. Field pondered for a moment, and as usual he still made a contract request, or you can join our night. Although this guy is very abstract, he is quite powerful. Impossible. Kemi sneered and refused without hesitation. She pointed to the place where she couldn't look directly. Besides, I have a master. He can detonate the high-energy magic core in my body at any time. His Field took a breath of cold air. How many things have you hidden? Why is there a crystal potion bottle, a high-energy magic core, and a forbidden spell in his mind? Forget it, let's not talk about this. Since you don't want to join the night territory, let's talk about the conditions. Field's mouth drew a smile, shaking his fingers to relieve the previous depression. We can kill you directly and take your bargaining chips. It's really aristocratic style, but I'm not a fool. Since I can negotiate with you, I have the confidence. Looking at Rosaria warily, Kemi said coldly, destroying the divine blood of the Chosen One is just the last spell of the alchemy. We have made countless preparations, including choosing carriers, looking for legendary magic materials, checking ancient monuments, and, sacrificing lives. So awesome, then why is the divine blood in your hands? You keep it so casually, not to mention letting the 5th level Chosen One guard it. At least it should be a dry and ventilated environment, not dark and damp. Rosaria glared at Field fiercely. Field awkwardly pushed his hands away. Sorry, because we keep trying. This is the 4th test and it hasn't succeeded yet. I always feel like something is missing. Kemi said bluntly, I'll take you to the resurrection formation. If you succeed in creating the Chosen One of destruction, you can make a contract. If not, all the test materials will be yours. That's a huge amount of precious materials above level 3. You won't lose anyway. You know how to trade. Of course, I have always played the role of a socialite and a businessman in the sect. Kemi struggled and leaned on the stone behind her, which made her feel much better. Field was tempted. Kill Kemi and only get a 3rd-level artifact. If you don't kill her, wait until you get the test materials and then kill her and you can still get the artifact. It's a win-win situation. We win twice. Let's talk about the chosen god of destruction. You are talking about the legend. Are the chosen god of destruction dead? That's right. The disaster of destruction is the first disaster that destroyed the world. It annihilated the ancient civilization. Kemi nodded and said seriously, according to the super-ancient scrolls found, the first civilization countless years ago was severely damaged by a meteorite that fell from the sky, and the chosen god of destruction walked out of it. They only need to kill and destroy to quickly improve their combat effectiveness. The first civilization resisted for less than a year and died without leaving any useful information. Then, the chosen ones of destruction killed all the creatures in the world. Without food, they soon died. Kemi laughed. It's funny, isn't it? We got this conclusion through archaeology. Field turned his head and looked at Rosaria. So that's the case, so are we already the fifth generation of civilization, and corruption is the fifth disaster, which is the enemy faced by our generation. Heh, are you scared, delicious Field? Rosaria cooperated with a terrible smile, as if she ate 5 children at a time. That's right, but they are obviously not that dangerous. Although they are a little stupid, they can communicate and cooperate. Kemi pouted at Rosaria. Just like you can't contract the chosen ones of corruption, but you can use them to fight, which is nothing more than sacrificing the territory and the lives of the untouchables. Untouchables, haha, as many as you want. Without denying it, Field said. Then can we make a contract with the chosen one of destruction? Theoretically, no. But our research has made a great breakthrough. As long as you are lucky this experiment is successful and you can make a contract, then you will become the only person in the world who can make a contract with the disaster. Field scratched his head awkwardly, thinking to himself, sorry, I have already made a contract with the disaster. Okay, I accept your proposal. If you provide us with all the help, I will set you free and will not kill you. In order to gain greater benefits, it is okay to take some risks. Rational choice, believe me, although I enjoy killing, I also enjoy all the beautiful things, and I will not do things that waste my life. Kemi grinned and whispered in a yin-yang tone, your own God's chosen one is much more reliable than wild disasters. Don't do these useless things. Talk about the combat power of the Shadow World sect. In addition to your 13 deacons, what other high-level combat powers are there? Field has always trusted his employees, whether it is a disaster or not, as long as there is a lively Dalai. The 4 female knights were all former generals of the Empire with 4th-level combat power. When the leader was alive, they were 5th level. Kemi raised his only intact hand. Don't ask too much, we communicate through soul projection. I swear, I don't know the specific information. I believe you have already seen that most of the members of our Shadow World sect are people with a certain social status, and they will not reveal their information under normal circumstances. Okay. Field rubbed his eyebrows. He had accidentally participated in the Shadow World meeting before, and no one revealed their real name. Then after my wound heals, I will take you to the Bull territory, how about it? Kemi took the initiative to propose. Impossible, the Bull Fortress is full of your people, I'm not stupid enough to rush in rashly. When the gate is closed, I'll be dead. I thought you, a madman who dares to make a deal with the corruption disaster, would not be afraid of anything. Looking at Field in surprise, Kemi seemed to have recognized the person in front of him. Then go to Maple Leaf territory, there is no better choice. Huh? Suspicious, Maple Leaf territory shouldn't have your people. Field rubbed his chin. After all, Simon was an out-and-out bastard noble, full of psychopathic style. With a flash of panic in his eyes, Kemi pretended to be impatient and scolded. Put away your suspicion, Simon is a serious dove, and he hates us the most. This is not okay, that is not okay, just keep me and give birth to your child. I don't need it, but it's not impossible to give it to my men. Field grinned. You should recover first. As for how I can enter the Bull territory, you don't have to worry about it. After signing a temporary agreement with Kemi, Field handed her over to Rosaria for custody. It will take her at least half a month to recover from her injuries. As long as she is a little suspicious. You can eat her directly. Haha, no problem. Rosaria glanced at Kemi strangely, as if she was picking beef. Kemi could only tremble. She knew that corrupted creatures were greedy and insatiable monsters, so she didn't dare to move, just let the divine power slowly repair her injuries. My lord, the shadows summoned by the enemy have been intercepted. Ashna and Aphili walked out of the gray fog, and the dragon wolf was holding a person in its mouth, who was the black-robed man from before. And this guy, he tried to escape, but was caught by Miss Aphili. Pointing at the black-robed man, Asna guessed, perhaps this man is the lord of Kemi. No, he hired someone to kill me. Field had already received a lot of useful information from Kemi. Oh, then he can die. Asna's eyes turned cold in an instant, and she was about to command the dragon wolf to eat the black-robed man. Spare my life, it's not what I wanted. It was your brother who forced me to do this. Feeling the sharp teeth that were about to tear apart his flesh and blood, the black-robed man howled loudly and decisively betrayed his lord. Dear Baron, please let me go, I'm innocent. Roar. In fact, without torture, Field guessed who it was. It's nothing more than the people in the family wanting to kill him so that they can get more property. But he didn't expect his brother to be so straightforward and stupid. He actually dared to hire people from the Shadow World sect. Aren't they afraid of being caught? The crime of killing nobles and relatives, even a noble of the Grand Duke's level, would have to weigh it. There's no innocence. It just so happens that the mine needs high-intensity labor and you are very suitable. No, 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 please. Waving his hand casually, Field ordered. Send it to Silverclaw first, eat some dragon fruit, and do 2 sets of CPR, see what valuable things can be tortured out. Then let him go to the mine. The black-robed man burst into tears, thinking that his newly married wife would be given to the neighbor Wang. He suddenly grasped a ray of hope. By the way, I have hidden the money for hiring a killer for Lord Sergei. Wait, how much? 150,000 gold coins, 3 portions of the blood of the chosen of the elves. His Field took a breath of cold air. When he was driven to the north, he was only given 500 yuan. In the eyes of the family, he was just an ant worth 500 gold coins. But in the eyes of his brother Sergei, he was so valuable. Touched, warm, Field instantly changed into a kind smile, walked up to help the black-robed man down from the wolf's mouth, patted his shoulder and said gently, I am the first good man in the north. I don't like to kill indiscriminately. I only follow the 7 virtues of the night. I forgive you. Sir, I hid those gold coins in the Goldfinch territory of Twilight Province. I can take you there to get them. I hide them so far away. Field was speechless, because there are many girls in the Goldfinch territory. Such a high amount of gold coins can deceive the brainless women there, and naturally someone will throw themselves into their arms. The black-robed man smiled honestly. Of course, I didn't dare to spend a copper coin. Very good. Lower man, Field sighed. Although he had to cross the province again, it was worth it to get so much money in one trip. By the way, sir, do you remember the compass you got last time? Asuna rubbed her wolf ears, frowned and fell into memories. If I remember correctly, the direction set by the compass is in Twilight territory. I remember it. I found the compass of unknown meaning in my brother's bedroom. After dealing with the bastards in the Shadow World, it's a good time to go there. Go to Silverclaw to pick up the soap. It's cheap for you. Field smiled and picked up the man in black robe like a chicken. I will call you when I go to get the money, don't worry. After carefully questioning Kemi, Field learned about the deployment of Shadow World sex troops in Rick Province. There is one 4th-level god chosen, but he is far away from the Bull territory and other places, and is on guard against the governor of Rick Province, so there is no need to worry. After all, Bull territory is a stable control area for them, and they have their own things to do. Bull territory, Fiery Horse territory, and Argali territory each have people from Shadow World sect on duty, all of whom are 3rd-level god chosen. Among them, Miss Kemi from Argali territory has fallen into Field's hands. There are also 2 corrupted god chosen, also 3rd level. Fortunately, the information about corruption is not a secret. Kemi told Field the information about the corrupted creatures with certainty. The main forces of these families have reached a terrifying 4,000 people, most of whom are border guards of Bull territory, with amazing combat effectiveness. Such a force is really terrifying. Afali took a breath and swallowed his saliva. Field, our weak military force is no match for the Shadow World sect. My suggestion is, give up. From the perspective of paper combat power and local conditions, it is right to give up. Field dispelled the feeling of powerlessness in his heart and cheered up. But now is not a positional war. We have not been exposed in a short time. We should seize this opportunity and rob them hard. If his eldest brother can contact the Shadow World sect, he will definitely ask about the progress. Once the disappearance of Kemi attracts the attention of the Shadow World sect, then he will be passively beaten. Even if no one cares about Kemi's disappearance, the corrupt creatures that continue to flock to the Bull territory will not threaten his safety. Field is also unwilling to accept the Bull territory and become a bomb that may explode at any time. I listened to the adults. Asuna raised her hands without thinking and immediately stood in line. Don't worry, I will plan carefully. After thinking for a moment, Field clapped his fist and said, I have a bold idea. After releasing the Black Crow and carefully scouting the terrain around the fortress, Field returned to Starry Night City and made arrangements, called the Fiery Horse Baron Annery. Are you going to let me go? Sure enough, after a round of scouting, you now know the horror of the Shadow World sect. Annery sneered. In his opinion, Field was just a wandering outside the border fortress and was frightened by the terrifying defense and corrupted creatures. He said before that he would take the initiative to attack. How could he do it? Field stopped playing with him and said seriously, You don't need to guess about my affairs. Mr. Annery, you have a way to prove your identity. Please write a letter for help, and I will send someone to ask for help quickly. The enemy has too many troops. If the Empire can know the situation and send troops over, the troops of the three lords in the hinterland of the Shadow World sect will inevitably be greatly weakened. Just write a letter. Oh, okay. Annery stopped talking nonsense and wrote a letter for help in an urgent tone. Wrote the dark pattern logo unique to the border fortress. That's it. The Empire's army will definitely crush all the rebel clowns like crushing ants. Annery was excited. Very good, I will send someone to deliver the letter. I hope the Empire army can do something. You are ready to lead the way for me. I will violently attack the Hongru Bull fortress. Field wrote down the military order and stamped it. You have the guts, but you are just going to die. You can't take the border fortress. Don't think there's a secret passage to enter the Bull territory. Our convoy descended from the city wall, not the secret passage. Are you afraid? Field laughed jokingly. You just need to lead the way. Wrong, not only am I not afraid, I will fight. Annery stretched out his hand and said, Give me back the equipment. I want to kill those scum myself. Before, it was just to pass on information. Otherwise, I would choose to die in the territory like a knight. Feeling Annery's resolute gaze, Field nodded. Okay, since you have such awareness, mobilize your previous subordinates and let them listen to my arrangements. Field summoned all the heavy cavalry, guards, and 200 soldiers of the First Army to march normally to Keidu village. Fortunately, I asked awfully to transport food and weapons and store them in Keidu village in advance. It is very convenient to have a front-line village. In this way, it saves the effort of carrying baggage. Tisifa and the remaining troops were responsible for protecting the territory. On the other hand, Field personally escorted a team with the light cavalry to Maple Leaf territory, intending to pass on intelligence to the outside world. Without the cargo, Field quickly arrived at the outskirts of Maple Leaf Fortress with the high mobility of the light cavalry. I hope what I'm worried about won't happen. Taking a deep breath, Field did not let the troops approach the city wall, but stopped at a distance. His fingers clenched the hilt of the sword at his waist. He relaxed again and said to the soldier who was delivering the letter, When they don't let you in, don't force it, just come back. What do you mean? Annery beside him didn't understand. Nothing, I hope the messenger can bring the letter. Field nodded to the people in front of him. 2 soldiers with 5 messengers walked forward with fog lights. 4 of these messengers came from the Liema territory, and they were all Annery's confidants. When they met the nobles, they might be more credible. He was just an abandoned child of the family, and his words were not taken seriously. The messenger team came to the city wall, and the fog lights on the wall reflected a safe zone. Countless deer, horns, and roadblocks were everywhere, and the entrance of the fortress was full of rotting corpses. Stop! The soldiers on the wall immediately noticed the messenger team and raised their crossbows. This is a border fortress. Sir, we are Barren Field's men, not corpses. Oh, you didn't bring any goods this time. A sergeant leaned out of the wall and glanced at the people below. Go back. The fortress is under martial law recently. No one is allowed to enter or leave. We can pay, please make an exception. A messenger took out a bag of gold coins. The sergeant said coldly, I said no, get out of here. It's over. Field, who was hiding in the gray fog, was stunned and sweated instantly. When dealing with the Imperials, being embezzled for a few gold coins is nothing. The real horror is that when they are clean, the matter is serious. Maple Leaf territory is blocked. We are blocked. Field used his fighting spirit and prepared to call them back directly. At this moment, a soldier from the Fiery Horse territory shouted to the sergeant on the city wall without knowing whether to live or die. We are the survivors of the Fiery Horse territory. The Fiery Horse territory has been shadowed. The words were not finished yet. I knew it. The sergeant's eyes were filled with murderous intent, and he shouted directly, They are monsters controlled by corpses, trying to sneak in, kill them. Defense mechanism start. The countless magic defense towers on the city wall flashed. Boom, boom, boom. With a thunderous roar, a variety of magic bullets fell like a meteor shower, crushing all the debris at the entrance of the fortress into powder. The friendly icons on the small map disappeared instantly. The gravel flew everywhere, raising countless smoke and dust. Why, there is a sound of bombing. Baron Liema wanted to say that Field was making a fuss, but the brilliant firelight and the roar of the magic tower made him stand there in a daze. Cold sweat dripped down, and a terrifying thought came to his mind. Isn't it? Maple Leaf territory, also controlled by the Shadow World sect? Obviously it is. Field's veins popped up. Although he had doubts, after all, he had come and gone and traded so many times, so he had some trust. In addition, there was only one exit left and he had no choice. If he showed up rashly with the main force, it would probably be over. It turned out that the knife had been hanging on his neck all the time, and no one paid attention to him before, so he could enter and exit smoothly. Damn bastards, I will take revenge 1,000 times over for this. Thinking of the soldiers who died tragically for no reason, Field was so angry that his chest kept rising and falling. He wanted to attack the city directly and chop off the enemy's head and kick it like a ball. Wait, did you expect this to happen a long time ago? Anuri suddenly remembered that Field did not let him go to Maple Leaf territory. And said, I might have saved your life. Now it seems that this has been verified. No, there was nothing unusual in Maple Leaf Fortress before. Field frowned. Hearing his words, why did it sound like questioning himself? Anuri narrowed his eyes, not only did not mean to be grateful but guessed. You were fine in and out before, so is there a possibility that you actually colluded with them inside and outside, but just pretended in front of me? Bullshit. Or the hell were you when we participated in the anti-rebellion campaign? The light cavalry of Night Territory drew their swords and almost exploded one by one. Suppressing the restless, murderous aura in his heart, Field said coldly, if you want to die, I can help you now. There's no need to play house games with you. After squeezing out the value of this guy, kill him. This guy is a pure ungrateful wolf and cannot be kept alive. Ah. I'm just talking nonsense. Anuri was also weak. Isn't this too angry? Stop talking nonsense, leave here quickly. What if the people in the fortress send? Before the voice fell, a beam of light passed over the head, landed more than 10 meters away and cut straight into the distance. What you fear will come. Field took a deep look at the direction of Maple Leaf territory. When I come next time, will be your disaster. Let's go. Check the surrounding abnormalities and kill all the human figures you see. The sergeant of Maple Leaf Fortress drove the city defense puppets to bombard everything around. Field and others did not dare to stay and gathered in Kedu village as quickly as possible. After telling this matter to Ashina and others, everyone was shocked. We are really stuck in a desperate situation now. Offaly threw away the blue flag of Maple Leaf Fortress on the paper map and replaced it with a red one. You are right, Field. If we do nothing, we will be strangled by the rebels sooner or later. Yes, since Maple Leaf territory is not clean. Simon will take the initiative sooner or later. After a moment of silence, Field said, whether it is for happy beans and salt or to keep secrets, the Shadow World sect will find us sooner or later. Ashina was very angry. Fortunately, we didn't build the territory near the city wall when we first came to Night Territory to open up. Hao also suggested that we could rely on the border wall and gradually open up to the north, which would be much safer. And Field hated the feeling of his base being within the range of others, so he gritted his teeth and directly chose the big manor, opening up the center and opening up to the surrounding areas. Now it seems that this decision is very correct. Otherwise, the entire territory will be reduced to ashes under the attack of the border fortress. We have no allies to support us, and other nobles in the empire are not aware of the dire situation on the border. Offaly rubbed his chin. It's the same with or without them. Ashina shook her head. No matter what, we have to rely on ourselves. Offaly's usual habit of looking down on others did not appear today, but he said seriously, Field, I'm good at simple command, but the grand strategy still needs you to formulate. Okay, I already have a plan. Since the enemy has the help of corruption, we will attack their allies first. Field slammed the table. Offaly, gather the corpses and cut off the corrupt secret passage of the Bull territory. Who the hell allowed them to enter my territory? I will fire all the rebels and the enemy's allies. Leave it to me. Offaly got the order and set off immediately. On July 6, the imperial calendar, the secret passage in the forest of Night Territory was full of hidden stone walls and small semicircular round towers. This was once a secret passage for supplies to deal with orcs, but now it has become a reliance for corrupted creatures to enter the border. Roar, a rotten corpse, seemed to sense something and looked into the gray fog with a stiff neck. In just a moment, teams of Night Territory rotten corpses marched in a neat pace, lined up in the gray fog and broke into the secret passage, blocking the entire road at a very fast speed. With a strange roar, the rotten swords and guns pointed at the rotten corpses in the secret passage like reeds. Roar! The corrupted creatures of the rebels had not yet reacted. A second-level corrupted scorpion worm rushed over like a torrent, crushing the rotten corpse that reacted first. At the same time, the two pincers extended out, clamped the two corrupted cavalrymen, and cut them off in the middle. Well done, I didn't expect you to have enough troops in such a short time. Of course, I don't only recruit ordinary corpses. I can also control special species with grades. The ball in Ophelie's hand burst into light, and more than 1,000 corpses all rushed into the secret passage. The rebel corpses didn't even understand the situation, and the two sides immediately broke out in war. The guns stabbed, and the knives came back. A large number of corrupted cavalrymen didn't even play their speed advantage. They were stabbed and fell in an instant. Both sides were corpses, and they were always in a state of full morale. Therefore, once they fought, the scene was instantly bloody and flesh flew everywhere, and it directly entered a white-hot stage. The weapons broke, and they began to bite. Field even saw that the half-body corpses began to gnaw on the ankles of intact corpses. Break the barrier. The corrupted cavalry, who had a little intelligence, screamed at Ophelie and raised their lances high. Immediately, the rebel corpses gathered around them and prepared to charge. The order from their master was to reach the bull territory, so no matter what happened, the simple-minded corrupted creatures would execute it. Kill them all. Ophelie laughed bloodthirstily, waved his hand, and the magic ball shone again. Crazy corpse aura. The eyes of the night corpses instantly turned red, and they counterattacked in a tight formation, thrusting their spears forward as much as possible, with the dense spear heads facing the charging corpses. However, the rebel corpses were not afraid. Puff, puff, the sound of sharp weapons tearing muscles did not stop at the moment of the collision. Between the two sides, a large number of corrupt cavalry were directly strung together by spears. The night corpses, facing the heavy cavalry charge, also suffered a great loss. In an instant, more than 100 of them were crushed into broken limbs. Field's scalp was numb. Fortunately, humans have technology, magic, and wisdom. If they really play a pure hand-to-hand fight with corruption, it is estimated that they will collapse and perish in an instant like the ancient civilization. Are we going to push forward all the way? Although we have cut off the reinforcement line of the bull territory, the corrupted cavalry is endless. Ophelie waved his hand, and the divine power surged, instantly subduing more than 100 wild corpses to serve as filler babies. No, hold your ground and wait for my next arrangement. Shaking his head, Field sneered. The battle has just begun. We have the capital to try and make mistakes. It's just a few ordinary corpses that died, which is nothing at all. Black crows hovered around the periphery of the border fortress. The third-level corrupted god-chosen had broken wings and had just finished laying eggs on the newly sent villagers. It was happily making insect sounds of a strange frequency and wandering around the periphery leisurely. Did you see that monster? Damn it, I swear, I've never seen anything so horrible. She doesn't even have a chin. Corrupted creatures are just monsters in human skin. I don't know what the adults are thinking. They keep feeding them villagers. You can be smarter than the master. The arrangement of the noble master must be right. The soldiers on the city wall were whispering, "Shut up and stand guard." A fanatic of the Shadow World sect cursed arrogantly, "If you dare to talk nonsense again, I will throw you down to feed the rotten corpses." Yes. The soldiers were very unhappy, but thinking of the order of the new bull baron, they had no choice but to continue standing guard. The line of soldiers has been blocked. Without soldiers, it is difficult to kill efficiently. Jay raised his head and wiped the blood stains on the corners of his mouth. Pure white, weaklings, hindering me from finding food, seeking death. As early as half a year ago, the superiors ordered the powerful corrupted creatures not to set foot in the 3 outer territories. Jay and the others disobeyed the order because they could not bear the hunger and reached a cooperation with humans. Once they were discovered, they would face internal conflicts. Thinking of Pure White's disgusting face and the delicious food he had finally found, Jay roared in a low voice, and the smooth back of the back burst instantly, unfolding a pair of translucent and gorgeous insect wings, and issued an order with a unique frequency. God's chosen guard, assemble. As if receiving the order of the queen, a large number of villagers who were spawned twitched and walked out of the corners. They were torn into pieces. Most of them even broke kunkun, and a bunch of insect eggs were parasitic on their bodies. And the insect eggs were even wriggling. Those villagers, didn't they die? The soldiers on the wall almost vomited as they watched the scene below. Look, they've turned into bug monsters. The villagers twitched one after another, and then tentacles, claws, and wings of the bugs spread out from their bodies, and powerful life energy spread in all directions like ripples. Led by Jei, the bugs quickly swept towards the corrupted area where Field had intercepted them. Why did she leave? Only the defenders of the fortress were left, staring at the zombies that kept gathering and swallowed their saliva. Without the restraint of the corrupted gods, would these rotten corpses really not go on a killing spree? As soon as Jei set off, Field got specific information. After all, his black crows had been monitoring the periphery of the fortress. The Griffin Empire and even most countries of this era could not do a good job in information and reconnaissance. Not to mention the stupid corrupted creatures who had only one word in their minds: reckless. Can she actually fly? It doesn't matter, I'm just afraid she won't come out. Field frowned slightly and then ordered Apheli. Okay, control the corpses, follow the rules of action of the rebel corpses, and go to the border fortress. I understand. After just a little thought, Apheli took action. At the same time, Richard, the new lord of the Bull territory, was lying on the newly bought big bed with his legs spread out, surrounded by beauties. Awesome, this is the taste of power and money. Richard shook his legs, enjoying the indescribable treatment. Old guys, he should have died long ago. He made me live a miserable life and still served the empire. He was rotten to the core. He is so damned alive. He is in his 40s or 50s, but he is not sick at all. He still wants me to do it myself. At this rate, I will not be able to become the Baron of the Bull territory until I am 70 years old. That's right. Polly, Richard's chosen one, was waving the magic props in her hand with great interest. Someone asked us to do something to buy Field's life and sent a lot of gifts to congratulate you on becoming the Baron of the Bull territory. Who? I don't know. Polly picked up an apple from the table and took a bite. That person also brought an interesting news, saying that Field may have built a territory in the Night Territory or discovered ruins. The latter is very likely. It is indeed very likely. Only we border people know the horror of the zombie tide. Field, that cowardly and incompetent loser, could not have survived in the Night Territory without an adventure. Richard's eyes flashed with a fierce light. When he first came to the Bull territory, I was annoyed by his face. In these 2 days, we will lead the border troops to find him and kill him. I hope we can find some good things from him. After that, Richard drank a sip of wine intoxicatedly, hugged left and right, and said, I love you, haha. Hate it, my lord can only favor me. I love you too, the wise and mighty Baron Richard. The women around gathered around and served him with all their strength. Have fun, I'm going to rest first. Bailey yawned and walked out of the door slowly. At the door, she glanced at the women and drew a weird smile at the corner of her mouth. What love, each one is just a piece of meat that can be sacrificed at any time. You really take yourself seriously. In just a cup of tea. Jei and her god-chosen guards arrived at the area, where Ophelia intercepted the zombies. The surroundings were full of broken corpses, all of which were corrupted creatures. The wind was cold, and the foul-smelling blood gathered into a pool of blood. Rosaria carried a great sword and sat leisurely on the towering pile of corpses. Hello, my strange fellow. Rosaria greeted with a smile, and the next second her momentum surged. Rising like a mountain, I haven't seen you, Pure White's new subordinate, Jei said in a hoarse voice. Corruption should attack, not wait. Pure White is that guy again. Having heard this name several times, Rosaria couldn't help but feel confused. She blinked twice. By the way, why does Pure White want us to wait? It doesn't make sense. I don't know. Jei was also confused. Aren't you a Pure White? You actually ask me. Something's wrong, you have a lot of human breath. After sniffing twice, Jei instantly changed to a confused expression. It's normal to have some human breath after eating so many people. Rosaria blushed inexplicably. She still remembered that Field had told her how to create humans. Did you eat a lot of people? I think you are more like a human. We are the same kind. Pointing at Jei's face, although Jei's half face was missing and she had wings like a fly, Rosaria still insisted that she was like a human. Jei's eyeballs bumped around in her eye sockets. If you look closely, you can see that her pupils are already insect-like. She sneered. If you pass my test, I can believe that you are the same kind. Oh, tell me. Rosaria nodded curiously. Is there a way for corruption to detect the same kind? Why didn't she get her inheritance? Use blood mosquitoes. If they are not killed by the test, they are the same kind. Jei made a strange cry, and the insect-like villagers beside him exploded directly, and a bunch of red-striped insects flew out. If Field was present, he would definitely scream out in surprise. This is the most common winged kunkan insect in the world of butter, a very evil fantasy creature. Don't come on, I'm smart and won't be fooled. Rosaria was lying. She immediately stood up from the pile of corpses, drew out the big sword and showed a terrifying smile. Fellow, let's see who is the predator. Puff, Jay's hands twisted and broke quickly, and two slender and sharp bone spurs protruded from them. The corrupted divine power was like countless flying insects swimming around his body. The next moment, Jay vibrated his wings and rushed at a very fast speed. The target was Rosaria's heart. Clang! Although Rosaria's speed was slow, that was only the speed of movement. Her own moves were not inferior to Jay. The big sword steadily blocked Jay's double stabs. Rosaria swung the sword violently, and the buzzing big sword swept the smoke and dust in the sky, quickly enlarging in Jay's vision. Cut the air. The sword shadows were mixed. Rosaria found that Jay dodged the sword in an extremely strange posture. At the same time, Jay circled behind Rosaria at an astonishing speed. I can see every move you make, Jay said without any emotion. The advent of the corruption disaster fused the eyes of the ghost mantis with me. The two thorns were attached with dark purple venom and stretched out quickly. Your mantis is all gone. The star-devouring dragon I fused should be no worse than you. Rosaria's fingertips swept through the air, and the huge corrupt dragon arm suddenly stretched out from it. The huge attack range, like slapping a mosquito, slapped Jay and the surrounding stones and corpses together. The extremely violent energy spread out, and the amazing death energy contained in the dragon claws alone filled the air with the screams of ghosts and wolves. Interesting. He rolled back more than 10 meters in the air, and after stabilizing his body, he quickly dodged Rosaria's pursuit. Children, eat her. Ji roared angrily. The next moment, the surrounding insect villagers and disgusting red mosquitoes rushed in from all directions. The strength of the insect villagers has reached the amazing 3rd level. God's chosen guard, they are all 3rd level. It's really convenient to be able to produce soldiers by yourself. Rosaria was not afraid. She could devour the small fish, so she was not so afraid of the human wave tactics. In a normal battle between the chosen, whoever has the God's chosen guard will almost certainly win if their strength is similar. In fact, even Rosaria, who can devour the enemy, will consume a lot of divine power to deal with the small fish. 3rd level divine skill, endless slash. The two waves of sword energy in front and behind are like two gorgeous crescent moons. The terrifying power swept away the surrounding insects and annihilated them, and even the terrain began to be destroyed. Level 3 divine skill, poisonous return. Broken wings bone spurs were engulfed by layers of deep purple power, and the originally slender bone spurs turned into a huge spiral that could hit a lance. Only a flash of purple light could be seen, and Broken Wing found a gap in the endless slash. It came from an incredible angle. While dodging the dragon claws and slashes, it went around behind Rosaria. Boom! The huge purple spiral spun violently in the air, rubbing against the air to make a harsh sonic boom. The spiral, carrying the dual power of poison and corruption, hit Rosaria's back firmly and quickly broke the divine coat. Layers of explosions spread out, and the ground seemed to be hit by a missile. The bulky warrior-type chosen one, become the warmth of my offspring. Jay just had the idea of devouring in his mind, but found that the purple spiral in his left hand did not blow up the opponent's head as planned. She was horrified to find that another divine skill was firmly clamped by the huge dragon claw. It's my turn to have fun. Rosaria, who was almost penetrated, suddenly exerted force with both hands as if nothing had happened and directly pulled out the huge bone spur that pierced her heart. You know, that bone spur was transformed by Jay's hands. This is equivalent to directly tearing off the opponent's hand. At the same time, the dragon claw exerted force and tore off his other hand. The gluttony greatsword directly decomposed the broken arm of Jay and turned it into blood to repair his heart. Listening to Jay's heart-wrenching screams elegantly, Rosaria smiled slightly. If I'm not lying to you, how could you be fooled? If it's a normal battle, it's too energy-consuming. Her poor pursuit ability is especially restrained by this kind of fast guy. Damn despicable alien. Jay screamed again and again. This lady learned it from my lord. Rosaria raised her hair. This trick fooled another chosen one, deliberately selling a flaw and then directly inflicting heavy damage on the opponent. Injury for injury, you will gain blood without losing. On the other side, Field and Opheles' corpse group, imitating the appearance of the rebel corpses, approached the bull territory. Little Feifei, please say something." Offaly looked at the border fortress that was as tall as a mountain, and the fear he hadn't felt in a long time began to grow again. "Our actions feel like we are committing suicide." "Oh, don't call me cockroach and rat now. Also, don't give me some weird nicknames casually, it's disgusting." Field turned his head unexpectedly and raised his eyebrows at the little fat dragon. "You corrupt creatures, you can actually get scared sometimes. Come to think about it, it's true. When the little fat dragon was still an enemy, he would run away and use strategies. He was a rare guy who could use his brain. Of course, the smarter the creature, the more afraid it is." Offaly puffed up his cheeks unconvinced, and the fat dragon swung its tail around, almost tripping Field. "You may not be very smart, so you are not afraid of this." "Of course I am afraid." Field sighed rarely, "but compared to taking risks, I am more afraid of losing more. If I don't solve the encirclement, it will be a disaster. Whether the corruption goes south or the rebels go north, I am surrounded and may be finished at any time. As the saying goes, hit the open with one punch. So as not to stop talking, you should stop the corpses from attacking first and slowly approach the city gate." Offaly took shelter in a hidden place. Field took out the artifact telescope with sweaty hands. He was very nervous. Licking his dry lips, Field observed the movement at the gate of the fortress. Just like before, a large number of wild corpses approached the fortress, but after approaching a certain range, they left on their own accord. Only the corpses of the Special Rebel Alliance would walk into the gate of the fortress with a step that did not recognize their relatives. The soldiers at the gate of the city glanced at the corpses in front of them with complicated expressions. "Captain Mariko, the disgusting bug monster has flown away. Perhaps we shouldn't let the corpse in. Goddess, she finally ran away. That face is even uglier than a widow with gonorrhea." The captain of the soldiers who was on duty at the gate of the fortress also had a complicated expression. "Lord Richard's order is for us to assist the bugs. Just let the ally in, we can't disobey even if she left and didn't tell us when she left. Maybe she will be back soon. Of course, it's better not to come back." Mariko held the weapon tightly in his hand. When he became a border guard, he just wanted to protect his home from the monster's attack. Unexpectedly, he became an accomplice of the monster. But he couldn't disobey the Lord's order, and he didn't have the strength to disobey. "Keep letting them in, but every corpse must be checked." After being checked by the defenders, the corpses passed through the fortress and entered the civilized world. Because Field sent people to kill the corpses, the subsequent corpses of the rebels did not enter in an orderly team, but there was a very long vacuum period. "We must succeed." Field was so nervous that he was about to explode. Under the control of Offaly, the night-leading corpses took steady steps, followed the rebel corpses, and moved towards the fortress step by step. "It's a band. The other party also has a commander type, corrupt god. No wonder the wild corrupts will leave obediently." Offaly smiled. "Ban, my corpses don't care." The night-leading corpses successfully entered the restricted area of wild corpses, pretending to be an ally of the rebels, and stupidly followed in line behind. Field reminded again, "Don't make any offensive behavior, remember, we are now allies of the Shadow World sect." "Yeah, believe in my ability." That's what he said, but Offaly always paid attention to the projection in the Gixu orb. "Why do these corpses look different?" A sensitive female soldier rubbed her chin. "I can't tell what's wrong." Hiss, seeing that the human soldiers wanted to intercept. Field took a breath and thought the plan would fail. "They are so ugly." The woman shook her head. "The other party did not make any attacking movements, so they must be her own people. Otherwise, how could the brain-dead corpses leave the sweet me alone?" The soldiers opened the temporary barrier and let Yimu lead the corpses in. Success! Field was so excited that he almost had a cerebral hemorrhage. If one of them could get in, the whole group could get in. "Let's see what's going on in the fortress." Field pinched the little fat dragon's face. "Good." Ophelia was also very excited. She laughed foolishly. "It turns out that invading a human fortress is so simple. The Gixu magic ball can see the vision of controlling the corpses." After Yimu led the corpses into the fortress, their twisted necks twitched around, and their pale eyes scanned the scene in the fortress. To enter the fortress, you must first pass through a steel gate that is more than 1 meter thick, and then 2 grid-shaped rolling gates to enter the city. A large number of corpses gathered here, each like a puppet without a clockwork, occasionally twitching. Feeling the strange smell, the surrounding corpses cast confused eyes at the corpse led by Night. "Brother, you smell so good, like a human." If she could speak, It would be this sentence. Since the contract with Apheli, the corpses she controlled have also become enemies of wild corpses. Field, the corpses of the rebels did not attack us either. After observing for a while, Apheli, holding the magic ball, could no longer hold back her former queen state but jumped up excitedly, and Dale also trembled. "Oh my God, Field, did you see it?" "I saw it, but if you keep shaking, I guess I won't have time to see it." Field's eyes followed the extra Gixu magic ball and swept up and down. It seems that the enemy's corrupted god ordered the corpses to enter the fortress and not attack anything. Field snapped his fingers happily and added, "It may be that they don't take the initiative to attack. No matter what, let the corpses sneak in." Field rubbed his hands coldly. "Dare to block me and come to chop me. Are we going to detonate the corpse tied in the fortress? It will be interesting, but the corpses of thousands of people cannot take down the fully guarded fortress. Don't rush to detonate the corpses. Our corrupt creatures can't even take down the opponent's corruption, let alone the fortress." Field shook his head. He didn't want to waste such a good opportunity. "I want to get in too." Apheli was shocked. "The enemy is not blind, they will check the appearance of the corpse. You look pretty good, ugly but not so ugly that the enemy will think you are a monster. Can you stop insulting me? Don't worry, I don't want to die in vain." Field gave a thumbs up and explained his plan step by step. "I remember you have a big fat corpse. Let's do this." On the other side, Rosaria crushed the last insect-transformed villager. The corpse of the villager exploded and turned into pure blood, pouring into the gluttonous greatsword. How is it possible? They are all third-level god-chosen." Jay panted heavily. His voice was like an old bellows, hoarse and angry snoring, and he spit out blood mixed with internal organs. "It's unreasonable.